Chapter 13 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 13. The drive from Harsh to the place, as it was called thereabouts, could be achieved by swift horses in less than 10 minutes. And if Mrs. Dallow's ponies were capital trotters, the general high pitch of the occasion made it all congruous they should show their speed. The occasion was the polling day, an hour after the battle. The ponies had kept pace with other driven forces for the week before, passing and repassing the neat windows of the flat little town. Mrs. Dallow had the complacent belief that there was none in the kingdom in which the flower stands looked more respectable between the stiff muslin curtains, with their mistress behind them on her all but silver wheels. Very often she was accompanied by the Liberal candidate, but even when she was not, the equipage seemed scarce less to represent his easy, friendly confidence. It moved in a radiance of ribbons and handbills and handshakes and smiles, of quickened commerce and sudden intimacy, of sympathy which assumed without presuming, and gratitude which promised without soliciting. But under Julia's guidance the ponies pattered now, with no indication of a loss of freshness, along the firm, wide avenue, which wound and curved to make up in large effect for not undulating, from the gates opening straight to the town, to the Palladian mansion, high, square, grey and clean, which stood among terraces and fountains in the centre of the park. A generous steed had been sacrificed to bring the good news from Ghent to Aix, but no such extravagance was after all necessary for communicating with Lady Agnes. She had remained at the house, not going to the Wheatsheaf, the Liberal inn, with the others, preferring to await in privacy and indeed in solitude the momentous result of the poll. She had come down to Harsh with the two girls in the course of the proceedings. Julia hadn't thought they would do much good, but she was expansive and indulgent now, and had generously asked them. Lady Agnes had not a nice canvassing manner, effective as she might have been in the character of the high, benignant, affable mother, looking sweet participation but not interfering, of the young and handsome, the shining, convincing, wonderfully clever, and certainly irresistible aspirant. Grace Dormer had zeal without art, and Lady Agnes, who during her husband's lifetime had seen their affairs follow the satisfactory principle of a tendency to defer to supreme merit, had never really learned the lesson that voting goes by favour. However, she could pray God if she couldn't make love to the cheesemonger, and Nick felt she had stayed at home to pray for him. I must add that Julia Dallow was too happy now, flicking her whip in the bright summer air, to say anything so ungracious even to herself as that her companion had been returned in spite of his nearest female relatives. Besides, Biddy had been a rosy help. She had looked persuasively pretty in white and blue on platforms and in recurrent carriages, out of which she had tossed, blushing and making people feel they would remember her eyes, several words that were telling for their very simplicity. Mrs. Dallow was really too glad for any definite reflection, even for personal exultation, the vanity of recognizing her own large share of the work. Nick was in and was now beside her, tired, silent, vague, beflowered and beribboned, and he had been splendid from beginning to end, beautifully good-humoured and at the same time beautifully clever, still cleverer than she had supposed he could be. The sense of her having quickened his cleverness and been repaid by it, or by his gratitude, it came to the same thing, in a way she appreciated, was not assertive and jealous. It was lost for the present in the general happy break of the long tension. So nothing passed between them in their progress to the house. There was no sound in the park but the pleasant rustle of summer. It seemed an applausive murmur, and the swift roll of the vehicle. Lady Agnes already knew, for as soon as the result was declared Nick had dispatched a mounted man to her, carrying the figures on a scrawled card. He himself had been far from getting away at once, having to respond to the hubbub of acclamation, to speak yet again, to thank his electors individually and collectively, to chaff the Tories without cheap elation, to be carried hither and yon, and above all to pretend that the interest of the business was now greater for him than ever. If he had said never a word about, after putting himself in Julia's hands, to go home, it was partly perhaps because the consciousness had begun to glimmer within him, on the contrary, of some sudden shrinkage of that interest. He wanted to see his mother because he knew she wanted to fold him close in her arms. They had been opened there for this purpose the last half hour, and her expectancy, now no longer an ache of suspense, was the reason of Julia's round pace. Yet this very impatience in her somehow made Nick wince a little. Meeting his mother was like being elected over again. The others had not yet come back, and Lady Agnes was alone in the large, bright drawing-room. When Nick went in with Julia, he saw her at the further end. She had evidently been walking up and down the whole length of it, and her tall, upright, black figure seemed in possession of the fair vastness after the manner of an exclamation point at the bottom of a blank page. The room, rich and simple, was a place of perfection as well as of splendor in delicate tints, with precious specimens of French furniture of the last century ranged against walls of pale brocade, and here and there a small, almost priceless picture. George Dallow had made it, caring for these things and liking to talk about them, scarce ever about anything else, so that it appeared to represent him still, what was best in his kindly, limited nature, his friendly, competent, tiresome insistence on harmony, on identity of period. Nick could hear him yet, and could see him, too fat, and with a congenital thickness in his speech, lounging there in loose clothes with his eternal cigarette. "Now, my dear fellow, that's what I call form. I don't know what you call it." That was the way he used to begin. All round were flowers in rare vases, but it looked a place of which the beauty would have smelt sweet even without them. Lady Agnes had taken a white rose from one of the clusters and was holding it to her face, which was turned to the door as Nick crossed the threshold. The expression of her figure instantly told him. He saw the creased card he had sent her lying on one of the beautiful bare tables, how she had been sailing up and down in a majesty of satisfaction. The inflation of her long, plain dress and the brightened dimness of her proud face were still in the air. In a moment he had kissed her and was being kissed, not in quick repetition, but in tender prolongation, with which the perfume of the white rose was mixed. But there was something else, too, her sweet, smothered words in his ear. "Oh, my boy, oh, your father, your father." Neither the sense of pleasure nor that of pain with Lady Agnes, as indeed with most of the persons with whom this history is concerned, was a liberation of chatter, so that for a minute all she said again was, "I think of Sir Nicholas and wish he were here," addressing the words to Julia, who had wandered forward without looking at the mother and son. "Poor Sir Nicholas," said Mrs. Dallow vaguely. "Did you make another speech?" Lady Agnes asked. "I don't know. Did I?" Nick appealed. "I don't know." And Julia spoke with her back turned, doing something to her hat before the glass. "Oh, of course, the confusion, the bewilderment," said Lady Agnes in a tone rich in political reminiscence. "It was really immense fun," Mrs. Dallow went so far as to drop. "Dearest Julia," Lady Agnes deeply breathed. Then she added, "It was you who made it sure." "There are a lot of people coming to dinner," said Julia. "Perhaps you'll have to speak again." Lady Agnes smiled at her son. "Thank you. I like the way you talk about it," cried Nick. "I'm like Iago. From this time forth I never will speak word." "Don't say that, Nick," said his mother gravely. "Don't be afraid. He'll jabber like a magpie." And Julia went out of the room. Nick had flung himself on a sofa with an air of weariness, though not of completely extinct cheer, and Lady Agnes stood fingering her rose and looking down at him. His eyes kept away from her. They seemed fixed on something she couldn't see. "I hope you've thanked Julia handsomely," she presently remarked. "Why, of course, mother." "She has done as much as if you hadn't been sure." "I wasn't in the least sure, and she has done everything." "She has been too good. But we've done something. I hope you don't leave out your father," Lady Agnes amplified as Nick's glance appeared for a moment to question her "we." "Never, never!" Nick uttered these words perhaps a little mechanically, but the next minute he added, as if suddenly moved to think what he could say that would give his mother most pleasure, "Of course his name has worked for me. Gone as he is, he's still a living force." He felt a good deal of a hypocrite, but one didn't win such a seat every day in the year. Probably indeed he should never win another. "He hears you, he watches you, he rejoices in you," Lady Agnes opined. This idea was oppressive to Nick, that of the rejoicing almost as much as of the watching. He had made his concession, but with a certain impulse to divert his mother from following up her advantage he broke out, "Julia's a tremendously effective woman." "Of course she is," said Lady Agnes knowingly. "Her charming appearance is half the battle." Nick explained a little coldly what he meant, but he felt his coldness an adequate protection to him when he heard his companion observe with something of the same sapience, "A woman's always effective when she likes a person so much." It discomposed him to be described as a person liked and so much and by a woman, and he simply said abruptly, "When are you going away?" "Stay on? What shall I stay on for?" "The first moment that's civil, to-morrow morning. You'll stay on, I hope." "Stay on? What shall I stay on for?" "Why, you might stay to express your appreciation." Nick considered. "I've everything to do." "I thought everything was done," said Lady Agnes. "Well, that's just why," her son replied, not very lucidly, "I want to do other things, quite other things. I should like to take the next train," and he looked at his watch. "When there are people coming to dinner to meet you?" "They'll meet you. That's better." "I'm sorry any one's coming," Lady Agnes said in a tone unencouraging to a deviation from the reality of things. "I wish we were alone, just as a family. It would please Julia to day to feel that we are one. Do stay with her to morrow." "How will that do? When she's alone?" "She won't be alone with Mrs. Gresham." "Mrs. Gresham doesn't count." "That's precisely why I want you to stop. And her cousin, almost her brother. What an idea that it won't do! Haven't you stayed here before when there has been no one?" "I've never stayed much, and there have always been people. At any rate it's now different." "It's just because it's different. Besides, it isn't different, and it never was," said Lady Agnes, more incoherent in her earnestness than it often happened to her to be. "She always liked you, and she likes you now more than ever, if you call that different." Nick got up at this and, without meeting her eyes, walked to one of the windows, where he stood with his back turned and looked out on the great greenness. She watched him a moment, and she might well have been wishing, while he appeared to gaze with intentness, that it would come to him with the same force as it had come to herself very often before, but during these last days more than ever, that the level lens of Harsh, stretching away before the window, the French garden with its symmetry, its screens and its statues, and a great many more things of which these were the superficial token, were Julia's very own to do with exactly as she liked. No word of appreciation or envy, however, dropped from the young man's lips, and his mother presently went on. "What could be more natural than after your triumphant contest you and she should have lots to settle and to talk about? No end of practical questions, no end of urgent business. Aren't you her member, and can't her member pass the day with her, and she a great proprietor?" Nick turned round at this with an odd expression. "Her member? Am I hers?" Lady Agnes had a pause. She had need of all her tact. "Well, if the place is hers and you represent the place," she began, but she went no further, for Nick had interrupted her with a laugh. "What a droll thing to 'represent' when one thinks of it! And what does it represent? Poor stupid little borough, with its strong, though I admit clean, smell of meal and its curiously fat-faced inhabitants. Did you ever see such a collection of fat faces turned up at the hustings? They looked like an enormous sofa, with the cheeks for the gathers and the eyes for the buttons." "Oh, well, the next time you shall have a great town," Lady Agnes returned, smiling and feeling that she was tactful. "It will only be a bigger sofa. I'm joking, of course," Nick pursued, "and I ought to be ashamed of myself. They've done me the honour to elect me, and I shall never say a word that's not civil about them, poor dears. But even a new member may blaspheme to his mother." "I wish you'd be serious to your mother," and she went nearer him. "The difficulty is that I'm two men. It's the strangest thing that ever was," Nick professed, with his bright face on her. "I'm two quite distinct human beings who have scarcely a point in common, not even the memory, on the part of one, of the achievements or the adventure of the other. One man wins the seat, but it's the other fellow who sits in it." "Oh, Nick, don't spoil your victory by your perversity," she cried as she clasped her hands to him. "I went through it with great glee. I won't deny that. It excited me, interested me, amused me. When once I was in it I liked it. But now that I'm out of it again—" "Out of it?" his mother stared. "Isn't the whole point that you're in?" "Ah, now I'm only in the House of Commons." For an instant she seemed not to understand and to be on the point of laying her finger quickly to her lips with a hush, as if the late Sir Nicholas might have heard the "only." Then, while a comprehension of the young man's words promptly superseded that impulse, she replied with force: "You'll be in the Lords the day you determine to get there." This futile remark made Nick laugh afresh, and not only laugh but kiss her, which was always an intenser form of mystification for poor Lady Agnes, and apparently the one he liked best to inflict. After which he said: "The odd thing is, you know, that Harsh has no wants. At least it's not sharply, not articulately conscious of them. We all pretended to talk them over together, and I promised to carry them in my heart of hearts. But upon my honour I can't remember one of them. Julia says the wants of Harsh are simply the national wants. Rather a pretty phrase for Julia. She means she does everything for the place. She's really their member, and this house in which we stand their legislative chamber. Therefore the lucani I've undertaken to fill out are the national wants. It will be rather a job to rectify some of them, won't it? I don't represent the appetites of Harsh. Harsh is gorged. I represent the ideas of my party. That's what Julia says." "Oh, never mind what Julia says," Lady Agnes broke out impatiently. This impatience made it singular that the very next word she uttered should be: "My dearest son, I wish to heaven you'd marry her. It would be so fitting now," she added. "Why now?" Nick frowned. "She has shown you such sympathy, such devotion. Is it for that she has shown it?" "Ah, you might feel I can't tell you," said Lady Agnes reproachfully. He blushed at this, as if what he did feel was the reproach. "Must I marry her because you like her?" "I? Why, we're all as fond of her as we can be. Dear mother, I hope that any woman I ever may marry will be a person agreeable not only to you, but also, since you make a point of it, to Grace and Biddy. But I must tell you this, that I shall marry no woman I'm not unmistakably in love with." "And why are you not in love with Julia, charming, clever, generous as she is?" Lady Agnes laid her hands on him. She held him tight. "Dearest Nick, if you care anything in the world to make me happy, you will stay over here to morrow and be nice to her." He waited an instant. "Do you mean propose to her?" "With a single word, with the glance of an eye, the movement of your little finger," and she paused, looking intensely, imploringly up into his face, "in less time than it takes me to say what I say now, you may have it all." As he made no answer, only meeting her eyes, she added insistently: "You know she's a fine creature. You know she is." "Dearest mother, what I seem to know better than anything else in the world is that I love my freedom. I set it far above everything." Your freedom? What freedom is there in being poor? Lady Agnes fiercely demanded. Talk of that when Julia puts everything she possesses at your feet. I can't talk of it, mother. It's too terrible an idea. And I can't talk of her, nor of what I think of her. You must leave that to me. I do her perfect justice. You don't, or you'd marry her tomorrow, she passionately argued. You'd feel the opportunity so beautifully rare, with everything in the world to make it perfect. Your father would have valued it for you beyond everything. Think a little what would have given him pleasure. That's what I meant when I spoke just now of us all. It wasn't of Grace and Biddy I was thinking, fancy. It was of him. He's with you always. He takes with you at your side every step you take yourself. He'd bless devoutly your marriage to Julia. He'd feel what it would be for you and for us all. I ask for no sacrifice, and he'd ask for none. We only ask that you don't commit the crime. Nick Dormer stopped her with another kiss. He murmured, Mother, 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 as he bent over her. He wished her not to go on, to let him off. But the deep deprecation in his voice didn't prevent her saying, you know it perfectly. All and more than all that I can tell you, you know. He drew her closer, kissed her again, held her as he would have held a child in a paroxysm, soothing her silently till it could abate. Her vehemence had brought with it tears. She dried them as she disengaged herself. The next moment, however, she resumed, attacking him again. For a public man, she'd be the perfect companion. She's made for public life. She's made to shine, to be concerned in great things, to occupy a high position and to help him on. She would back you up in everything, as she has backed you in this. Together there's nothing you couldn't do. You can have the first house in England. Yes, the very first. What freedom is there in being poor? How can you do anything without money? And what money can you make for yourself? What money will ever come to you? That's the crime. To throw away such an instrument of power, such a blessed instrument of good. It isn't everything to be rich, mother, said Nick, looking at the floor with a particular patience, that is, with a provisional docility, and his hands in his pocket. And it isn't so fearful to be poor. It's vile. It's abject. Don't I know? Are you in such acute want? He smiled. Ah, don't make me explain what you've only to look at to see, his mother returned, as if with a richness of allusion to dark elements in her fate. Besides, he easily went on, there's other money in the world than Julia's. I might come by some of that. Do you mean Mr. Carteret's? The question made him laugh, as her feeble reference 5 minutes before to the House of Lords had done. But she pursued, too full of her idea to take account of such a poor substitute for an answer. Let me tell you one thing, for I've known Charles Carteret much longer than you, and I understand him better. There's nothing you could do that would do you more good with him than to marry Julia. I know the way he looks at things, and I know exactly how that would strike him. It would please him. It would charm him. It would be the thing that would most prove to him that you're in earnest. You need, you know, to do something of that sort, she said, as for plain speaking. Haven't I come in for Harsh? Asked Nick. Oh, he's very canny. He likes to see people rich. Then he believes in them. Then he's likely to believe more. He's kind to you because you're your father's son. But I'm sure your being poor takes just so much off. He can remedy that so easily, said Nick, smiling still. Is my being kept by Julia what you call my making an effort for myself? Lady Agnes hesitated then. You needn't insult Julia, she replied. Moreover, if I've her money, I shan't want his, Nick unheedingly remarked. Again his mother waited before answering, after which she produced, and pray wouldn't you wish to be independent? You're delightful, dear mother, you're very delightful. I particularly like your conception of independence. Doesn't it occur to you that at a pinch I might improve my fortune by some other means than by making a mercenary marriage or by currying favor with a rich old gentleman? Does it occur to you that I might work? Work at politics? How does that make money honorably? "I don't mean at politics." "What do you mean, then?" And she seemed to challenge him to phrase it if he dared. This demonstration of her face and voice might have affected him, for he remained silent, and she continued, "Are you elected or not?" "It seems a dream," he rather flatly returned. "If you are, act accordingly, and don't mix up things that are as wide asunder as the poles." She spoke with sternness, and his silence appeared again to represent an admission that her sternness counted for him. Possibly she was touched by it. After a few moments, at any rate, during which nothing more passed between them, she appealed to him in a gentler and more anxious key, which had this virtue to touch him, that he knew it was absolutely the first time in her life she had really begged for anything. She had never been obliged to beg. She had got on without it, and most things had come to her. He might judge, therefore, in what a light she regarded this boon for which, in her bereft old age, she humbled herself to be a suitor. There was such a pride in her that he could feel what it cost her to go on her knees even to her son. He did judge how it was in his power to gratify her, and as he was generous and imaginative, he was stirred and shaken as it came over him in a wave of figurative suggestion that he might make up to her for many things. He scarcely needed to hear her ask with a pleading wail that was almost tragic, "Don't you see how things have turned out for us? Don't you know how unhappy I am? Don't you know what a bitterness—" She stopped with a sob in her voice, and he recognized vividly this last tribulation, the unhealed wound of her change of life and her lapse from eminence to flatness. "You know what Percival is and the comfort I have of him. You know the property and what he's doing with it and what comfort I get from that. Everything's dreary but what you can do for us. Everything's odious, down to living in a hole with one's girls who don't marry. Grace is impossible. I don't know what's the matter with her. No one will look at her, and she's so conceited with it. Sometimes I feel as if I could beat her. And Biddy will never marry, and we're 3 dismal women in a filthy house. And what are 3 dismal women, more or less, in London?" So, with an unexpected rage of self-exposure, she poured out her disappointments and troubles, tore away the veil from her sadness and soreness. It almost scared him to see how she hated her life, though at another time it might have been amusing to note how she despised her gardenless house. Of course it wasn't a country house, and she couldn't get used to that better than he could do, for it was the sort of thing into which in any case a woman enters more than a man. She felt what a lift into brighter air, what a regilding of his sister's possibilities his marriage to Julia would effect for them. He couldn't trace the difference, but his mother saw it all as a shining picture. She hung the bright vision before him now. She stood there like a poor woman crying for a kindness. What was filial in him, all the pity, piety he owed especially to the revived spirit of his father, more than ever present on a day of such public pledges, became from one moment to the other as the very handle to the door of the chamber of concessions. He had the impulse, so embarrassing when it is a question of consistent action, to see in a touching and interesting light any forcibly presented side of the life of another. Such things effected a union with something in his life, and in the recognition of them was no soreness of sacrifice and no consciousness of merit. Rapidly, at present, this change of scene took place before his spiritual eye. He found himself believing, because his mother communicated the belief, that it depended but on his own conduct richly to alter the social outlook of the 3 women who clung to him and who declared themselves forlorn. This was not the highest kind of motive, but it contained a spring. It touched into life again old injunctions and appeals. Julia's wide kingdom opened out round him and seemed somehow to wear the face of his own possible future. His mother and sisters floated in the rosy element as if he had breathed it about them. The first house in England, she had called it. But it might be the first house in Europe, the first house in the world, by the fine air and the high humanities that should fill it. Everything beautiful in his material view seemed to proclaim its value as never before. The house rose over his head as a museum of exquisite rewards, and the image of poor George Dallow hovered there, obsequious, expressing that he had only been the modest, tasteful organizer, or even upholsterer, appointed to set it all in order and punctually retire. Lady Agnes's tone, in fine, penetrated further than it had done yet when she brought out with intensity, "Don't desert us. Don't desert us." "Don't desert you?" "Be great. Be great. I'm old. I've lived. I've seen. Go in for a great material position. That will simplify everything else." "I'll do what I can for you. Anything, everything I can. Trust me. Leave me alone," Nick went on. "And you'll stay over? You'll spend the day with her?" "I'll stay till she turns me out." His mother had hold of his hand again now. She raised it to her lips and kissed it. "My dearest son, my only joy." Then, "I don't see how you can resist her," she added. "No more do I." She looked about. There was so much to look at, with a deep exhalation. "If you're so fond of art, what art is equal to all this? The joy of living in the midst of it, of seeing the finest works every day. You'll have everything the world can give." "That's exactly what was just passing in my own mind. It's too much," Nick reasoned. "Don't be selfish." "Selfish?" he echoed. "Unselfish, then. You'll share it with us." "And with Julia a little, I hope," he said. "God bless you," cried his mother, looking at him. Her eyes were detained by the sudden sense of something in his own that was not clear to her. But before she could challenge it he asked abruptly, "Why do you talk so of poor Biddy? Why won't she marry?" "You had better ask Peter Sherringham," said Lady Agnes. "What has he to do with it?" "How odd of you not to know, when it's so plain how she thinks of him that it's a matter of common gossip." "Yes, if you will. We've made it so, and she takes it as an angel. But Peter likes her." "Does he? Then it's the more shame to him to behave as he does. He had better leave his wretched actresses alone." "That's the love of art too," mocked Lady Agnes. But Nick glossed it all over. "Biddy's so charming, she'll easily marry some one else." "Never, if she loves him. However, Julia will bring it about. Julia will help her," his mother pursued more cheerfully. "That's what she'll do for us. That she'll do everything." "Why then more than now?" he asked. "Because we shall be yours." "You're mine already." "Yes, but she isn't. However, she's as good," Lady Agnes exulted. "She'll turn me out of the house," said Nick. "Come and tell me when she does. But there she is. Go to her." And she gave him a push toward one of the windows that stood open to the terrace. Their hostess had become visible outside. She passed slowly along the terrace with her long shadow. "Go to her," his mother repeated. "She's waiting for you." Nick went out with the air of a man as ready to pass that way as another, and at the same moment his two sisters, still flushed with participation, appeared in a different quarter. "We go home to morrow, but Nick will stay a day or two," Lady Agnes said to them. "Dear old Nick!" Grace ejaculated, looking at her with intensity. "He's going to speak," she went on. "Don't mention it." "Don't mention it?" Biddy asked with a milder stare. "Hasn't he spoken enough, poor fellow?" "I mean to Julia," Lady Agnes replied. "Don't you understand, you goose?" And Grace turned on her sister. Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 14. The next morning brought the young man many letters and telegrams, and his coffee was placed beside him in his room, where he remained until noon answering these communications. When he came out he learned that his mother and sisters had left the house. This information was given him by Mrs. Gresham, whom he found dealing with her own voluminous budget at one of the tables in the library. She was a lady who received 30 letters a day, the subject matter of which, as well as of her punctual answers in a hand that would have been ladylike in a manageress, was a puzzle to those who observed her. She told Nick that Lady Agnes had not been willing to disturb him at his work to say good-bye, knowing she should see him in a day or two in town. He was amused at the way his mother had stolen off, as if she feared further conversation might weaken the spell she believed herself to have wrought. The place was cleared, moreover, of its other visitors, so that, as Mrs. Gresham said, the fun was at an end. This lady expressed the idea that the fun was after all rather a bore. At any rate, now they could rest, Mrs. Dallow and Nick and she was glad Nick was going to stay for a little quiet. She liked Harsh best when it was not en fête. Then one could see what a sympathetic old place it was. She hoped Nick was not dreadfully fagged. She feared Julia was completely done up. Julia, however, had transported her exhaustion to the grounds. She was wandering about somewhere. She thought more people would be coming to the house, people from the town, people from the country, and had gone out so as not to have to see them. She had not gone far. Nick could easily find her. Nick intimated that he himself was not eager for more people, whereupon Mrs. Gresham rather archly smiled. "And of course you hate me for being here." He made some protest and she added, "But I'm almost part of the house, you know. I'm one of the chairs or tables." Nick declared that he had never seen a house so well furnished, and Mrs. Gresham said, "I believe there are to be some people to dinner. Rather an interference, isn't it? Julia lives so in public. But it's all for you." And after a moment she added, "It's a wonderful constitution." Nick at first failed to seize her allusion. He thought it a retarded political reference, a sudden tribute to the great unwritten instrument by which they were all governed and under the happy operation of which his fight had been so successful. He was on the point of saying, "The British? Wonderful!" when he gathered that the intention of his companion had been simply to praise Mrs. Dallow's fine robustness. The surface so delicate, the action so easy, yet the frame of steel. He left Mrs. Gresham to her correspondence and went out of the house, wondering as he walked if she wanted him to do the same thing his mother wanted, so that her words had been intended for a prick, whether even the two ladies had talked over their desire together. Mrs. Gresham was a married woman who was usually taken for a widow, mainly because she was perpetually sent for by her friends, who in no event sent for Mr. Gresham. She came in every case, with her air of being répandue at the expense of dingier belongings. Her figure was admired, that is, it was sometimes mentioned, and she dressed as if it was expected of her to be smart, like a young woman in a shop, or a servant much in view. She slipped in and out, accompanied at the piano, talked to the neglected visitors, walked in the rain, and after the arrival of the post usually had conferences with her hostess, during which she stroked her chin and looked familiarly responsible. It was her peculiarity that people were always saying things to her in a lowered voice. She had all sorts of acquaintances, and in small establishments sometimes wrote the menu. Great ones, on the other hand, had no terrors for her. She had seen too many. No one had ever discovered whether any one else paid her. People only knew what they did. If Lady Agnes had in the minor key discussed with her the propriety of a union between the mistress of Harsh and the hope of the Dormers, this last personage could take the circumstance for granted without irritation, and even with cursory indulgence, for he was got unhappy now, and his spirit was light and clear. The summer day was splendid, and the world, as he looked at it from the terrace, offered no more worrying ambiguity than a vault of airy blue arching over a lap of solid green. The wide still trees in the park appeared to be waiting for some daily inspection, and the rich fields, with their official frill of hedges, to rejoice in the light that smiled upon them as named and numbered acres. Nick felt himself catch the smile, and all the reasons of it. They made up a charm to which he had perhaps not hitherto done justice, something of the impression he had received when younger from showy views of fine country seats that had pressed and padded nature, as by the fat hands of benches of magistrates and landlords, into supreme respectability and comfort. There were a couple of peacocks on the terrace, and his eye was caught by the gleam of the swans on a distant lake, where was also a little temple on an island, and these objects fell in with his humour, which at another time might have been ruffled by them as aggressive triumphs of the conventional. It was certainly a proof of youth and health on his part that his spirits had risen as the plot thickened, and that after he had taken his jump into the turbid waters of a contested election he had been able to tumble and splash, not only without a sense of awkwardness, but with a considerable capacity for the frolic. Turbid as we saw him in Paris, he had found his relation to his opportunity surprisingly altered by his little journey across the Channel, had seen things in a new perspective, and breathed an air that set him and kept him in motion. There had been something in it that went to his head, an element that his mother and his sisters, his father from beyond the grave, Julia Dallow, the Liberal party, and 100 friends, were both secretly and overtly occupied in pumping into it. If he but half believed in victory, he at least liked the wind of the onset in his ears, and he had a general sense that when one was stuck there was always the nearest thing at which one must pull. The embarrassment, that is the revival of scepticism, which might produce an inconsistency shameful to exhibit and yet difficult to conceal, was safe enough to come later. Indeed, at the risk of presenting our young man as too whimsical a personage, I may hint that some such sickly glow had even now begun to tinge one quarter of his inward horizon. I'm afraid, moreover, that I have no better excuse for him than the one he had touched on in that momentous conversation with his mother, which I have thought it useful to reproduce in full. He was conscious of a double nature. There were two men in him, quite separate, whose leading features had little in common, and each of whom insisted on having an independent turn at life. Meanwhile, then, if he was adequately aware that the bed of his moral existence would need a good deal of making over if he was to lie upon it without unseemly tossing, he was also alive to the propriety of not parading his inconsistencies, not letting his unregulated passions become a spectacle to the vulgar. He had none of that wish to appear deep which is at the bottom of most forms of fatuity. He was perfectly willing to pass for decently superficial. He only aspired to be decently continuous. When you were not suitably shallow, this presented difficulties. But he would have assented to the proposition that you must be as subtle as you can, and that a high use of subtlety is in consuming the smoke of your inner fire. The fire was the great thing, not the chimney. He had no view of life that counted out the need of learning. It was teaching rather, as to which he was conscious of no particular mission. He enjoyed life, enjoyed it immensely, and was ready to pursue it with patience through as many channels as possible. He was on his guard, however, against making an ass of himself, that is, against not thinking out his experiments before trying them in public. It was because as yet he liked life in general better than it was clear to him he liked particular possibilities that, on the occasion of a constituency's holding out a cordial hand to him while it extended another in a different direction, a certain bloom of boyhood that was on him had not paled at the idea of a match. He had risen to the fray as he had risen to matches at school, for his boyishness could still take a pleasure in an inconsiderate show of agility. He could meet electors and conciliate bores and compliment women and answer questions and roll off speeches and chaff adversaries. He could do these things because it was amusing and slightly dangerous, like playing football or ascending an Alp, pastimes for which nature had conferred on him an aptitude not so very different in kind from a due volubility on platforms. There were two voices to admonish him that all this was not really action at all, but only a pusillanimous imitation of it, one of them fitfully audible in the depths of his own spirit, and the other speaking, in the equivocal accents of a very crabbed hand, from a letter of 4 pages by Gabriel Nash. However, Nick carried the imitation as far as possible, and the flood of sound floated him. What more could a working faith have done? He had not broken with the axiom that in a case of doubt one should hold off, for this applied to choice, and he had not at present the slightest pretension to choosing. He knew he was lifted alone, that what he was doing was not first rate, that nothing was settled by it, and that if there was a hard knot in his life it would only grow harder with keeping. Doing one's sum to-morrow instead of to-day doesn't make the sum easier, but at least makes to-day so. Sometimes in the course of the following fortnight it seemed to him he had gone in for Harsh because he was sure he should lose. Sometimes he foresaw that he should win precisely to punish him for having tried and for his want of candour. And when presently he did win he was almost scared at his success. Then it appeared to him he had done something even worse than not choose. He had let others choose for him. The beauty of it was that they had chosen with only their own object in their eye, for what did they know about his strange alternative? He was rattled about so for a fortnight, Julia taking care of this, that he had no time to think save when he tried to remember a quotation or an American story, and all his life became an overflow of verbiage. Thought couldn't hear itself for the noise, which had to be pleasant and persuasive, had to hang more or less together, without its aid. Nick was surprised at the airs he could play, and often when, the last thing at night, he shut the door of his room, found himself privately exclaiming that he had had no idea he was such a mountebank. I must add that if this reflection didn't occupy him long, and if no meditation, after his return from Paris, held him for many moments, there was a reason better even than that he was tired, that he was busy, that he appreciated the coincidence of the hit and the hurrah and the hit. That reason was simply Mrs. Dallow, who had suddenly become a still larger fact in his consciousness than his having turned actively political. She was indeed his being so, in the sense that if the politics were his, how little soever the activity was hers. She had better ways of showing she was clever than merely saying clever things, which in general only prove at the most that one would be clever if one could. The accomplished fact itself was almost always the demonstration that Mrs. Dallow could, and when Nick came to his senses after the proclamation of the victor and the drop of the uproar, her figure was, of the whole violent dance of shadows, the only thing that came back, that stayed. She had been there at each of the moments, passing, repassing, returning, before him, beside him, behind him. She had made the business infinitely prettier than it would have been without her, added music and flowers and ices, a finer charm, converting it into a kind of heroic function, the form of sport most dangerous. It had been a garden party, say, with one's life at stake from pressure of the crowd. The concluded affair had bequeathed him thus not only a seat in the House of Commons, but a perception of what may come of women in high embodiments, and an abyss of intimacy with one woman in particular. She had wrapped him up in something, he didn't know what, a sense of facility, an overpowering fragrance, and they had moved together in an immense fraternity. There had been no love-making, no contact that was only personal, no vulgarity of flirtation. The hurry of the days and the sharpness with which they both tended to an outside object had made all that irrelevant. It was as if she had been too near for him to see her separate from himself. But none the less, when he now drew breath and looked back, what had happened met his eyes as a composed picture, a picture of which the subject was inveterately Julia and her ponies. Julia, wonderfully fair and fine, waving her whip, cleaving the crowd, holding her head as if it had been a banner, smiling up into second-story windows, carrying him beside her, carrying him to his doom. He had not reckoned at the time, in the few days, how much he had driven about with her, but the image of it was there, in his consulted conscience, as well as in a personal glow not yet chilled. It looked large as it rose before him. The things his mother had said to him made a rich enough frame for it all, and the whole impression had that night kept him much awake. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 15. While, after leaving Mrs. Gresham, he was hesitating which way to go, and was on the point of hailing a gardener to ask if Mrs. Dallow had been seen, he noticed as a spot of colour in an expanse of shrubbery a far-away parasol moving in the direction of the lake. He took his course toward it across the park, and as the bearer of the parasol strolled slowly, it was not 5 minutes before he had joined her. He went to her soundlessly on the grass. He had been whistling at first, but as he got nearer stopped, and it was not till he was at hand that she looked round. He had watched her go, as if she were turning things over in her mind, while she brushed the smooth walks and the clean turf with her dress, slowly made her parasol revolve on her shoulder, and carried in the other hand a book which he perceived to be a monthly review. "I came to get away," she said when he had begun to walk with her. "Away from me? Ah, that's impossible." Then she added, "The day's so very nice." "Lovely weather," Nick dropped. "You want to get away from Mrs. Gresham, I suppose." She had a pause. "From everything. Well, I want to get away too. It has been such a racket. Listen to the dear birds." "Yes, our noise isn't so good as theirs," said Nick. "I feel as if I had been married and had shoes and rice thrown after me," he went on. "But not to you, Julia. Nothing so good as that." Julia made no reply. She only turned her eyes on the ornamental water stretching away at their right. In a moment she exclaimed, "How nasty the lake looks!" and Nick recognized in her tone a sign of that odd shyness, a perverse stiffness at a moment when she probably but wanted to be soft, which, taken in combination with her other qualities, was so far from being displeasing to him that it represented her nearest approach to extreme charm. He was not shy now, for he considered this morning that he saw things very straight and in a sense altogether superior and delightful. This enabled him to be generously sorry for his companion, if he were the reason of her being in any degree uncomfortable, and yet left him to enjoy some of the motions, not in themselves without grace, by which her discomfort was revealed. He wouldn't insist on anything yet, so he observed that her standard in lakes was too high, and then talked a little about his mother and the girls, their having gone home, his not having seen them that morning, Lady Agnes's deep satisfaction in his victory, and the fact that she would be obliged to do something for the autumn, take a house or something or other. "I'll lend her a house," said Mrs. Dallow. "Oh, Julia, Julia!" Nick half groaned. She paid no attention to his sound. She only held up her review and said, "See what I've brought with me to read. Mr. Hoppus's article." "That's right. Then I shan't have to. You'll tell me about it." He uttered this without believing she had meant or wished to read the article, which was entitled "The Revision of the British Constitution," in spite of her having encumbered herself with the stiff, fresh magazine. He was deeply aware she was not in want of such inward occupation as periodical literature could supply. They walked along, and he added, "But is that what we're in for, reading Mr. Hoppus? Is it the sort of thing constituents expect? Or even worse, pretending to have read him when one hasn't? Oh, what a tangled web we weave! People are talking about it. One has to know. It's the article of the month." Nick looked at her askance. "You say things every now and then for which I could really kill you." "The article of the month, for instance. I could kill you for that." "Well, kill me," Mrs. Dallow returned. "Let me carry your book," he went on irrelevantly. The hand in which she held it was on the side of her on which he was walking, and he put out his own hand to take it. But for a couple of minutes she forbore to give it up, so that they held it together, swinging it a little. Before she surrendered it he asked where she was going. "To the island," she answered. "Well, I'll go with you, and I'll kill you there." "The things I say are the right things," Julia declared. "It's just the right things that are wrong. It's because you're so political," Nick too lightly explained. "It's your horrible ambition. The woman who has a salon should have read the article of the month. See how one dreadful thing leads to another." "There are some things that lead to nothing," said Mrs. Dallow. "No doubt, no doubt. And how are you going to get over to your island?" "I don't know." "Isn't there a boat?" "I don't know." Nick had paused to look round for the boat, but his hostess walked on without turning her head. "Can you row?" he then asked. "Don't you know I can do everything?" "Yes, to be sure. That's why I want to kill you." "There's the boat." "Shall you drown me?" she asked. "Oh, let me perish with you," Nick answered with a sigh. The boat had been hidden from them by the bole of a great tree which rose from the grass at the water's edge. It was moored to a small place of embarkation, and was large enough to hold as many persons as were likely to wish to visit at once the little temple in the middle of the lake, which Nick liked because it was absurd, and which Mrs. Dallow had never had a particular esteem for. The lake, fed by a natural spring, was a liberal sheet of water, measured by the scale of park scenery, and though its principal merit was that taken at a distance it gave a gleam of abstraction to the concrete verdure, doing the office of an open eye and a dull face, it could also be approached without derision on a sweet summer morning when it made a lapping sound and reflected candidly various things that were probably finer than itself, the sky, the great trees, the flight of birds. A man of taste, coming back from Rome 100 years before, had caused a small ornamental structure to be raised from artificial foundations on its bosom, and had endeavored to make this architectural pleasantry as nearly as possible a reminiscence of the small ruined rotunda which stands on the bank of the Tiber and is pronounced by Cicerone once sacred to Vesta. It was circular, roofed with old tiles, surrounded by white columns, and considerably dilapidated. George Dallow had taken an interest in it. It reminded him not in the least of Rome, but of other things he liked, and had amused himself with restoring it. "Give me your hand. Sit there and I'll ferry you," Nick said. Julia complied, placing herself opposite him in the boat, but as he took up the paddles she declared that she preferred to remain on the water. There was too much malice prepense in the temple. He asked her what she meant by that, and she said it was ridiculous to withdraw to an island a few feet square on purpose to meditate. She had nothing to meditate about that required so much scenery and attitude. On the contrary, it would be just to change the scene and the pose. It's what we have been doing for a week, that's attitude, and to be for half an hour where nobody's looking and one hasn't to keep it up it is just what I wanted to put in an idle, responsible day for. I'm not keeping it up now, I suppose you've noticed," Nick went on as they floated and he scarcely dipped the oars. "I don't understand you," and Julia leaned back in the boat. He gave no further explanation than to ask in a minute, "Have you people to dinner to night? I believe there are 3 or 4, but I'll put them off if you like." "Must you always live in public, Julia?" he continued. She looked at him a moment and he could see how she coloured. "We'll go home. I'll put them off." "Ah no, don't go home. It's too jolly here. Let them come, poor wretches." "How little you know me!" Julia presently broke out. "When ever so many times I've lived here for months without a creature. Except Mrs. Gresham, I suppose. I have had to have the house going, I admit. You're perfect, you're admirable, and I don't criticize you." "I don't understand you," she tossed back. "That only adds to the generosity of what you've done for me," Nick returned, beginning to pull faster. He bent over the oars and sent the boat forward, keeping this up for a succession of minutes, during which they both remained silent. His companion, in her place, motionless, reclining, the seat in the stern was most comfortable, looked only at the water, the sky, the trees. At last he headed for the little temple, saying first, however, "Shan't we visit the ruin?" "If you like. I don't mind seeing how they keep it." They reached the white steps leading up to it. He held the boat and his companion got out. Then, when he had made it fast, they mounted together to the open door. "They keep the place very well," Nick said, looking round. "It's a capital place to give up everything in." "It might do at least for you to explain what you mean," and Julia sat down. "I mean to pretend for half an hour that I don't represent the burgesses of Harsh. It's charming, it's very delicate work. Surely it has been retouched." The interior of the pavilion, lighted by windows which the circle of columns was supposed outside and at a distance to conceal, had a vaulted ceiling and was occupied by a few pieces of last century furniture, spare and faded, of which the colours matched with the decoration of the walls. These and the ceiling, tinted and not exempt from indications of damp, were covered with fine mouldings and medallions. It all made a very elegant little tea-house, the mistress of which sat on the edge of a sofa, rolling her parasol and remarking, "You ought to read Mr. Hoppus's article to me. Why, is this your salon? Nick smiled. What makes you always talk of that? My salon's an invention of your own. But isn't it the idea you're most working for? Suddenly, nervously, she put up her parasol and sat under it as if not quite sensible of what she was doing. How much you know me. I'm not working for anything that you'll ever guess. Nick wandered about the room and looked at various things it contained, the odd volumes on the tables, the bits of quaint china on the shelves. They do keep it very well. You've got charming things. They're supposed to come over every day and look after them. They must come over in force. Oh, no one knows. It's spick and span how well you have everything done. I think you've some reason to say so, said Mrs. Dallow. Her parasol was now down, and she was again rolling it tight. But you're right about my not knowing you. Why were you so ready to do so much for me? He stopped in front of her, and she looked up at him. Her eyes rested long on his own. Then she broke out. Why do you hate me so? Was it because you like me personally? Nick pursued, as if he hadn't heard her. You may think that an odd or positively an odious question, but isn't it natural, my wanting to know? Oh, if you don't know, Julia quite desperately sighed. It's a question of being sure. Well, then, if you're not sure, was it done for me as a friend, as a man? You're not a man, you're a child, his hostess declared with a face that was cold, though she had been smiling the moment before. After all, I was a good candidate, Nick went on. What do I care for candidates? You're the most delightful woman, Julia, he said as he sat down beside her, and I can't imagine what you mean by my hating you. If you haven't discovered that I like you, you might as well. Might as well discover it? She was grave. He had never seen her so pale and never so beautiful. She had stopped rolling her parasol, her hands were folded in her lap, and her eyes bent on them. Nick sat looking at them as well, a trifle awkwardly. Might as well have hated me, she said. We've got on so beautifully together all these days. Why shouldn't we get on as well for ever and ever? He brought out. She made no answer, and suddenly he said, Ah, Julia, I don't know what you've done to me, but you've done it. You've done it by strange ways, but it will serve. Yes, I hate you, he added in a different tone and with his face all nearer. Dear Nick, she began. But she stopped, feeling his nearness and its intensity, a nearness now so great that his arm was round her, that he was really in possession of her. She closed her eyes, but heard him ask again, Why shouldn't it be forever, forever, in a voice that had for her ear a vibration none had ever had. You've done it, Nick repeated. What do you want of me? She appealed. To stay with me, this way, always. Ah, not this way, she answered softly, but as if in pain and making an effort with a certain force to detach herself. This way then, or this? He took such pressing advantage of her that he had kissed her with repetition. She rose while he insisted, but he held her yet, and as he did so his tenderness turned to beautiful words. If you'll marry me, why shouldn't it be so simple, so right and good? He drew her closer again, too close for her to answer, but her struggle ceased, and she rested on him a minute. She buried her face in his breast. You're hard, and it's cruel, she then exclaimed, shaking herself free. Hard? Cruel? You do it with so little. And with this, unexpectedly to Nick, Julia burst straight into tears. Before he could stop her, she was at the door of the pavilion, as if she wished to get immediately away. There, however, he stayed her, bending over her while she sobbed, unspeakably gentle with her. So little? It's with everything I have. I've done it, you say. What do you accuse me of doing? Her tears were already over. Of making me yours? Of being so precious, Julia, so exactly what a man wants, as it seems to me? I didn't know you could, he went on, smiling down at her. I didn't. No, I didn't. It's what I say, that you've always hated me. I'll make it up to you, he laughed. She leaned on the doorway with her forehead against the lintel. "You don't even deny it." "Contradict you now? I'll admit it, though it's rubbish, on purpose to live it down." "It doesn't matter," she said slowly, "for however much you might have liked me, you'd never have done so half as much as I've cared for you." "Oh, I'm so poor," Nick murmured cheerfully. With her eyes looking at him as in a new light, she slowly shook her head. Then she declared, "You never can live it down." "I like that. Haven't I asked you to marry me? When did you ever ask me?" "Every day of my life. As I say, it's hard for a proud woman." "Yes, you're too proud even to answer me." "We must think of it. We must talk of it." "Think of it? I've thought of it ever so much." "I mean together. There are many things in such a question. The principal thing is beautifully to give me your word." She looked at him afresh, all strangely. Then she threw off, "I wish I didn't adore you." She went straight down the steps. "You don't adore me at all, you know, if you leave me now. Why do you go? It's so charming here, and we're so delightfully alone." "Untie the boat. We'll go on the water," Julia said. Nick was at the top of the steps looking down at her. "I'll stay a little. Do stay," he pleaded. "I'll get in myself. I'll pull off," she simply answered. At this he came down and bent a little to undo the rope. He was close to her, and as he raised his head he felt it caught. She had seized it in her hands, and she pressed her lips, as he had never felt lips pressed, to the first place they encountered. The next instant she was in the boat. This time he dipped the oars, very slowly indeed, and while for a period that was longer than it seemed to them they floated vaguely, they mainly sat and glowed at each other as if everything had been settled. There were reasons enough why Nick should be happy, but it is a singular fact that the leading one was the sense of his having escaped a great and ugly mistake. The final result of his mother's appeal to him the day before had been the idea that he must act with unimpeachable honour. He was capable of taking it as an assurance that Julia had placed him under an obligation a gentleman could regard but in one way. If she herself had understood it so, putting the vision, or at any rate the appreciation, of a closer tie into everything she had done for him, the case was conspicuously simple and his course unmistakably plain. That is why he had been gay when he came out of the house to look for her. He could be gay when his course was plain. He could be all the gayer, naturally, I must add that, in turning things over as he had done half the night. What he had turned up oftenest was a recognition that Julia now had a new personal power with him. It was not for nothing that she had thrown herself personally into his life. She had by her act made him live twice as intensely. And such an office, such a service, if a man had accepted and deeply tasted it, was certainly a thing to put him on his honour. He took it as distinct that there was nothing he could do in preference that wouldn't be spoiled for him by any deflection from that point. His mother had made him uncomfortable by bringing it so heavily up that Julia was in love with him. He didn't like in general to be told such things, but the responsibility seemed easier to carry, and he was less shy about it when once he was away from her other eyes, with only Julia's own to express that truth, and with indifferent nature all about. Besides, what discovery had he made this morning but that he also was in love? "You've got to be a very great man, you know," she said to him in the middle of the lake. "I don't know what you mean about my salon, but I am ambitious." "We must look at life in a large, bold way," he concurred while he rested his oars. "That's what I mean. If I didn't think you could I wouldn't look at you." "I could what?" "Do everything you ought, everything I imagine, I dream of. You are clever. You can never make me believe the contrary after your speech on Tuesday. Don't speak to me. I've seen, I've heard, and I know what's in you. I shall hold you to it. You're everything you pretend not to be." Nick looked at the water while she talked. "Will it always be so amusing?" he asked. "Will what always be?" "Why, my career. Shan't I make it so?" "Then it will be yours. It won't be mine," said Nick. "Ah, don't say that. Don't make me out that sort of woman. If they should say it's me I'd drown myself." "If they should say what's you?" why, you're getting on. If they should say I push you and do things for you, things I mean that you can't do yourself. Well, won't you do them? It's just what I count on. Don't be dreadful, Julia said. It would be loathsome if I were thought the cleverest. That's not the sort of man I want to marry. Oh, I shall make you work, my dear. Ah, that, she sounded in a tone that might come back to a man after years. You'll do the great thing. You'll make my life the best life, Nick brought out as if he had been touched to deep conviction. I dare say that will keep me in heart. In heart? Why shouldn't you be in heart? And her eyes, lingering on him, searching him, seemed to question him still more than her lips. Oh, it will be all right, he made answer. You will like success as well as anyone else. Don't tell me. You're not so ethereal. Yes, I shall like success. So shall I. And of course I'm glad you'll now be able to do things, Julia went on. I'm glad you'll have things. I'm glad I'm not poor. Ah, don't speak of that, Nick murmured. Only be nice to my mother. We shall make her extremely happy. It wouldn't be for your mother I'd do it, yet I'm glad I like your people, Mrs. Dallow rectified. Leave them to me. You're generous, you're noble, he stammered. Your mother must live at Broadwood. She must have it for life. It's not all bad. Ah, Julia, her companion replied, it's well I love you. Why shouldn't you? She laughed. And after this no more was said between them till the boat touched shore. When she had got out she recalled that it was time for luncheon, but they took no action in consequence, strolling in a direction which was not that of the house. There was a vista that drew them on, a grassy path skirting the foundations of scattered beeches and leading to a stile from which the charmed wanderer might drop into another division of Mrs. Dallow's property. She said something about their going as far as the stile, then the next instant exclaimed, How stupid of you! You've forgotten Mr. Hoppus. Nick wondered. We left him in the Temple of Vesta. Darling, I had other things to think of there. I'll send for him, said Julia. Lord, can you think of him now? He asked. Of course I can, more than ever. Shall we go back for him? And he pulled up. She made no direct answer, but continued to walk, saying they would go as far as the stile. Of course I know you're fearfully vague, she presently resumed. I wasn't vague at all, but you were in such a hurry to get away. It doesn't signify. I've another at home. Another summer house, he more lightly suggested, a copy of Mr. Hoppus. Mercy, how you go in for him. Fancy having two. He sent me the number of the magazine, and the other's the one that comes every month. Every month, I see. But his manner justified considerably her charge of vagueness. They had reached the stile, and he leaned over it, looking at a great mild meadow and at the browsing beasts in the distance. Did you suppose they come every day? Julia went on. Dear no, thank God. They remained there a little. He continued to look at the animals, and before long added, Delightful English pastoral scene. Why do they say it won't paint? Who says it won't? I don't know, some of them. It will in France, but somehow it won't here. What are you talking about? Mrs. Dallow demanded. He appeared unable to satisfy her on this point. Instead of answering her directly, he at any rate said, Is Broadwood very charming? Have you never been there? It shows how you've treated me. We used to go there in August. George had ideas about it, she added. She had never affected not to speak of her late husband, especially with Nick, whose kinsman he had in a manner been, and who had liked him better than some others did. George had ideas about a great many things. Yet she appeared conscious it would be rather odd on such an occasion to take this up. It was even odd in Nick to have said it. Broadwood's just right, she returned at last. It's neither too small nor too big, and it takes care of itself. There's nothing to be done. You can't spend a penny. And don't you want to use it? We can go and stay with them, said Julia. They'll think I bring them an angel. And Nick covered her white hand, which was resting on the stile, with his own large one. As they regard you yourself as an angel, they'll take it as natural of you to associate with your kind. Oh, my kind, he quite wailed, looking at the cows. But his very extravagance perhaps saved it, and she turned away from him, as if starting homeward, while he began to retrace his steps with her. Suddenly she said, What did you mean that night in Paris? That night? When you came to the hotel with me after we had all dined at that place with Peter. What did I mean? About your caring so much for the fine arts. You seemed to want to frighten me. Why should you have been frightened? I can't imagine what I had in my head. Not now. You are vague, said Julia with a little flush. Not about the great thing. The great thing? That I owe you everything an honest man has to offer. How can I care about the fine arts now? She stopped with lighted eyes on him. Is it because you think you owe it? And she paused, still with the heightened colour in her cheek, then went on, that you've spoken to me as you did there? She tossed her head toward the lake. I think I spoke to you because I couldn't help it. You are vague. And she walked on again. You affect me differently from any other woman. Oh, other women? Why shouldn't you care about the fine arts now? She added. There'll be no time. All my days and my years will be none too much for what you expect of me. I don't expect you to give up anything. I only expect you to do more. To do more, I must do less. I have no talent. No talent? I mean for painting. Julia pulled up again. That's odious. You have. You must. He burst out laughing. You're altogether delightful, but how little you know about it, about the honorable practice of any art. What do you call practice? You'll have all our things. You'll live in the midst of them. Certainly I shall enjoy looking at them, being so near them. Don't say I've taken you away then. Taken me away? From the love of art. I like them myself now, poor George's treasures. I didn't of old so much, because it seemed to me he made too much of them. He was always talking. Well, I won't always talk, said Nick. You may do as you like. They're yours. Give them to the nation, Nick went on. I like that, when we've done with them. We shall have done with them when your Van Dykes and Maronis have cured me of the delusion that I may be of their family. Surely that won't take long. You shall paint me, said Julia. Never, never, never. He spoke in a tone that made his companion stare, then seemed slightly embarrassed at this result of his emphasis. To relieve himself, he said, as they had come back to the place beside the lake where the boat was moored, Shan't we really go and fetch Mr. Hoppus? She hesitated. You may go. I won't, please. That's not what I want. Oblige me by going. I'll wait here. With which she sat down on the bench attached to the little landing. Nick, at this, got into the boat and put off. He smiled at her as she sat there watching him. He made his short journey, disembarked, and went into the pavilion, but when he came out with the object of his errand, he saw she had quitted her station, had returned to the house without him. He rowed back quickly, sprang ashore, and followed her with long steps. Apparently she had gone fast. She had almost reached the door when he overtook her. Why did you basely desert me? He asked, tenderly stopping her there. I don't know. Because I'm so happy. May I tell mother then? You may tell her she shall have Broadwood. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 16. He lost no time in going down to see Mr. Carteret, to whom he had written immediately after the election, and who had answered him in 12 revised pages of historical parallel. He used often to envy Mr. Carteret's leisure, a sense of which came to him now afresh in the summer evening as he walked up the hill toward the quiet house, where enjoyment had ever been mingled for him with a vague oppression. He was a little boy again under Mr. Carteret's roof, a little boy on whom it had been duly impressed that in the wide, plain, peaceful rooms he was not to touch. When he paid a visit to his father's old friend, there were, in fact, many things, many topics, from which he instinctively kept his hands. Even Mr. Chater, the immemorial blank butler who was so like his master that he might have been a twin brother, helped to remind him that he must be good. Mr. Carteret seemed to Nick a very grave person, but he had the sense that Chater thought him rather frivolous. Our young man always came on foot from the station, leaving his portmanteau to be carried. The direct way was steep, and he liked the slow approach, which gave him a chance to look about the place and smell the new-mown hay. At this season the air was full of it. The fields were so near that it was in the clean, still streets. Nick would never have thought of rattling up to Mr. Carteret's door, which had on an old brass plate the proprietor's name, as if he had been the principal surgeon. The house was in the high part, and the neat roofs of other houses lower down the hill made an immediate prospect for it, scarcely counting, however, since the green country was just below these, familiar and interpenetrating in the shape of small but thick-tufted gardens. Free garden growths flourished in all the intervals, but the only disorder of the place was that there were sometimes oats on the pavements. A crooked lane with postern doors and cobblestones opened near Mr. Carteret's house and wandered toward the old abbey. For the abbey was the secondary fact of Beauclere. It came after Mr. Carteret. Mr. Carteret sometimes went away, and the abbey never did. Yet somehow what was most of the essence of the place was that it could boast of the resident in the squarest of the square red houses, the one with the finest of the arched hall windows in 3 divisions, over the widest of the last century doorways. You saw the great church from the doorstep, beyond gardens, of course, and in the stillness you could hear the flutter of the birds that circled round its huge short towers. The towers had been finished only as time finishes things, by lending assurances to their lapses. There is something right in old monuments that have been wrong for centuries. Some such moral as that was usually in Nick's mind as an emanation of Beauclere when he saw the grand line of the roof ride the sky and draw out its length. When the door with the brass plate was opened and Mr. Chater appeared in the middle distance, he always advanced just to the same spot as a prime minister receives an ambassador. Nick felt anew that he would be wonderfully like Mr. Carteret if he had had an expression. He denied himself this freedom, never giving a sign of recognition, often as the young man had been at the house. He was most attentive to the visitor's wants, but apparently feared that if he allowed a familiarity it might go too far. There was always the same question to be asked: had Mr. Carteret finished his nap? He usually had not finished it, and this left Nick what he liked: time to smoke a cigarette in the garden, or even to take before dinner a turn about the place. He observed now, every time he came, that Mr. Carteret's nap lasted a little longer. There was each year a little more strength to be gathered for the ceremony of dinner. This was the principal symptom, almost the only one, that the clear-cheeked old gentleman gave of not being so fresh as of yore. He was still wonderful for his age. To-day he was particularly careful. Chater went so far as to mention to Nick that 4 gentlemen were expected to dinner, an exuberance perhaps partly explained by the circumstance that Lord Bottomley was one of them. The prospect of Lord Bottomley was somehow not stirring. It only made the young man say to himself with a quick, thin sigh, "This time I am in for it." And he immediately had the unpolitical sense again that there was nothing so pleasant as the way the quiet bachelor house had its best rooms on the big garden, which seemed to advance into them through their wide windows and ruralize their dullness. "I expect it will be a ladyish 8, sir," said Mr. Chater, superintending in the library the production of tea on a large scale. Everything at Mr. Carteret's seemed to Nick on a larger scale than anywhere else: the teacups, the knives and forks, the door handles, the chair backs, the legs of mutton, the candles and the lumps of coal. They represented and apparently exhausted the master's sense of pleasing effect, for the house was not otherwise decorated. Nick thought it really hideous, but he was capable at any time of extracting a degree of amusement from anything strongly characteristic, and Mr. Carteret's interior expressed a whole view of life. Our young man was generous enough to find in it 100 instructive intimations, even while it came over him, as it always did at Beauclere, that this was the view he himself was expected to take. Nowhere were the boiled eggs at breakfast so big or in such big receptacles. His own shoes, arranged in his room, looked to him vaster there than at home. He went out into the garden and remembered what enormous strawberries they should have for dinner. In the house was a great deal of landseer, of oilcloth, of woodwork painted and grained. Finding there would be time before the evening meal or before Mr. Carteret was likely to see him, he quitted the house and took a stroll toward the Abbey. It covered acres of ground on the summit of the hill, and there were aspects in which its vast bulk reminded him of the ark left high and dry upon Ararat. It was the image at least of a great wreck, of the indestructible vessel of a faith washed up there by a storm centuries before. The injury of time added to this appearance, the infirmities round which, as he knew, the battle of restoration had begun to be fought. The cry had been raised to save the splendid pile, and the counter-cry by the purists, the sentimentalists, whatever they were, to save it from being saved. They were all exchanging compliments in the morning papers. Next, Nick sauntered about the church. It took a good while. He leaned against low things and looked up at it while he smoked another cigarette. It struck him as a great pity such a pile should be touched. So much of the past was buried there that it was like desecrating, like digging up a grave. Since the years were letting it down so gently, why jostle the elbow of slow-fingering time? The fading afternoon was exquisitely pure. The place was empty. He heard nothing but the cries of several children, which sounded sweet, who were playing on the flatness of the very old tombs. He knew this would inevitably be one of the topics at dinner, the restoration of the Abbey. It would give rise to a considerable deal of orderly debate. Lord Bottomley, oddly enough, would probably oppose the expensive project, but on grounds that would be characteristic of him even if the attitude were not. Nick's nerves always knew on this spot what it was to be soothed. But he shifted his position with a slight impatience as the vision came over him of Lord Bottomley's treating a question of aesthetics. It was enough to make one want to take the other side. The idea of having the same taste as his lordship, one would have it for such different reasons. Dear Mr. Carteret would be deliberate and fair all round, and would, like his noble friend, exhibit much more architectural knowledge than he, Nick, possessed, which would not make it a whit less droll to our young man that an artistic idea so little really assimilated should be broached at that table and in that air. It would remain so outside of their minds, and their minds would remain so outside of it. It would be dropped at last, however, after half an hour's gentle worrying, and the conversation would incline itself to public affairs. Mr. Carteret would find his natural level, the production of anecdote in regard to the formation of early ministries. He knew more than anyone else about the personages of whom certain cabinets would have consisted if they had not consisted of others. His favorite exercise was to illustrate how different everything might have been from what it was, and how the reason of the difference had always been somebody's inability to see his way, to accept the view of somebody else, a view usually at the time discussed in strict confidence with Mr. Carteret, who surrounded his actual violation of that confidence 30 years later with many precautions against scandal. In this retrospective vein, at the head of his table, the old gentleman enjoyed a hearing, or at any rate commanded a silence, often intense. Every one left it to someone else to ask another question. And when by chance someone else did so, every one was struck with admiration at any one's being able to say anything. Nick knew the moment when he himself would take a glass of a particular port and surreptitiously looking at his watch perceive it was 10 o'clock. That timepiece might as well mark 1830. All this would be a part of the suggestion of leisure that invariably descended upon him at Beauclere. The image of a sloping shore where the tide of time broke with a ripple too faint to be a warning. But there was another admonition almost equally sure to descend upon his spirit during a stroll in a summer hour about the grand abbey, to sink into it as the light lingered on the rough red walls and the local accent of the children sounded soft in the churchyard. It was simply the sense of England, a sort of apprehended revelation of his country. The dim annals of the place were sensibly, heavily in the air, foundations bafflingly early, a great monastic life, wars of the roses, with battles and bloods in the streets, and then the long quietude of the respectable centuries, all cornfields and magistrates and vicars. And these things were connected with an emotion that rose from the green country, the rich land so infinitely lived in, and laid on him a hand that was too ghostly to press, and yet somehow too urgent to be light. It produced a throb he couldn't have spoken of, it was so deep, and that was half imagination and half responsibility. These impressions melted together and made a general appeal of which, with his new honors as a legislator, he was the sentient subject. If he had a love for that particular scene of life, mightn't it have a love for him, and expect something of him? What fate could be so high as to grow old in a national affection? What a fine sort of reciprocity, making mere soreness of all the balms of indifference. The great church was still open, and he turned into it and wandered a little in the twilight that had gathered earlier there. The whole structure, with its immensity of height and distance, seemed to rest on tremendous facts, facts of achievement and endurance, and the huge Norman pillars to loom through the dimness like the ghosts of heroes. Nick was more struck with its thick earthly than with its fine spiritual reference, and he felt the oppression of his conscience as he walked slowly about. It was in his mind that nothing in life was really clear. All things were mingled and charged, and that patriotism might be an uplifting passion, even if it had to allow for Lord Bottomley and for Mr. Carteret's blindness on certain sides. He presently noticed that 7:30 was about to strike, and as he went back to his old friends, he couldn't have said if he walked in gladness or in gloom. "Mr. Carteret will be in the drawing-room at 7:45, sir," Chater mentioned, and Nick, as he went to dress, asked himself what was the use of being a member of Parliament if one was still sensitive to an intimation on the part of such a functionary ought already to have begun that business. Chater's words but meant that Mr. Carteret would expect to have a little comfortable conversation with him before dinner. Nick's usual rapidity in dressing was, however, quite adequate to the occasion, so that his host had not appeared when he went down. There were flowers in the unfeminine saloon, which contained several paintings in addition to the engravings of pictures of animals, but nothing could prevent its reminding Nick of a comfortable committee room. Mr. Carteret presently came in with his gold-headed stick, a laugh like a series of little warning coughs, and the air of embarrassment that our young man always perceived in him at first. He was almost 80, but was still shy. He laughed a great deal, faintly and vaguely, at nothing, as if to make up for the seriousness with which he took some jokes. He always began by looking away from his interlocutor, and it was only little by little that his eyes came round, after which their limpid and benevolent blue made you wonder why they should ever be circumspect. He was clean-shaven and had a long upper lip. When he had seated himself, he talked of majorities and showed a disposition to converse on the general subject of the fluctuation of Liberal gains. He had an extraordinary memory for facts of this sort, and could mention the figures relating to the returns from innumerable places in particular years. To many of these facts he attached great importance, in his simple, kindly, presupposing way, correcting himself 5 minutes later if he had said that in 1857 someone had had 6,014 instead of 6,004. Nick always felt a great hypocrite as he listened to him, in spite of the old man's courtesy, a thing so charming in itself that it would have been grossness to speak of him as a bore. The difficulty was that he took for granted all kinds of positive assent, and Nick, in such company, found himself steeped in an element of tacit pledges, which constituted the very medium of intercourse and yet made him draw his breath a little in pain when for a moment he measured them. There would have been no hypocrisy at all if he could have regarded Mr. Carteret as a mere sweet spectacle, the last, or almost the last, illustration of a departing tradition of manners. But he represented something more than manners. He represented what he believed to be morals and ideas, ideas as regards which he took your personal deference, not discovering how natural that was for participation. Nick liked to think that his father, though 10 years younger, had found it congruous to make his best friend of the owner of so nice a nature. It gave a softness to his feeling for that memory to be reminded that Sir Nicholas had been of the same general type, a type so pure, so disinterested, so concerned for the public good. Just so it endeared Mr. Carteret to him to perceive that he considered his father had done a definite work, prematurely interrupted, which had been an absolute benefit to the people of England. The oddity was, however, that though both Mr. Carteret's aspect and his appreciation were still so fresh, this relation of his to his late distinguished friend made the latter appear to Nick even more irrecoverably dead. The good old man had almost a vocabulary of his own, made up of old-fashioned political phrases, and quite untainted with the new terms, mostly borrowed from America. Indeed, his language and his tone made those of almost any one who might be talking with him sound by contrast rather American. He was, at least nowadays, never severe nor denunciatory, but sometimes in telling an anecdote he dropped such an expression as "the rascal said to me," or such an epithet as "the vulgar dog." Nick was always struck with the rare simplicity, it came out in his countenance, of one who had lived so long and seen so much of affairs that draw forth the passions and perversities of men. It often made him say to himself that Mr. Carteret must have had many odd parts to have been able to achieve with his means so many things requiring cleverness. It was as if experience, though coming to him in abundance, had dealt with him so clean-handedly as to leave no stain, and had moreover never provoked him to any general reflection. He had never proceeded in any ironic way from the particular to the general. Certainly he had never made a reflection upon anything so unparliamentary as life. He would have questioned the taste of such an extravagance, and if he had encountered it on the part of another, have regarded it as an imported foreign toy with the uses of which he was unacquainted. Life for him was a purely practical function, not a question of more or less showy phrasing. It must be added that he had, to Nick's perception, his variations, his back windows opening into grounds more private. That was visible from the way his eye grew cold and his whole polite face rather austere when he listened to something he didn't agree with, or perhaps even understand, as if his modesty didn't in strictness forbid the suspicion that a thing he didn't understand would have a probability against it. At such times there was something rather deadly in the silence in which he simply waited with a lapse in his face, not helping his interlocutor out. Nick would have been very sorry to attempt to communicate to him a matter he wouldn't be likely to understand. This cut off, of course, a multitude of subjects. The evening passed exactly as he had foreseen, even to the markedly prompt dispersal of the guests, two of whom were local men, earnest and distinct, though not particularly distinguished. The third was a young, slim, uninitiated gentleman whom Lord Bottomley brought with him, and concerning whom Nick was informed beforehand that he was engaged to be married to the Honourable Jane, his lordship's second daughter. There were recurrent allusions to Nick's victory, as to which he had the fear that he might appear to exhibit less interest in it than the company did. He took energetic precautions against this, and felt repeatedly a little spent with them, for the subject always came up once more. Yet it was not as his, but as theirs, that they liked the triumph. Mr. Carteret took leave of him for the night directly after the other guests had gone, using at this moment the words he had often used before: "You may sit up to any hour you like. I only ask that you don't read in bed." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 17. Nick's little visit was to terminate immediately after luncheon the following day. Much as the old man enjoyed his being there, he wouldn't have dreamed of asking for more of his time now that it had such great public uses. He liked infinitely better that his young friend should be occupied with parliamentary work than only occupied in talking it over with him. Talking it over, however, was the next best thing, as on the morrow, after breakfast, Mr. Carteret showed Nick he considered. They sat in the garden, the morning being warm, and the old man had a table beside him covered with the letters and newspapers the post had poured forth. He was proud of his correspondence, which was altogether on public affairs, and proud in a manner of the fact that he now dictated almost everything. That had more in it of the statesman in retirement, a character indeed not consciously assumed by Mr. Carteret, but always tacitly attributed to him by Nick, who took it rather from the pictorial point of view, remembering on each occasion only afterwards that though he was in retirement, he had not exactly been a statesman. A young man, a very sharp, handy young man, came every morning at 10 o'clock and wrote for him till luncheon. The young man had a holiday today in honor of Nick's visit, a fact the mention of which led Nick to make some not particularly sincere speech about his being ready to write anything if Mr. Carteret were at all pressed. "Ah, but your own budget, what will become of that?" the old gentleman objected, glancing at Nick's pockets as if rather surprised not to see them stuffed out with documents in split envelopes. His visitor had to confess that he had not directed his letters to meet him at Beauclere. He should find them in town that afternoon. This led to a little homily from Mr. Carteret which made him feel quite guilty. There was such an implication of neglected duty in the way the old man said, "You won't do them justice, you won't do them justice." He talked for 10 minutes in his rich, simple, urbane way about the fatal consequences of getting behind. It was his favorite doctrine that one should always be a little before, and his own eminently regular respiration seemed to illustrate the idea. A man was certainly before who had so much in his rear. This led to the bestowal of a good deal of general advice on the mistakes to avoid at the beginning of a parliamentary career, as to which Mr. Carteret spoke with the experience of one who had sat for 50 years in the House of Commons. Nick was amused, but also mystified, and even a little irritated by his talk. It was founded on the idea of observation, and yet our young man couldn't at all regard him as an observer. "He doesn't observe me," he said to himself. "If he did, he would see, he wouldn't think." The end of this private cogitation was a vague impatience of all the things his venerable host took for granted. He didn't see any of the things Nick saw. Some of these latter were the light touches the summer morning scattered through the sweet old garden. The time passed there a good deal as if it were sitting still with a plaid under its feet, while Mr. Carteret distilled a little more of the wisdom he had laid up in his 50 years. This immense term had something fabulous and monstrous for Nick, who wondered whether it were the sort of thing his companion supposed he had gone in for. It was not strange Mr. Carteret should be different, he might originally have been more. Well, to himself, Nick was not obliged to phrase it. What our young man meant was more of what it was perceptible to him that his old friend was not. Should even he, Nick, be like that at the end of 50 years? What Mr. Carteret was so good as to expect for him was that he should be much more distinguished, and wouldn't this exactly mean much more like that? Of course Nick heard some things he had heard before, as for instance the circumstances that had originally led the old man to settle at Beauclere. He had been returned for that borough, it was his second seat in years, far remote, and had come to live there because he then had a conscientious conviction, modified indeed by later experience, that a member should be constantly resident. He spoke of this now, smiling rosily, as he might have spoken of some wild aberration of his youth, yet he called Nick's attention to the fact that he still so far clung to his convictions as to hold, though of what might be urged on the other side he was perfectly aware that a representative should at least be as resident as possible. This gave Nick an opening for something that had been on and off his lips all the morning. "According to that, I ought to take up my abode at Harsh. In the measure of the convenient, I shouldn't be sorry to see you do it." "It ought to be rather convenient," Nick largely smiled. "I've got a piece of news for you which I've kept, as one keeps that sort of thing, for it's very good, till the last." He waited a little to see if Mr. Carteret would guess, and at first thought nothing would come of this. But after resting his young-looking eyes on him for a moment, the old man said, "I should indeed be very happy to hear that you've arranged to take a wife." "Mrs. Dallow has been so good as to say she'll marry me," Nick returned. "That's very suitable. I should think it would answer. It's very jolly," said Nick. It was well Mr. Carteret was not what his guest called observant, or he might have found a lower pitch in the sound of this sentence than in the sense. "Your dear father would have liked it." "So my mother says, and she must be delighted." "Mrs. Dallow, do you mean?" Nick asked. "I was thinking of your mother, but I don't exclude the charming lady. I remember her as a little girl. I must have seen her at Windrush. Now I understand the fine spirit with which she threw herself into your canvass." "It was her they elected," said Nick. "I don't know," his host went on, "that I've never been an enthusiast for political women, but there's no doubt that in approaching the mass of electors a graceful, affable manner, the manner of the real English lady, is a force not to be despised." "Julia's a real English lady, and at the same time a very political woman," Nick remarked. "Isn't it rather in the family? I remember once going to see her mother in town and finding the leaders of both parties sitting with her." "My principal friend of the others is her brother Peter. I don't think he troubles himself much about that sort of thing," said Nick. "What does he trouble himself about?" Mr. Carteret asked with a certain gravity. "He's in the diplomatic service. He's a secretary in Paris." "That may be serious," said the old man. "He takes a great interest in the theatre. I suppose you'll say that may be serious too," Nick laughed. "Oh!" And Mr. Carteret looked as if he scarcely understood. Then he continued, "Well, it can't hurt you." "It can't hurt me?" "If Mrs. Dallow takes an interest in your interests. When a man's in my situation he feels as if nothing could hurt him." "I'm very glad you're happy," said Mr. Carteret. He rested his mild eyes on our young man, who had a sense of seeing in them for a moment the faint ghost of an old story, the last strange flicker, as from cold ashes, of a flame that had become the memory of a memory. This glimmer of wonder and envy, the revelation of a life intensely celibate, was for an instant infinitely touching. Nick had harbored a theory, suggested by a vague allusion from his father, who had been discreet, that their benevolent friend had had in his youth an unhappy love affair which had led him to forswear forever the commerce of woman. What remained in him of conscious renunciation gave a throb as he looked at his bright companion, who proposed to take the matter so much the other way. "It's good to marry, and I think it's right. I've not done right, I know that. If she's a good woman it's the best thing," Mr. Carteret went on. "It's what I've been hoping for you. Sometimes I've thought of speaking to you." "She's a very good woman," said Nick. "And I hope she's not poor." Mr. Carteret spoke exactly with the same blandness. "No, indeed, she's rich. Her husband, whom I knew and liked, left her a large fortune." "And on what terms does she enjoy it?" "I haven't the least idea," said Nick. Mr. Carteret considered. "I see. It doesn't concern you. It needn't concern you," he added in a moment. Nick thought of his mother at this, but he returned, "I dare say she can do what she likes with her money." "So can I, my dear young friend," said Mr. Carteret. Nick tried not to look conscious, for he felt the significance in the old man's face. He turned his own everywhere but toward it, thinking again of his mother. "That must be very pleasant if one has any." "I wish you had a little more." "I don't particularly care," said Nick. "Your marriage will assist you. You can't help that," Mr. Carteret declared. "But I should like you to be under obligations not quite so heavy." "Oh, I'm so obliged to her for caring for me." "That the rest doesn't count. Certainly it's nice of her to like you. But why shouldn't she? Other people do." "Some of them make me feel as if I abused it," said Nick, looking at his host. "That is, they don't make me, but I feel it," he corrected. "I've no son," and Mr. Carteret spoke as if his companion mightn't have been sure. "Shan't you be very kind to her?" he pursued. "You'll gratify her ambition." "Oh, she thinks me cleverer than I am." "That's because she's in love," the old gentleman hinted as if this were very subtle. "However, you must be as clever as we think you. If you don't prove so—" and he paused with his folded hands. "Well, if I don't?" asked Nick. "Oh, it won't do, it won't do," said Mr. Carteret in a tone his companion was destined to remember afterwards. "I say I've no son," he continued, "but if I had had one he should have risen high. It's well for me such a person doesn't exist. I shouldn't easily have found a wife. He would have gone to the altar with a little money in his pocket." "That would have been the least of his advantages, sir," Nick declared. "When are you to be married?" Mr. Carteret asked. "And that's the question Julia won't yet say." "Well," said the old man without the least flourish, "you may consider that when it comes off I'll make you a settlement." "I feel your kindness more than I can express," Nick replied, "but that will probably be the moment when I shall be least conscious of wanting anything." "You'll appreciate it later. You'll appreciate it very soon. I shall like you to appreciate it," Mr. Carteret went on, as if he had a just vision of the way a young man of a proper spirit should feel. Then he added, "Your father would have liked you to appreciate it." "Poor father!" Nick exclaimed vaguely, rather embarrassed, reflecting on the oddity of a position in which the ground for holding up his head as the husband of a rich woman would be that he had accepted a present of money from another source. It was plain he was not fated to go in for independence. The most that he could treat himself to would be dependence that was duly grateful. "How much do you expect of me?" he inquired with a grave face. "Well, Nicholas, only what your father did. He so often spoke of you. I remember at the last, just after you had been with him alone. You know I saw him then. He was greatly moved by his interview with you, and so was I by what he told me of it. He said he should live on in you, he should work in you. It has always given me a special feeling, if I may use the expression, about you." "The feelings are indeed not usual, dear Mr. Carteret, which munificent a form. But you do, oh you do, expect too much," Nick brought himself to say. "I expect you to repay me," the old man returned gaily. "As for the form, I have it in my mind." "The form of payment?" "The form of payment." "Ah, don't talk of that now," said Nick, "for you see nothing else is settled. No one has been told except my mother. She has only consented to my telling you." "Lady Agnes, do you mean?" "Ah no, dear mother would like to publish it on the housetop. She's so glad. She wants us to have it over to morrow. But Julia herself," Nick explained, "wishes to wait. Therefore kindly mention it for the present to no one." "My dear boy, there's at this rate nothing to mention. What does Julia want to wait for?" "Till I like her better? That's what she says." "It's the way to make you like her worse," Mr. Carteret knowingly declared. "Hasn't she your affection?" "So much so that her delay makes me exceedingly unhappy." Mr. Carteret looked at his young friend as if he didn't strike him as quite wretched, but he put the question, "Then what more does she want?" Nick laughed out at this, though perceiving his host hadn't meant it as an epigram, while the latter resumed, "I don't understand. You're engaged or you're not engaged." "She is, but I'm not. That's what she says about it. The trouble is she doesn't believe in me." Mr. Carteret shone with his candour. "Doesn't she love you then?" "That's what I ask her. Her answer is that she loves me only too well. She's so afraid of being a burden to me that she gives me my freedom till I've taken another year to think." "I like the way you talk about other years," Mr. Carteret cried. "You had better do it while I'm here to bless you." "She thinks I'm proposed to her because she got me in for Harsh," said Nick. "Well, I'm sure it would be a very pretty return." "Ah, she doesn't believe in me," the young man repeated. "Then I don't believe in her." "Don't say that. Don't say that. She's a very rare creature, but she's proud, shy, suspicious." "Suspicious of what?" "Of everything. She thinks I'm not persistent." "Uh-oh," Nick's host deprecated such freedom. "She can't believe I shall arrive at true eminence." "A good wife should believe what her husband believes," said Mr. Carteret. "Ah, unfortunately," and Nick took the words at a run, "I don't believe it either." Mr. Carteret, who might have been watching an odd physical rush, spoke with a certain dryness. "Your dear father did." "I think of that. I think of that," Nick replied. "Certainly it will help me. If I say we're engaged," he went on, "it's because I consider it so. She gives me my liberty, but I don't take it. Does she expect you to take back your word? That's what I ask her. She never will. Therefore we're as good as tied." "I don't like it," said Mr. Carteret after a moment. "I don't like ambiguous, uncertain situations. They please me much better when they're definite and clear." The retreat of expression had been sounded in his face, the aspect it wore when he wished not to be encouraging. But after an instant he added in a tone more personal, "Don't disappoint me, dear boy." "Ah, not willingly," his visitor protested. "I've told you what I should like to do for you. See that the conditions come about promptly in which I may do it." "Are you sure you do everything to satisfy Mrs. Dallow?" Mr. Carteret continued. "I think I'm very nice to her," Nick declared, "but she's so ambitious. Frankly speaking, it's a pity for her that she likes me." "She can't help that," the old man charmingly said. "Possibly. But isn't it a reason for taking me as I am? What she wants to do is to take me as I may be a year hence." "I don't understand, since you tell me that even then she won't take back her word," said Mr. Carteret. "If she doesn't marry me I think she'll never marry again at all." "What then does she gain by delay?" "Simply this, as I make it out," said Nick, "that she'll feel she has been very magnanimous. She won't have to reproach herself with not having given me a chance to change." "To change? What does she think you liable to do?" Nick had a pause. "I don't know." He then said, not at all candidly, "Everything is altered. Young people in my day looked at these questions more naturally," Mr. Carteret observed. "A woman in love has no need to be magnanimous. If she plays too fair she isn't in love," he added shrewdly. "Oh, Julia's safe she's safe," Nick smiled. "If it were a question between you and another gentleman one might comprehend. But what does it mean between you and nothing?" "I'm much obliged to you, sir," Nick returned. "The trouble is that she doesn't know what she has got hold of." "Ah, if you can make it clear to her!" And his friend showed the note of impatience. "I'm such a humbug," said the young man; and while his companion stared he continued, "I deceive people without in the least intending it." "What on earth do you mean? Are you deceiving me?" "I don't know. It depends on what you think." "I think you're flighty," said Mr. Carteret, with the nearest approach to sternness Nick had ever observed in him. "I never thought so before." "Forgive me. It's all right. I'm not frivolous. That I promise you I'm not." "You have deceived me if you are." "It's all right," Nick stammered with a blush. "Remember your name. Carry it high." "I will, as high as possible." "You've no excuse. Don't tell me after your speeches at Harsh." Nick was on the point of declaring again that he was a humbug, so vivid was his inner sense of what he thought of his factitious public utterances, which had the cursed property of creating dreadful responsibilities and importunate credulities for him. If he was clever, ah, the idiotic clever, what fools many other people were! He repressed his impulse, and Mr. Carteret pursued: "If, as you express it, Mrs. Dallow doesn't know what she has got hold of, won't it clear the matter up a little by informing her that the day before your marriage is definitely settled to take place you'll come into something comfortable?" A quick vision of what Mr. Carteret would be likely to regard as something comfortable flitted before Nick, but it didn't prevent his replying: "Oh, I'm afraid that won't do any good. It would make her like you better, but it wouldn't make her like me. I'm afraid she won't care for any benefit that comes to me from another hand than hers. Her affection's a very jealous sentiment." "It's a very peculiar one," sighed Mr. Carteret. "Mine's a jealous sentiment too. However, if she takes it that way don't tell her." "I'll let you know as soon as she comes round," said Nick. "And you'll tell your mother?" Mr. Carteret returned. "I shall like her to know." "It will be delightful news to her. But she's keen enough already." "I know that. I may mention now that she has written to me," the old man added. So I suspected. We've corresponded on the subject, Mr. Carteret continued to confess. My view of the advantageous character of such an alliance has entirely coincided with hers. It was very good-natured of you, then, to leave me to speak first, said Nick. I should have been disappointed if you hadn't. I don't like all you've told me, but don't disappoint me now. Dear Mr. Carteret, Nick vaguely and richly sounded. I won't disappoint you, that gentleman went on, with a finer point while he looked at his big old-fashioned watch. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 18. At first, Peter Sherringham thought of asking to be transferred to another post, and went so far in London as to take what he believed good advice on the subject. The advice perhaps struck him as the better for consisting of a strong recommendation to do nothing so foolish. 2 or 3 reasons were mentioned to him why such a request would not, in the particular circumstances, raise him in the esteem of his superiors, and he promptly recognized their force. He next became aware that it might help him, not with his superiors, but with himself, to apply for an extension of leave, and then on further reflection made out that, though there are some dangers before which it is perfectly consistent with honor to flee, it was better for everyone concerned that he should fight this especial battle on the spot. During his holiday, his plan of campaign gave him plenty of occupation. He refurbished his arms, rubbed up his strategy, laid down his lines of defense. There was only one thing in life his mind had been much made up to, but on this question he had never wavered. He would get on to the utmost in his profession. There was a point on which it was perfectly lawful to be unamiable to others, to be vigilant, eager, suspicious, selfish. He had not, in fact, been unamiable to others, for his affairs had not required it. He had got on well enough without hardening his heart. Fortune had been kind to him, and he had passed so many competitors on the way that he could forswear jealousy and be generous. But he had always flattered himself his hand wouldn't falter on the day he should find it necessary to drop bitterness into his cup. This day would be sure to dawn, since no career could be all clear water to the end, and then the sacrifice would find him ready. His mind was familiar with the thought of a sacrifice. It is true that no great plainness invested beforehand the occasion, the object, or the victim. All that particularly stood out was that the propitiatory offering would have to be some cherished enjoyment. Very likely indeed this enjoyment would be associated with the charms of another person, a probability pregnant with the idea that such charms would have to be dashed out of sight. At any rate, it never had occurred to Sherringham that he himself might be the sacrifice. You had to pay to get on, but at least you borrowed from others to do it. When you couldn't borrow, you didn't get on, for what was the situation in life in which you met the whole requisition yourself? Least of all had it occurred to our friend that the wrench might come through his interest in that branch of art on which Nick Dormer had rallied him. The beauty of a love of the theatre was precisely in its being a passion exercised on the easiest terms. This was not the region of responsibility. It was sniffed at to its discredit by the austere, but if it was not, as such people said, a serious field, was not the compensation just that you couldn't be seriously entangled in it? Sherringham's great advantage, as he regarded the matter, was that he had always kept his taste for the drama quite in its place. His facetious cousin was free to pretend that it sprawled through his life, but this was nonsense, as any unprejudiced observer of that life would unhesitatingly attest. There had not been the least sprawling, and his interest in the art of Garrick had never, he was sure, made him in any degree ridiculous. It had never drawn down from above anything approaching a reprimand, a remonstrance, a remark. Sherringham was positively proud of his discretion, for he was not a little proud of what he did know about the stage. Trifling for trifling, there were plenty of his fellows who had in their lives infatuations less edifying and less confessable. Hadn't he known men who collected old invitation cards and were ready to commit basuses for those of the 18th century? Hadn't he known others who had a secret passion for shuffleboard? His little weaknesses were intellectual. They were a part of the life of the mind. All the same, on the day they showed a symptom of interfering, they should be plucked off with a turn of the wrist. Sherringham scented interference now, an interference in rather an invidious form. It might be a bore, from the point of view of the profession, to find one's self as a critic of the stage in love with a coquine, but it was as much a greater bore to find oneself in love with a young woman whose character remained to be estimated. Miriam Rooth was neither fish nor flesh. One had with her neither the guarantees of one's own class nor the immunities of hers. What was hers if one came to that? A rare ambiguity on this point was part of the fascination she had ended by throwing over him. Poor Peter's scheme for getting on had contained no proviso against his falling in love, but it had embodied an important clause on the subject of surprises. It was always a surprise to fall in love, especially if one was looking out for it. So this contingency had not been worth official paper. But it became a man who respected the service he had undertaken for the state to be on his guard against predicaments from which the only issue was the rigor of matrimony. Ambition in the career was probably consistent with marrying, but only with opening one's eyes very wide to do it. That was the fatal surprise, to be led to the altar in a dream. Sherringham's view of the proprieties attached to such a step was high and strict, and if he held that a man in his position was, above all, as the position improved, essentially a representative of the greatness of his country, he considered that the wife of such a personage would exercise in her degree, for instance at a foreign court, a function no less symbolic. She would, in short, always be a very important quantity, and the scene was strewn with illustrations of this general truth. She might be such a help and might be such a blight that common prudence required some test of her in advance. Sherringham had seen women in the career who were stupid or vulgar make such a mess of things as would wring your heart. Then he had his positive idea of the perfect ambassadress, the full-blown lily of the future, and with this idea Miriam Rooth presented no analogy whatever. The girl had described herself with characteristic directness as all right, and so she might be. So she assuredly was, only all right for what? He had made out she was not sentimental, that whatever capacity she might have for responding to a devotion or for desiring it was at any rate not in the direction of vague philandering. With him certainly she had no disposition to philander. Sherringham almost feared to dwell on this, lest it should beget in him a rage convertible mainly into caring for her more. Rage or no rage, it would be charming to be in love with her if there were no complications, but the complications were just what was clearest in the prospect. He was perhaps cold-blooded to think of them, but it must be remembered that they were the particular thing his training had equipped him for dealing with. He was, at all events, not too cold-blooded to have, for the 2 months of his holiday, very little inner vision of anything more abstract than Miriam's face. The desire to see it again was as pressing as thirst, but he tried to practice the endurance of the traveler in the desert. He kept the channel between them, but his spirit consumed every day an inch of the interval until, and it was not long, there were no more inches left. The last thing he expected the future ambassadress to have been was fille de théâtre. The answer to this objection was, of course, that Miriam was not yet so much of one, but that he could easily, by a handsome worldly offer, arrest her development. Then came worrying retorts to that, chief among which was the sense that to his artistic conscience arresting her development would be a plan combining on his part fatuity, not to say imbecility, with baseness. It was exactly to her development the poor girl had the greatest right, and he shouldn't really alter anything by depriving her of it. Wasn't she the artist to the tips of her tresses, the ambassadress never in the world, and wouldn't she take it out in something else if one were to make her deviate? So certain was that demonic gift to insist ever on its own. Besides, could one make her deviate? If she had no disposition to philander, what was his warrant for supposing she could be corrupted into respectability? How could the career, his career, speak to a nature that had glimpses as vivid as they were crude of such a different range, and for which success meant quite another sauce to the dish? Would the brilliancy of marrying Peter Sherringham be such a bribe to relinquishment? How could he think so without pretensions of the sort he pretended exactly not to flaunt? How could he put himself forward as so high a prize? Relinquishment of the opportunity to exercise a rare talent was not, in the nature of things, an easy effort to a young lady who was herself presumptuous as well as ambitious. Besides, she might eat her cake and have it, might make her fortune both on the stage and in the world. Successful actresses had ended by marrying dukes, and was not that better than remaining obscure and marrying a commoner? There were moments when he tried to pronounce the girl's gift not a force to reckon with. There was so little to show for it as yet that the caprice of believing in it would perhaps suddenly leave him. But his conviction that it was real was too uneasy to make such an experiment peaceful, and he came back moreover to his deepest impression, that of her being of the inward mould for which the only consistency is the play of genius. Hadn't Madame Carré declared at the last that she could do anything? It was true that Madame Carré had been mistaken in the first place. She might also be mistaken in the second, but in this latter case she would be mistaken with him, and such an error would be too like a truth. How further shall we exactly measure for him? Sherringham felt the discomfort of the advantage Miriam had of him, the advantage of her presenting herself in a light that rendered any passion he might entertain an implication of duty as well as of pleasure. Why there should have been this implication was more than he could say. Sometimes he held himself rather abject, or at least absurdly superstitious, for seeing it. He didn't know, he could scarcely conceive of another case of the same general type in which he would have recognized it. In foreign countries there were very few ladies of Miss Rooth's intended profession who would not have regarded it as too strong an order that, to console them for not being admitted into drawing-rooms, they should have no offset but the exercise of a virtue in which no one would believe. This was because in foreign countries actresses were not admitted into drawing-rooms. That was a pure English drollery, ministering equally little to real histrionics and to the higher tone of these resorts. Did the oppressive sanctity which made it a burden to have to reckon with his young friend come then from her being English? Peter could recall cases in which that privilege operated as little as possible as a restriction. It came a great deal from Mrs. Rooth, in whom he apprehended depths of calculation as to what she might achieve for her daughter by working the idea of life blameless amid dire obsessions. Her romantic turn of mind wouldn't in the least prevent her regarding that idea as a substantial capital to be laid out to the best worldly advantage. Miriam's essential irreverence was capable on the pretext of making mincemeat of it that he was sure of, for the only capital she recognized was the talent which some day managers and agents would outbid each other in paying for. Yet as a creature easy at so many points, she was fond of her mother, would do anything to oblige, that might work in all sorts of ways, and would probably like the loose slippers of blamelessness quite as well as having to meet some of the queer high standards of the opposite camp. Sherringham, I may add, had no desire that she should indulge a different preference. It was distasteful to him to compute the probabilities of a young lady's misbehaving for his advantage. That seemed to him definitely base, and he would have thought himself a blackguard if, even when a prey to his desire, he had not wished the thing that was best for the object of it. The thing best for Miriam might be to become the wife of the man to whose suit she should incline her ear. That this would be the best thing for the gentleman in question by no means, however, equally followed, and Sherringham's final conviction was that it would never do for him to act the part of that hypothetic personage. He asked for no removal and no extension of leave, and he proved to himself how well he knew what he was about by never addressing a line during his absence to the Hôtel de la Garonne. He would simply go straight, inflicting as little injury on Peter Sherringham as on anyone else. He remained away to the last hour of his privilege and continued to act lucidly in having nothing to do with the mother and daughter for several days after his return to Paris. It was when this discipline came to an end one afternoon after a week had passed that he felt most the force of the reference we have just made to Mrs. Rooth's private calculations. He found her at home alone, writing a letter under the lamp, and as soon as he came in she cried out that he was the very person to whom the letter was addressed. She could bear it no longer. She had permitted herself to reproach him with his terrible silence, to ask why he had quite forsaken them. It was an illustration of the way in which her visitor had come to regard her that he put rather less than more faith into this description of the crumpled papers lying on the table. He was not even sure he quite believed Miriam to have just gone out. He told her mother how busy he had been all the while he was away, and how much time, above all, he had had to give in London to seeing on her daughter's behalf the people connected with the theatres. "Ah, if you pity, tell me you've got her an engagement," Mrs. Rooth cried while she clasped her hands. "I took a great deal of trouble. I wrote ever so many notes, sought introductions, talked with people, such impossible people, some of them. In short, I knocked at every door. I went into the question exhaustively." And he enumerated the things he had done, reported on some of the knowledge he had gathered. The difficulties were immense, and even with the influence he could command, such as it was, there was very little to be achieved in the face of them. Still, he had gained ground. 2 or 3 approachable fellows, men with inferior theatres, had listened to him better than the others, and there was one in particular whom he had a hope he really might have interested. From him he had extracted benevolent assurances. This person would see Miriam, would listen to her, would do for her what he could. The trouble was that no one would lift a finger for a girl unless she were known, and yet that she never could become known till innumerable fingers had been lifted. You couldn't go into the water unless you could swim, and you couldn't swim until you had been in the water. But new performers appear. They get theatres, they get audiences, they get notices in the newspapers, Mrs. Rooth objected. "I know of these things only what Miriam tells me. It's no knowledge that I was born to." "It's perfectly true. It's all done with money." "And how do they come by money?" Mrs. Rooth candidly asked. "When they're women, people give it to them." "Well, what people now?" "People who believe in them." "As you believe in Miriam?" Peter had a pause. "No, rather differently. A poor man doesn't believe in anything the same way that a rich man does." "Ah, don't call yourself poor," groaned Mrs. Rooth. "What good would it do me to be rich?" "Why, you could take a theatre. You could do it all yourself." "And what good would that do me?" "And don't you delight in her genius?" demanded Mrs. Rooth. "I delight in her mother." "You think me more disinterested than I am," Sherringham added with a certain soreness of irritation. "I know why you didn't write," Mrs. Rooth declared archly. "You must go to London," Peter said without heeding this remark. "Ah, if we could only get there it would be a relief. I should draw a long breath. There at least I know where I am and what people are. But here one lives on hollow ground." "The sooner you get away the better," our young man went on. "I know why you say that. It's just what I'm explaining. I couldn't have held out if I hadn't been so sure of Miriam," said Mrs. Rooth. "Well, you needn't hold out any longer." "Don't you trust her?" asked Sherringham's hostess. "Trust her? You don't trust yourself. That's why you were silent, why we might have thought you were dead, why we might have perished ourselves." "I don't think I understand you. I don't know what you're talking about," Peter returned. "But it doesn't matter." "Doesn't it? Let yourself go. Why should you struggle?" the old woman agreeably inquired. Her unexpected insistence annoyed her visitor, and he was silent again, meeting her eyes with reserve and on the point of telling her that he didn't like her tone. But he had his tongue under such control that he was able presently to say instead of this, and it was a relief to him to give audible voice to the reflection, "It's a great mistake either way for a man to be in love with an actress. Either it means nothing serious, and what's the use of that, or it means everything, and that's still more delusive." Delusive? Idle, unprofitable. Surely a pure affection is its own beautiful reward, Mrs. Rooth pleaded with soft reasonableness. In such a case, how can it be pure? I thought you were talking of an English gentleman, she replied. Call the poor fellow whatever you like, a man with his life to lead, his way to make, his work, his duties, his career to attend to. If it means nothing, as I say, the thing it means least of all is marriage. Oh, my poor Miriam, Mrs. Rooth wailed. Fancy, on the other hand, the complication when such a man marries a woman who's on the stage. Mrs. Rooth looked as if she were trying to follow. Miriam isn't on the stage yet. Go to London, and she soon will be. Yes, and then you'll have your excuse. My excuse? For deserting us altogether. He broke into a laugh at this. The logic was so droll. Then he went on, show me some good acting, and I won't desert you. Good acting? Ah, what's the best acting compared with the position of a true English lady? If you'll take her as she is, you may have her, Mrs. Rooth suddenly added. As she is, with all her ambitions unassuaged? To marry you? Might not that be an ambition? A very paltry one. Don't answer for her. Don't attempt that, said Peter. You can do much better. Do you think you can? Smiled Mrs. Rooth. I don't want to. I only want to let it alone. She's an artist. You must give her her head, the young man pursued. You must always give an artist his head. But I've known great ladies who were artists. In English society there's always a field. Don't talk to me of English society. Thank goodness, in the first place, I don't live in it. Do you want her to give up her genius? He demanded. I thought you didn't care for it. She'd say, no, I thank you, dear mamma. My wonderful child, Mrs. Rooth almost comprehendingly murmured. Have you ever proposed to her? Proposed it? That she should give up trying. Mrs. Rooth hesitated, looking down. Not for the reason you mean. We don't talk about love, she simpered. Then it's so much less time wasted. Don't stretch out your hand to the worse when it may some day grasp the better, Peter continued. Mrs. Rooth raised her eyes at him as if recognizing the force there might be in that, and he added, let her blaze out, let her look about her. Then you may talk to me if you like. It's very puzzling, the old woman artlessly sighed. He laughed again and then said, now don't tell me I'm not a good friend. You are indeed. You're a very noble gentleman. That's just why a quiet life with you, it wouldn't be quiet for me, he broke in. And that's not what Miriam was made for. Don't say that, for my precious one, Mrs. Rooth quavered. Go to London, her visitor repeated. Thoughtfully, after an instant, she extended her hand and took from the table the letter on the composition of which he had found her engaged. Then with a quick movement she tore it up. That's what Mr. Dashwood says. Mr. Dashwood? I forgot you don't know him. He's the brother of that lady we met the day you were so good as to receive us, the one who was so kind to us, Mrs. Lovick. I never heard of him. Don't you remember how she spoke of him, and that Mr. Lovick didn't seem very nice about him? She told us that if he were to meet us, and she was so good as to intimate that it would be a pleasure to him to do so, he might give us, as she said, a tip. Peter achieved the effort to recollect. Yes, he comes back to me. He's an actor. He's a gentleman, too, said Mrs. Rooth. And you've met him, and he has given you a tip. As I say, he wants us to go to London. I see. But even I can tell you that. Oh, yes, said Mrs. Rooth, but he says he can help us. Keep hold of him, then, if he's in the business. Peter was all for that. He's a perfect gentleman, said Mrs. Rooth. He's immensely struck with Miriam. Better and better. Keep hold of him. Well, I'm glad you don't object, she grimaced. Why should I object? You don't regard us as all your own. My own? Why, I regard you as the public's, the world's. She gave a little shudder. There's a sort of chill in that. It's grand, but it's cold. However, I needn't hesitate then to tell you that it's with Mr. Dashwood Miriam has gone out. Why hesitate, gracious heaven? But in the next breath Sherringham asked, Where have they gone? You don't like it, his hostess laughed. Why should it be a thing to be enthusiastic about? Well, he's charming and I trust him. So do I, said Sherringham. They've gone to see Madame Carré. She has come back, then? She was expected back last week. Miriam wants to show her how she has improved. And has she improved? How can I tell with my mother's heart? Asked Mrs. Rooth. I don't judge. I only wait and pray. Mr. Dashwood thinks she's wonderful. That's a blessing. And when did he turn up? About a fortnight ago. We met Mrs. Lovick at the English church, and she was so good as to recognize us and speak to us. She said she had been away with her children. Otherwise she'd have come to see us. She had just returned to Paris. Yes, I've not yet seen her. I see Lovick, Peter added, but he doesn't talk of his brother-in-law. I didn't that day like his tone about him, Mrs. Rooth observed. We walked a little way with Mrs. Lovick after church, and she asked Miriam about her prospects, and if she were working. Miriam said she had no prospects. That wasn't very nice to me, Sherringham commented. But when you had left us in black darkness, what were our prospects? I see, it's all right, go on. Then Mrs. Lovick said her brother was to be in Paris a few days, and she would tell him to come and see us. He arrived, she told him, and he came. Voila, said Mrs. Rooth. So that now, so far as he is concerned, Miss Rooth has prospects. He isn't a manager, unfortunately, she qualified. Where does he act? He isn't acting just now. He has been abroad. He has been to Italy, I believe, and is just stopping here on his way to London. I see he is a perfect gentleman, said Sherringham. Ah, you're jealous of him. No, but you're trying to make me so. The more competitors there are for the glory of bringing her out, the better for her. Mr. Dashwood wants to take a theatre, said Mrs. Rooth. Then perhaps he's our man. Oh, if you'd help him, she richly cried. Help him? Help him to help us. We'll all work together. It will be very jolly, said Sherringham gaily. It's a sacred cause, the love of art, and we shall be a happy band. Dashwood's his name, he added in a moment. Mrs. Lovick wasn't a Dashwood. It's his nom de théâtre, Basil Dashwood. Do you like it? Mrs. Rooth wonderfully inquired. You say that as Miriam might. Her talent's catching. She's always practising, always saying things over and over to seize the tone. I've her voice in my ears. He wants her not to have any. Not to have any what? Any nom de théâtre. He wants her to use her own. He likes it so much. He says it will do so well. You can't better it. He's a capital adviser, said Sherringham, getting up. I'll come back tomorrow. I won't ask you to wait for them. They may be so long, his hostess returned. Will he come back with her? Peter asked while he smoothed his hat. I hope so, at this hour. With my child in the streets, I tremble. We don't live in cabs, as you may easily suppose. Did they go on foot? Sherringham continued. Oh, yes, they started in high spirits. And is Mr. Basil Dashwood acquainted with Madame Carré? Ah, no, but he longed to be introduced to her. He persuaded Miriam to take him. Naturally, she wishes to oblige him. She's very nice to him, if he can do anything. Quite right, that's the way, Peter cheerfully rang out. And she also wanted him to see what she can do for the great critic, Mrs. Rooth added, that terrible old woman in the red wig. That's what I should like to see too, Peter permitted himself to acknowledge. Oh, she has gone ahead. She's pleased with herself. Work, 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 said Madame Carré. Well, she has worked, worked, worked. That's what Mr. Dashwood is pleased with even more than with other things. What do you mean by other things? Oh, her genius and her fine appearance. He approves of her fine appearance? I ask because you think he knows what will take. I know why you ask, Mrs. Rooth bravely mocked. He says it will be worth hundreds of thousands to her. That's the sort of thing I like to hear, Peter returned. I'll come in tomorrow, he repeated. And shall you mind if Mr. Dashwood's here? Does he come every day? Oh, they're always at it. At it? He was vague. Why, she acts to him every sort of thing, and he says if it will do. How many days has he been here then? Mrs. Rooth reflected. Oh, I don't know. Since he turned up, they've passed so quickly. So far from minding it, I'm eager to see him, Sherringham declared. And I can imagine nothing better than what you describe, if he isn't an awful ass." "Dear me, if he isn't clever you must tell us. We can't afford to be deceived," Mrs. Rooth innocently wailed. "What do we know? How can we judge?" she appealed. He had a pause, his hand on the latch. "Oh, I'll tell you frankly what I think of him." Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 19. When he got into the street he looked about him for a cab, but was obliged to walk some distance before encountering one. In this little interval he saw no reason to modify the determination he had formed in descending the steep staircase of the Hôtel de la Garonne. Indeed, the desire prompting it only quickened his pace. He had an hour to spare, and would also go to see Madame Carré. If Miriam and her companion had proceeded to the Rue de Constantinople on foot, he would probably reach the house as soon as they. It was all quite logical. He was eager to see Miriam. That was natural enough, and he had admitted to Mrs. Rooth that he was keen on the subject of Mrs. Lovick's theatrical brother, in whom such effective aid might perhaps reside. To catch Miriam really revealing herself to the old actress after the jump she believed herself to have taken, since that was her errand, would be a very happy stroke, the thought of which made her benefactor impatient. He presently found his cab, and as he bounded in bade the coachman drive fast. He learned from Madame Carré's portress that her illustrious locataire was at home, and that a lady and a gentleman had gone up some time before. In the little ante-chamber after his admission he heard a high voice come from the salon, and stopping a moment to listen, noted that Miriam was already launched in a recitation. He was able to make out the words, all the more that before he could prevent the movement of the maid-servant who had let him in had already opened the door of the room, one of the leaves of it there being, as in most French doors, two of these, before which within a heavy curtain was suspended. Miriam was in the act of rolling out some speech from the English poetic drama. For I'm sick and capable of fears, oppressed with wrongs, and therefore full of fears. He recognized one of the great tirades of Shakespeare's Constance, and saw she had just begun the magnificent scene at the beginning of the third act of King John, in which the passionate, injured mother and widow sweeps in wild organ tones the entire scale of her irony and wrath. The curtain concealed him, and he lurked 3 minutes after he had motioned to the femme de chambre to retire on tiptoe. The trio in the salon, absorbed in the performance, had apparently not heard his entrance or the opening of the door, which was covered by the girl's splendid declamation. Peter listened intently, arrested by the spirit with which she attacked her formidable verses. He had needed to hear her set afloat but a dozen of them to measure the long stride she had taken in his absence. They assured him she had leaped into possession of her means. He remained where he was till she arrived at, "Then speak again, not all thy former tale, but this one word, whether thy tale be true." This apostrophe, briefly responded to in another voice, gave him time quickly to raise the curtain and show himself, passing into the room with a go on," and a gesture earnestly deprecating a stop. Miriam, in the full swing of her part, paused but for an instant and let herself ring out again, while Peter sank into the nearest chair, and she fixed him with her illumined eyes, that is, with those of the raving Constance. Madame Carré, buried in her chair, kissed her hand to him, and a young man who near the girl stood giving the cue stared at him over the top of a little book. "Admirable, magnificent, go on, Sherringham, repeated. "Go on to the end of the scene. Do it all." Miriam's color rose, yet he as quickly felt that she had no personal emotion in seeing him again. The cold passion of art had perched on her banner, and she listened to herself with an ear as vigilant as if she had been a Paganini drawing a fiddle bow. This effect deepened as she went on, rising and rising to the great occasion, moving with extraordinary ease and in the largest, clearest style at the dizzy height of her idea. That she had an idea was visible enough, and that the whole thing was very different from all Sherringham had hitherto heard her attempt. It belonged quite to another class of effort. She was now the finished statue lifted from the ground to its pedestal. It was the one artless thing that glimmered like a young joy through the tragic mask of Constance, and Sherringham's heart beat faster as he caught it in her face. It only showed her as more intelligent, and yet there had been a time when he thought her stupid. Masterful, the whole spirit in which she carried the scene, making him cry to himself from point to point how she feels it, sees it, and really renders it. He looked now and again at Madame Carré and saw she had in her lap an open book, apparently a French prose version, brought by her visitors, of the play. But she never either glanced at him or at the volume. She only sat screwing into the girl her hard, bright eyes, polished by experience like fine old brasses. The young man, uttering the lines of the other speakers, was attentive in another degree. He followed Miriam in his own copy to keep sure of the cue, but he was elated and expressive, was evidently even surprised. He colored and smiled, and when he extended his hand to assist Constance to rise, after the performer, acting out her text, had seated herself grandly on the huge firm earth, he bowed over her as obsequiously as if she had been his veritable sovereign. He was a good-looking young man, tall, well-proportioned, straight-featured and fair, whom manifestly the first thing to be said on any occasion was that he had remarkably the stamp of a gentleman. He earned this appearance, which proved inveterate and importunate, to a point that was almost a denial of its spirit, so prompt the question of whether it could be in good taste to wear any character, even that particular one, so much on one's sleeve. It was literally on his sleeve that this young man partly wore his own, for it resided considerably in his garments, and in especial in a certain close-fitting dark blue frock-coat, a miracle of a fit which moulded his juvenility just enough and not too much, and constituted, as Sherringham was destined to perceive later, his perpetual uniform or badge. It was not till afterwards that Peter began to feel exasperated by Basil Dashwood's type. The young stranger was of course Basil Dashwood, and even by his blue frock coat, the recurrent, unvarying, imperturbable good form of his aspect. This unprofessional air ended by striking the observer as the very profession he had adopted, and was indeed, so far as had as yet been indicated, his mimetic capital, his main qualification for the stage. The ample and powerful manner in which Miriam handled her scene produced its full impression. The art with which she surmounted its difficulties, the liberality with which she met its great demand upon the voice, and the variety of expression that she threw into a torrent of objurgation. It was a real composition, studded with passages that called a suppressed tribute to the lips, and seeming to show that a talent capable of such an exhibition was capable of anything. But thou art fair, and at thy birth, dear boy, nature and fortune joined to make thee great. Of nature's gifts thou mayest with lilies boast, and with the half-blown rose. As the girl turned to her imagined child with this exquisite apostrophe, she addressed Mr. Dashwood as if he were playing Arthur, and he lowered his book, dropped his head in his eyes, and looked handsome and ingenuous. She opened at a stroke to Sherringham's vision a prospect that they would yet see her express tenderness better even than anything else. Her voice was enchanting in these lines, and the beauty of her performance was that though she uttered the full fury of the part, she missed none of its poetry. Where did she get hold of that? Where did she get hold of that? Peter wondered while his whole sense vibrated. She hadn't got hold of it when I went away. And the assurance flowed over him again that she had found the key to her box of treasures. In the summer, during their weeks of frequent meeting, she had only fumbled with the lock. One October day while he was away, the key had slipped in, had fitted, or her finger at last had touched the right spring, and the capricious casket had flown open. It was during the present solemnity that, excited by the way she came out, and with 100 stirred ideas about her wheeling through his mind, he was for the first time and most vividly visited by a perception that ended by becoming frequent with him, that of the perfect presence of mind, unconfused, unhurried by emotion, that any artistic performance requires, and that all, whatever the instrument, require in exactly the same degree. The application, in other words, clear and calculated, crystal firm, as it were, of the idea conceived in the glow of experience, of suffering, of joy. He was afterwards often to talk of this with Miriam, who, however, was never to be able to present him with a neat theory of the subject. She had no knowledge that it was publicly discussed. She only ranged herself in practice on the side of those who hold that at the moment of production the artist can't too much leave his wits about him. When Peter named to her the opinion of those maintaining that at such a crisis the office of attention ceases to be filled, she stared with surprise and then broke out, "Ah, the poor idiots!" She eventually became, in her judgments, in impatience and the expression of contempt, very free and absolutely irreverent. "What a splendid scolding!" the new visitor exclaimed when, on the entrance of the Pope's legate, her companion closed the book on the scene. Peter pressed his lips to Madame Carré's fingertips. The old actress got up and held out her arms to Miriam. The girl never took her eyes off Sherringham while she passed into that lady's embrace and remained there. They were full of their usual sombre fire, and it was always the case that they expressed too much anything they could express at all. But they were not defiant nor even triumphant now. They were only deeply explicative. They seemed to say, "That's the sort of thing I meant. That's what I had in mind when I asked you to try to do something for me." Madame Carré folded her pupil to her bosom, holding her there as the old marquise in a comédie de mœurs might in the last scene have held her god-daughter, the ingénue. "Have you got me an engagement?" the young woman then appealed eagerly to her friend. "Yes, he has done something splendid for me," she went on to Madame Carré, resting her hand caressingly on one of the actresses while the old woman discoursed with Mr. Dashwood, who was telling her in very pretty French that he was tremendously excited about Miss Ruth. Madame Carré looked at him as if she wondered how he appeared when he was calm, and how, as a dramatic artist, he expressed that condition. "Yes, yes, something splendid for a beginning," Peter answered radiantly, recklessly, feeling now only that he would say anything and do anything to please her. He spent on the spot, in imagination, his last penny. "It's such a pity you couldn't follow it. You'd have liked it so much better," Mr. Dashwood observed to their hostess. "Couldn't follow it? Do you take me for une sotte?" the celebrated artist cried. "I suspect I followed de plus près que vous, monsieur." "Ah, you see the language is so awfully fine," Basil Dashwood replied, looking at his shoes. "The language? Why, she rails like a fishwife. Is that what you call language? Ours is another business." If you understood, you'd see all the greatness of it," Miriam declared. And then in another tone, "Such delicious expressions. On dit que c'est très fort." "But who can tell if you really say it?" Madame Carré demanded. "Ah, par exemple, I can," Sherringham answered. "Oh, you're a Frenchman." "Couldn't he make it out if he weren't?" asked Basil Dashwood. The old woman shrugged her shoulders. "He wouldn't know." That's flattering to me. Oh, don't you pretend to complain, Madame Carré said. I prefer our imprecations, those of Camille, she went on. They have the beauty des plus belles choses. I can say them too, Miriam broke in. Insolente, smiled Madame Carré. Camille doesn't squat down on the floor in the middle of them. For grief is proud and makes his owner stoop. To me and to the state of my great grief let kings assemble. Miriam quickly declaimed. Ah, if you don't feel the way she makes a throne of it. It's really tremendously fine, chère madame, Sherringham said. There's nothing like it. Vous êtes insupportable, the old woman answered. Stay with us. I'll teach you Phèdre. Ah, Phèdre, Phèdre, Basil Dashwood vaguely ejaculated, looking more gentlemanly than ever. You've learned all I've taught you, but where the devil have you learned what I haven't? Madame Carré went on. I've worked, I have. You'd call it work. All through the bright late summer, all through the hot, dull, empty days, I've battered down the door. I did hear it crash one day. But I'm not so very good yet. I'm only in the right direction. Malicieuse, growled Madame Carré. Oh, I can beat that, the girl went on. Did you wake up one morning and find you had grown a pair of wings? Peter asked. Because that's what the difference amounts to. You really soar. Moreover, you're an angel, he added, charmed with her unexpectedness, the good nature of her forbearance to reproach him for not having written to her. And it seemed to him privately that she was angelic, when in answer to this she said ever so blandly, You know you read King John with me before you went away. I thought over immensely what you said. I didn't understand it much at the time. I was so stupid. But it all came to me later. I wish you could see yourself, Peter returned. My dear fellow, I do. What sort of a dunce do you take me for? I didn't miss a vibration of my voice, a fold of my robe. Well, I didn't see you troubling about it, Peter handsomely insisted. No one ever will. Do you think I'd ever show it? Ars celare artem, Basil Dashwood jocosely dropped. You must first have the art to hide, said Sherringham, wondering a little why Miriam didn't introduce her young friend to him. She was, however, both then and later, perfectly neglectful of such cares, never thinking, never minding how other people got on together. When she found they didn't get on, she jeered at them. That was the nearest she came to arranging for them. Our young man noted in her, from the moment she felt her strength, an immense increase of this good-humoured inattention to detail. All detail, save that of her work, to which she was ready to sacrifice holocausts of feelings when the feelings were other people's. This conferred on her a large profanity, an absence of ceremony as to her social relations, which was both amusing because it suggested that she would take what she gave, and formidable because it was inconvenient and you mightn't care to give what she would take. If you haven't any art, it's not quite the same as if you didn't hide it, is it? Basil Dashwood ingeniously threw out. That's right. Say one of your clever things, Miriam sweetly responded. You're always acting, he declared in English, and with a simple-minded laugh, while Sherringham remained struck with his expressing just what he himself had felt weeks before. And when you've shown them your fishwife to your public de la bas, what will you do next? Asked Madame Carré. I'll do Juliet. I'll do Cleopatra. Rather a big bill, isn't it? Mr. Dashwood volunteered to Sherringham in a friendly but discriminating manner. Constance and Juliet, take care you don't mix them, said Sherringham. I want to be various. You once told me I had 100 characters, Miriam returned. Ah, vous en êtes là, cried the old actress. You may have 100 characters, but you've only 3 plays. I'm told that's all there are in English. Miriam, admirably indifferent to this charge, appealed to Peter. What arrangements have you made? What do the people want? The people at the theatre? I'm afraid they don't want King John, and I don't believe they hunger for Antony and Cleopatra, Basil Dashwood suggested. Ships and sieges and armies and pyramids, you know. We mustn't be too heavy. Oh, I hate scenery, the girl sighed. Elle est superbe, said Madame Carré. You must put those pieces on the stage. How will you do it? Oh, we know how to get up a play in London, Madame Carré. Mr. Dashwood was all geniality. They put money on it, you know. On it? But what do they put in it? Who'll interpret them? Who'll manage a style like that? The style of which the rhapsodies she has just repeated are a specimen. Whom have you got that one has ever heard of? Oh, you'll hear of a good deal when once she gets started, Dashwood cheerfully contended. Madame Carré looked at him a moment, then, I feel that you'll become very bad, she said to Miriam. I'm glad I shan't see it. People will do things for me. I'll make them, the girl declared. I'll stir them up so that they'll have ideas. What people, pray? Ah, terrible woman, Peter theatrically groaned. We translate your pieces. There will be plenty of parts, Basil Dashwood said. Why then go out of door to come in at the window, especially if you smash it? An English arrangement of a French piece is a pretty woman with her back turned. Do you really want to keep her? Sherringham asked of Madame Carré, quite as if thinking for a moment that this, after all, might be possible. She bent her strange eyes on him. No, you're all too queer together. We couldn't be bothered with you, and you're not worth it. I'm glad it's together that we're queer, then. We can console each other. If you only would, but you don't seem to. In short, I don't understand you. I give you up, but it doesn't matter, said the old woman wearily. For the theatre's dead, and even you, ma toute belle, won't bring it to life. Everything is going from bad to worse, and I don't care what becomes of you. You wouldn't understand us here, and they won't understand you there, and everything's impossible. No one's a whit the wiser, and it's not of the least consequence. Only when you raise your arms, lift them just a little higher, Madame Carré added. My mother will be happier chez nous, said Miriam, throwing her arms straight up and giving them a noble, tragic movement. You won't be in the least in the right path till your mother's in despair. Well, perhaps we can bring that about even in London, Sherringham patiently laughed. Dear Mrs. Rooth, she's great fun, Mr. Dashwood as imperturbably dropped. Miriam transferred the dark weight of her gaze to him as if she were practising. You won't upset her, at any rate. Then she stood with her beautiful and fatal mask before her hostess. I want to do the modern, too. I want to do le drame, with intense, realistic effects. And do you want to look like the portico of the Madeleine when it's draped for a funeral? Her instructress mocked. Never, never. I don't believe you're various. That's not the way I see you. You're pure tragedy, with de grand éclat de voix, in the great style, or you're nothing. Be beautiful. Be only that, Peter urged with high interest. Be only what you can be so well. Something that one may turn to for a glimpse of perfection, to lift one out of all the vulgarities of the day. Thus apostrophized, the girl broke out with one of the speeches of Racine's Phèdre, hushing her companions on the instant. You will be the English Rachel, said Basil Dashwood when she stopped. Acting in French, Madame Carré amended. I don't believe in English Rachel. I shall have to work it out. What shall I be? Miriam concluded with a rich, pensive effect. You're in wonderfully good form today, Sherringham said to her, his appreciation revealing a personal subjection he was unable to conceal from his companions, much as he wished it. I really mean to do everything. Very well. After all, Garrick did. Then I shall be the Garrick of my sex. There's a very clever author doing something for me. I should like you to see it, said Basil Dashwood, addressing himself equally to Miriam and to her diplomatic friend. Ah, if you've very clever authors, and Madame Carré spun the sound to the finer satiric thread, I shall be very happy to see it, Peter returned. This response was so benevolent that Basil Dashwood presently began. May I ask you at what theatre you've made arrangements? Sherringham looked at him a moment. Come and see me at the Embassy and I'll tell you. Then he added, I know your sister, Mrs. Lovick. So I suppose that's why I took the liberty of asking such a question. It's no liberty, but Mr. Sherringham doesn't appear to be able to tell you, said Miriam. Well, you know, it's a very curious world, all those theatrical people over there, Peter conceded. Ah, don't say anything against them when I'm one of them, Basil Dashwood laughed. I might plead the absence of information, Peter returned, as Miss Ruth has neglected to make us acquainted. Miriam vaguely smiled. I know you both so little, but she presented them with great stately air to each other, and the two men shook hands while Madame Carré observed them. Tiens, You gentlemen meet here for the first time? You do right to become friends. That's the best thing. Live together in peace and mutual confidence. C'est de beaucoup le plus sage. Certainly for yoke fellows, said Sherringham. He began the next moment to repeat to his new acquaintance some of the things he had been told in London, but their hostess stopped him off, waving the talk away with charming, overdone stage horror and the young hands of the heroines of Marivaux. I'll wait till you go for that. Do you suppose I care for news of your mountebank's booths? End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 20. As many people know, there are not in the famous Théâtre Français more than a dozen good seats accessible to ladies. The stalls are forbidden them, the boxes are a quarter of a mile from the stage, and the balcony is a delusion save for a few chairs at either end of its vast horseshoe. But there are two excellent baignoires d'avant-scène, which indeed are by no means always to be had. It was, however, into one of them that, immediately after his return to Paris, Sherringham ushered Mrs. Rooth and her daughter, with the further escort of Basil Dashwood. He had chosen the evening of the reappearance of the celebrated Mademoiselle Voisin. She had been enjoying a congé of 3 months, an actress whom Miriam had seen several times before, and for whose method she professed a high though somewhat critical esteem. It was only for the return of this charming performer that Peter had been waiting to respond to Miriam's most ardent wish, that of spending an hour in the foyer des artistes of the great theatre. She was the person whom he knew best in the house of Molière. He could count on her to do them the honours some night when she was in the bill, and to make the occasion sociable. Miriam had been impatient for it. She was so convinced that her eyes would be opened in the Holy of Holies. But wishing as particularly as he did to participate in her impression, he had made her promise she wouldn't taste of this experience without him, not let Madame Carré, for instance, take her in his absence. There were questions the girl wished to put to Mademoiselle Voisin, questions which, having admired her from the balcony, she felt she was exactly the person to answer. She was more in it now, after all, than Madame Carré, in spite of her slenderer talent. She was younger, fresher, more modern, and Miriam found the word less academic. She was, in fine, less vieux jeu. Peter perfectly foresaw the day when his young friend would make indulgent allowances for poor Madame Carré, patronizing her as an old woman of good intentions. The play tonight was 6 months old, a large, serious, successful comedy by the most distinguished of authors, with a thesis, a chorus embodied in one character, a scène à faire, and a part full of opportunities for Mademoiselle Voisin. There were things to be said about this artist, strictures to be dropped as to the general quality of her art, and Miriam leaned back now, making her comments as if they cost her less. But the actors had knowledge and distinction and pathos, and our young lady repeated several times, "How quiet she is, how wonderfully quiet. Scarcely anything moves but her face and her voice. Le geste rare, but really expressive when it comes. I like that economy. It's the only way to make the gesture significant." "I don't admire the way she holds her arms," Basil Dashwood said, "like a demoiselle de magasin trying on a jacket." "Well, she holds them at any rate. I dare say it's more than you do with yours." "Oh yes, she holds them. There's no mistake about that. I hold them, I hope, hein," she seems to say to all the house. The young English professional laughed good-humouredly, and Sherringham was struck with the pleasant familiarity he had established with their brave companion. He was knowing and ready, and he said in the first entr'acte (they were waiting for the second to go behind) amusing, perceptive things. They teach them to be ladylike, and Voisin's always trying to show that. See how I walk, see how I sit, see how quiet I am, and how I have le geste rare. Now can you say I ain't a lady? She does it all as if she had a class. Well, tonight I'm her class, said Miriam. Oh, I don't mean of actresses, but of femmes du monde. She shows them how to act in society. You had better take a few lessons, Miriam retorted. Ah, you should see Voisin in society, Peter interposed. Does she go into it? Mrs. Rooth demanded with interest. Her friend hesitated. She receives a great many people. Why shouldn't they when they're nice? Mrs. Rooth frankly wanted to know. When the people are nice? Miriam asked. Now don't tell me she's not what one would wish, said Mrs. Rooth to Sherringham. It depends on what that is, he darkly smiled. What I should wish if she were my daughter, the old woman rejoined blandly. Ah, wish your daughter to act as well as that, and you'll do the handsome thing for her. Well, she seems to feel what she says, Mrs. Rooth piously risked. She has some stiff things to say, I mean about her past, Basil Dashwood remarked. The past, the dreadful past, on the stage. Wait till the end to see how she comes out. We must all be merciful, sighed Mrs. Rooth. We've seen it before. You know what happens, Miriam observed to her mother. I've seen so many, I get them mixed. Yes, they're all in queer predicaments. Poor old mother. What we show you, laughed the girl. Ah, it will be what you show me, something noble and wise. I want to do this. It's a magnificent part, said Miriam. You couldn't put it on in London. They wouldn't swallow it, Basil Dashwood declared. Aren't there things they do there to get over the difficulties? The girl inquired. You can't get over what she did. Her companion had a rueful grimace. Yes, we must pay. We must expiate, Mrs. Rooth moaned as the curtain rose again. When the second act was over, our friends passed out of their baignoire into those corridors of tribulation where the bristling ouvreuse, like a pawnbroker driving a roaring trade, mounts guard upon piles of heterogeneous clothing, and gaining the top of the fine staircase which forms the state entrance and connects the statued vestibule of the basement with the grand tier of boxes, opened an ambiguous door composed of little mirrors, and found themselves in the society of the initiated. The janitors were courteous folk who greeted Sherringham as an acquaintance, and he had no difficulty in marshalling his little troop toward the foyer. They traversed a low, curving lobby hung with pictures and furnished with velvet-covered benches, where several unrecognized persons of both sexes looked at them without hostility, and arrived at an opening on the right, from which, by a short flight of steps, there was a descent to one of the wings of the stage. Here Miriam paused in silent excitement, like a young warrior arrested by a glimpse of the battlefield. Her vision was carried off through a lane of light to the point of vantage from which the actor held the house. But there was a hushed guard over the place, and curiosity could only glance and pass. Then she came with her companions to a sort of parlor with a polished floor, not large and rather vacant, where her attention flew delightedly to a coat tree in a corner from which 3 or 4 dresses were suspended. Dresses she immediately perceived to be costumes in that night's play, accompanied by a saucer of something and a much-worn powder puff casually left on a sofa. This was a familiar note in the general impression of high decorum which had begun at the threshold, a sense of majesty in the place. Miriam rushed at the powder puff. There was no one in the room, snatched it up and gazed at it with droll veneration, then stood rapt a moment before the charming petticoats. That's Desnoyers' first underskirt, she said to her mother, while Sherringham explained that in this apartment an actress traditionally changed her gown when the transaction was simple enough to save the long ascent to her loge. He felt himself a cicerone showing a church to a party of provincials, and indeed there was a grave hospitality in the air, mingled with something academic and important, the tone of an institution, a temple, which made them all, out of respect and delicacy, hold their breath a little and tread the shining floors with discretion. These precautions increased. Mrs. Rooth crept about like a friendly but undomesticated cat after they entered the foyer itself, a square, spacious saloon covered with pictures and relics and draped in official green velvet, where the genius loci holds a reception every night in the year. The effect was freshly charming to Peter. He was fond of the place, always saw it again with pleasure, enjoyed its honorable look, and the way among the portraits and scrolls, the records of a splendid history, the green velvet and the waxed floors, the genius loci seemed to be at home in the quiet lamplight. At the end of the room, in an ample chimney, blazed a fire of logs. Miriam said nothing. They looked about, noting that most of the portraits and pictures were old-fashioned, and Basil Dashwood expressed disappointment at the absence of all the people they wanted most to see. 3 or 4 gentlemen in evening dress circulated slowly, looking, like themselves, at the pictures, and another gentleman stood before a lady with whom he was in conversation, seated against the wall. The foyer resembled in these conditions a ballroom cleared for the dance before the guests or the music had arrived. "Oh, it's enough to see this. It makes my heart beat," said Miriam. "It's full of the vanished past. It makes me cry. I feel them here all, the great artists I shall never see. Think of Rachel. Look at her grand portrait there, and how she stood on these very boards and trailed over them the robes of Hermione and Phaedra." The girl broke out theatrically, as on the spot was right, not a bit afraid of her voice as soon as it rolled through the room, appealing to her companions as they stood under the chandelier, and making the other persons present, who had already given her some attention, turn round to stare at so unusual a specimen of the English miss. She laughed musically when she noticed this, and her mother, scandalized, begged her to lower her tone. "It's all right. I produce an effect," said Miriam. "It shan't be said that I too haven't had my little success in the Maison de Molière." And Sherringham repeated that it was all right. The place was familiar with mirth and passion. There was often wonderful talk there, and it was only the setting that was still and solemn. It happened that this evening there was no knowing in advance. The scene was not characteristically brilliant, but to confirm his assertion, at the moment he spoke, Mademoiselle de Noailles, who was also in the play, came into the room attended by a pair of gentlemen. She was the celebrated, the perpetual, the necessary ingénue, who with all her talent couldn't have represented a woman of her actual age. She had the gliding, hopping movement of a small bird, the same air of having nothing to do with time, and the clear, sure, piercing note, a miracle of exact vocalization. She chaffed her companions, she chaffed the room. She might have been a very clever little girl trying to personate a more innocent big one. She scattered her amiability about, showing Miriam how the children of Molière took their ease, and it quickly placed her in the friendliest communication with Peter Sherringham, who already enjoyed her acquaintance and who now extended it to his companions, and in particular to the young lady sur le point d'entrer au théâtre. "You deserve a happier lot," said the actress, looking up at Miriam brightly, as if to a great height, and taking her in, upon which Sherringham left them together a little, and led Mrs. Rooth and young Dashwood to consider further some of the pictures. "Most delightful, most curious," the old woman murmured about everything, while Basil Dashwood exclaimed in the presence of most of the portraits, "But their ugliness, their ugliness! Did you ever see such a collection of hideous people? And those who were supposed to be good-looking, the beauties of the past, they're worse than the others. Ah, you may say what you will, nous sommes mieux que ça." Sherringham suspected him of irritation, of not liking the theatre of the great rival nation to be thrust down his throat. They returned to Miriam and Mademoiselle de Noailles, and Peter asked the actress a question about one of the portraits to which there was no name attached. She replied, like a child who had only played about the room, that she was toute honteuse not to be able to tell him the original. She had forgotten. She had never asked, "Vous allez me trouver bien légère?" She appealed to the other persons present, who formed a gallery for her, and laughed in delightful ripples at their suggestions, which she covered with ridicule. She bestirred herself. She declared she would ascertain. She shouldn't be happy till she did, and swam out of the room with the prettiest paddles to obtain the information, leaving behind her a perfume of delicate kindness and gaiety. She seemed above all things obliging, and Peter pronounced her almost as natural off the stage as on. She didn't come back. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 21. Whether he had prearranged it is more than I can say, but Mademoiselle Voisin delayed so long to assure herself that Mrs. Rooth, who wished to see the rest of the play, though she had sat it out on another occasion, expressed a returning relish for her corner of the baignoire, and gave her conductor the best pretext he could have desired for asking Basil Dashwood to be so good as to escort her back. When the young actor, of whose personal preference Peter was quite aware, had led Mrs. Rooth away with an absence of moroseness which showed that his striking resemblance to a gentleman was not kept for the footlights, the two others sat on a divan in the part of the room furthest from the entrance, so that it gave them a degree of privacy, and Miriam watched the coming and going of their fellow visitors and the indefinite people attached to the theatre hanging about, while her companion gave a name to some of the figures, Parisian celebrities. "Fancy poor Dashwood cooped up there with mamma," the girl exclaimed whimsically. "You're awfully cruel to him, but that's of course," said Sherringham. "It seems to me I'm as kind as you. You sent him off." "That was for your mother. She was tired." "Oh, gammon! And why, if I were cruel, should it be of course?" "Because you must destroy and torment and wear out. That's your nature. But you can't help your type, can you?" "My type?" she echoed. "It's bad, perverse, dangerous. It's essentially insolent." "And pray what's yours when you talk like that? Would you say such things if you didn't know the depths of my good nature?" "Your good nature all comes back to that," said Sherringham. "It's an abyss of ruin for others. You've no respect. I'm speaking of the artistic character, in the direction and in the plenitude in which you have it. It's unscrupulous, nervous, capricious, wanton." "I don't know about respect. One can be good," Miriam mused and reasoned. "It doesn't matter so long as one's powerful," he returned. "We can't have everything, and surely we ought to understand that we must pay for things. A splendid organization for a special end like yours is so rare and rich and fine that we oughtn't to grudge it its conditions." "What do you call its conditions?" Miriam asked as she turned and looked at him. "Oh, the need to take its ease, to take up space, to make itself at home in the world, to square its elbows and knock others about. That's large and free. It's the good nature you speak of. You must forage and ravage and leave a track behind you. You must live upon the country you traverse. And you give such delight that, after all, you're welcome. You're infinitely welcome." "I don't know what you mean. I only care for the idea," the girl said. "That's exactly what I pretend, and we must all help you to it. You use us, you push us about, you break us up. We're your tables and chair, the simple furniture of your life." "Whom do you mean by we?" Peter gave an ironic laugh. "Oh, don't be afraid. There will be plenty of others." She made no return to this, but after a moment broke out again. "Poor Dashwood, immured with mamma. He's like a lame chair that one has put into the corner. Don't break him up before he has served. I really believe something will come out of him." her companion went on. However, you'll break me up first, he added, and him probably never at all. And why shall I honour you so much more? Because I'm a better article, and you'll feel that. You've the superiority of modesty, I see. I'm better than a young mountebank. I've vanity enough to say that. She turned on him with a flush in her cheek and a splendid dramatic face. How you hate us! Yes, at bottom, below your little cold taste, you hate us, she repeated. He coloured too, met her eyes, looked into them a minute, seemed to accept the imputation, and then said quickly, "Give it up. Come away with me." "Come away with you?" "Leave this place. Give it up." "You brought me here. You insisted it should be only you, and now you must stay," she declared with a headshake and a high manner. "You should know what you want, dear Mr. Sherringham." "I do. I know now. Come away before you see her." "Before?" She seemed to wonder. "She's success, this wonderful Voisin. She's triumph. She's full accomplishment, the hard, brilliant realization of what I want to avert for you." Miriam looked at him in silence, the cold light still in her face, and he repeated, "Give it up, give it up." Her eyes softened after a little. She smiled and then said, "Yes, you're better than poor Dashwood. Give it up and we'll live for ourselves, in something that can have a sanctity. All the same, you do hate us," the girl went on. "I don't want to be conceited, but I mean that I'm sufficiently fine and complicated to tempt you. I'm an expensive modern watch with a wonderful escapement. Therefore you'll smash me if you can." "Never, never," she said as she got up. "You tell me the hour too well." She quitted her companion and stood looking at Gérôme's fine portrait of the pale Rachel, invested with the antique attributes of tragedy. The rise of the curtain had drawn away most of the company. Peter, from his bench, watched his friend a little, turning his eyes from her to the vivid image of the dead actress, and thinking how little she suffered by the juxtaposition. Presently he came over and joined her again, and she resumed, "I wonder if that's what your cousin had in his mind." "My cousin?" "What was his name?" "Mr. Dormer. That first day at Madame Carré's. He offered to paint my portrait." "I remember. I put him up to it." "Was he thinking of this?" "I doubt if he has ever seen it. I dare say I was." "Well, when we go to London he must do it," said Miriam. "Oh, there's no hurry," Peter was moved to reply. "Don't you want my picture?" asked the girl with one of her successful touches. "I'm not sure I want it from him. I don't know quite what he'd make of you. He looked so clever. I liked him. I saw him again at your party." "He's a jolly good fellow, but what's one to say," Peter put to her, "of a painter who goes for his inspiration to the House of Commons?" "To the House of Commons?" she echoed. "He has lately got himself elected. Dear me, what a pity! I wanted to sit for him, but perhaps he won't have me, as I'm not a member of Parliament. It's my sister, rather, who has got him in." "Your sister who was at your house that day? What has she to do with it?" Miriam asked. "Why, she's his cousin, just as I am. And in addition," Sherringham went on, "she's to be married to him." "Married, really?" She had a pause, but she continued. "So he paints her, I suppose." "Not much, probably. His talent in that line isn't what she esteems in him most." "It isn't great, then?" "I haven't the least idea." "And in the political line?" the girl persisted. "I scarcely can tell. He's very clever." "He does paint decently, then?" "I dare say." Miriam looked once more at Gérôme's picture. "Fancy his going into the House of Commons and your sister put him there." "She worked, she canvassed." "Ah, you're a queer family," she sighed, turning round at the sound of a step. "We're lost." "Here's Mademoiselle Voisin," said Sherringham. This celebrity presented herself smiling and addressing Miriam. "I acted for you to night. I did my best." "What a pleasure to speak to you, to thank you," the girl murmured admiringly. She was startled and dazzled. "I couldn't come to you before, but now I've got a rest for half an hour," the actress went on. Gracious and passive, as if a little spent, she let Sherringham, without looking at him, take her hand and raise it to his lips. "I'm sorry I make you lose the others. They are so good in this act," she added. "We've seen them before, and there's nothing so good as you," Miriam promptly returned. "I like my part," said Mademoiselle Voisin gently, smiling still at our young lady with clear, charming eyes. "One's always better in that case." "She's so bad sometimes, you know," Peter jested to Miriam, leading the actress thus to glance at him, kindly and vaguely, in a short silence which you couldn't call on her part embarrassment, but which was still less affectation. "And it's so interesting to be here, so interesting," Miriam protested. "Ah, you like our old house?" "Yes, we're very proud of it." And Mademoiselle Voisin smiled again at Sherringham, all good-humouredly, but as if to say, "Well, here I am, and what do you want of me? Don't ask me to invent it myself, but if you'll tell me, I'll do it." Miriam admired the note of discreet interrogation in her voice, the slight suggestion of surprise at their old house being like. This performer was an astonishment from her seeming still more perfect on a nearer view, which was not, the girl had an idea, what performers usually did. This was very encouraging to her. It widened the programme of a young lady about to embrace the scenic career. To have so much to show before the footlights, and yet to have so much left when you came off, that was really wonderful. Mademoiselle Voisin's eyes, as one looked into them, were still more agreeable than the distant spectator would have supposed, and there was in her appearance an extreme finish which instantly suggested to Miriam that she herself, in comparison, was big and rough and coarse. "You're lovely to-night. You're particularly lovely," Sherringham said very frankly, translating Miriam's own impression and at the same time giving her an illustration of the way that, in Paris at least, gentlemen express themselves to the stars of the drama. She thought she knew her companion very well, and had been witness of the degree to which, in such general conditions, his familiarity could increase. But his address to the slim, distinguished, harmonious woman before them had a different quality, the note of a special usage. If Miriam had had an apprehension that such directness might be taken as excessive, it was removed by the manner in which Mademoiselle Voisin returned, "Oh, one's always well enough when one's made up. One's always exactly the same." That served as an example of the good taste with which a star of the drama could receive homage that was wanting in originality. Miriam determined on the spot that this should be the way she would ever receive it. The grace of her new acquaintance was the greater as the becoming bloom to which she alluded as artificial was the result of a science so consummate that it had none of the grossness of a mask. The perception of all this was exciting to our young aspirant, and her excitement relieved itself in the inquiry, which struck her as rude as soon as she had uttered it. "You acted for me? How did you know? What am I to you?" "Monsieur Sherringham had told me about you. He says we're nothing beside you, that you're to be the great star of the future. I'm proud that you've seen me." "That, of course, is what I tell every one," Peter acknowledged a trifle awkwardly to Miriam. "I can believe it when I see you. Je vous ai bien observé," the actress continued in her sweet conciliatory tone. Miriam looked from one of her interlocutors to the other as if there were joy for her in this report of Sherringham's remarks, joy accompanied and partly mitigated, however, by a quicker vision of what might have passed between a secretary of embassy and a creature so exquisite as Mademoiselle Voisin. "Ah, you're wonderful people, a most interesting impression," she yearningly sighed. "I was looking for you. He had prepared me. We're such old friends," said the actress in a tone courteously exempt from intention. Upon which Sherringham, again taking her hand, raised it to his lips with a tenderness which her whole appearance seemed to bespeak for her, a sort of practical consideration and carefulness of touch, as if she were an object precious and frail, an instrument for producing rare sounds, to be handled like a legendary violin, with a recognition of its value. "Your dressing-room is so pretty. Show her your dressing-room," he went on. "Willingly, if she'll come up. Vous savez que c'est une montée." "It's a shame to inflict it on you," Miriam objected. "Comment donc? If it will interest you in the least." They exchanged civilities, almost caresses, trying which could have the nicest manner to the other. It was the actress's manner that struck Miriam most. It denoted such a training, so much taste, expressed such a ripe conception of urbanity. No wonder she acts well when she has that tact, feels, perceives, is so remarkable. Mon Dieu, the girl said to herself as they followed their conductress into another corridor and up a wide, plain staircase. The staircase was spacious and long, and this part of the establishment sombre and still, with the gravity of a college or a convent. They reached another passage lined with little doors, on each of which the name of a comedian was painted, and here the aspect became still more monastic, like that of a row of solitary cells. Mademoiselle Voisin let the way to her own door all obligingly, and as if wishing to be hospitable. She dropped little subdued friendly attempts at explanation on the way. At her threshold the monasticism stopped. Miriam found herself in a wonderfully upholstered nook, a nest of lamplight and delicate cretonne. Save for its pair of long glasses, it might have been a tiny boudoir, with a water-colour drawing of value in each of its panels of stretched stuff, with its crackling fire and its charming order. It was intensely bright and extremely hot, singularly pretty and exempt from litter. Nothing lay about, but a small draped doorway led into an inner sanctuary. To Miriam it seemed royal. It immediately made the art of a comedian the most distinguished thing in the world. It was just such a place as they should have for their intervals if they were expected to be great artists. It was a result of the same evolution as Mademoiselle Voisin herself, not that our young lady found this particular term at hand to express her idea, but her mind was flooded with an impression of style, of refinement, of the long continuity of a tradition. The actress said, "Voilà, c'est tout," as if it were little enough, and there were even something clumsy in her having brought them so far for nothing, and in their all sitting there waiting and looking at each other till it was time for her to change her dress. But to Miriam it was occupation enough to note what she did and said. These things and her whole person and carriage struck our young woman as exquisite in their adaptation to the particular occasion. She had had an idea that foreign actresses were rather of the cabotin order, but her hostess suggested to her much more a princess than a cabotine. She would do things as she liked and do them straight off. Miriam couldn't fancy her in the gropings and humiliations of rehearsal. Everything in her had been sifted and formed. Her tone was perfect, her amiability complete, and she might have been the charming young wife of a Secretary of State receiving a pair of strangers of distinction. The girl observed all her movements, and then, as Sherringham had said, she was particularly lovely. But she suddenly told this gentleman that she must put him à la porte. She wanted to change her dress. He retired and returned to the foyer, where Miriam was to rejoin him after remaining the few minutes more with Mademoiselle Voisin and coming down with her. He waited for his companion, walking up and down and making up his mind, and when she presently came in, he said to her, "Please don't go back for the rest of the play. Stay here." They now had the foyer virtually to themselves. "I want to stay here. I like it better." She moved back to the chimney-piece, from above which the cold portrait of Rachel looked down, and as he accompanied her, he went on, "I meant what I said just now." "What you said to Voisin?" "No, no, to you. Give it up and live with me." "Give it up?" She turned her stage face on him. "Give it up and I'll marry you to morrow." "This is a happy time to ask it," she said with superior amusement, "and this is a good place. Very good indeed, and that's why I speak. It's a place to make one choose. It puts it all before one." "To make you choose, you mean? I'm much obliged, but that's not my choice," laughed Miriam. "You shall be anything you like except this." "Except what I most want to be? I am much obliged." "Don't you care for me? Haven't you any gratitude?" Sherringham insisted. "Gratitude for kindly removing the blessed cup from my lips? I want to be what she is. I want it more than ever." "Ah, what she is!" He took it impatiently. "Do you mean I can't?" "Well, see if I can't. Tell me more about her. Tell me everything. Haven't you seen for yourself? And knowing things as you do, can't you judge?" "She's strange, she's mysterious," Miriam allowed, looking at the fire. "She showed us nothing of her real self." "So much the better, all things considered. Are there all sorts of other things in her life?" "That's what I believe," the girl went on, raising her eyes to him. "I can't tell you what there is in the life of such a woman." "Imagine, when she's so perfect!" she exclaimed thoughtfully. "Ah, she kept me off, she kept me off. Her charming manner is in itself a kind of contempt. It's an abyss, it's the wall of China. She has a hard polish, an inimitable surface, like some wonderful porcelain that costs more than you'd think." "Do you want to become like that?" Sherringham asked. "If I could I should be enchanted. One can always try." "You must act better than she," he went on. "Better? I thought you wanted me to give it up." "Ah, I don't know what I want," he cried, "and you torment me and turn me inside out. What I want is you yourself." "Oh, don't worry," said Miriam, now all kindly. Then she added that Mademoiselle Voisin had invited her to call, to which Sherringham replied with a certain dryness that she would probably not find that necessary. This made the girl stare, and she asked, "Do you mean it won't do on account of mamma's prejudices?" "Say this time on account of mine." "Do you mean because she has lovers?" "Her lovers are none of our business." "None of mine, I see. So you've been one of them. No such luck." "What a pity!" she richly wailed. "I should have liked to see that. One must see everything to be able to do everything." And as he pressed for what in particular she had wished to see, she replied, "The way a woman like that receives one of the old ones." Peter gave a groan at this, which was at the same time partly a laugh, and turning away to drop on a bench, ejaculated, "You'll do, you'll do." He sat there some minutes with his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. His friend remained looking at the portrait of Rachel, after which she put to him, "Doesn't such a woman as that receive every one?" "Every one who goes to see her, no doubt." "And who goes?" "Lots of men, clever, eminent men." "Ah, what a charming life!" "Then doesn't she go out?" "Not what we Philistines mean by that. Not into society. Never. She never enters a lady's drawing room." "How strange, when one's as distinguished as that." "Except that she must escape a lot of stupidities and corvées." "Then where does she learn such manners?" "She teaches manners à ses heures. She doesn't need to learn them." "Oh, she has given me ideas. But in London actresses go into society," Miriam continued. "Oh, into ours, such as it is. In London nous mêlons les genres." And shan't I go? I mean if I want? You'll have every facility to bore yourself. Don't doubt it." "Doesn't she feel excluded?" Miriam asked. "Excluded from what? She has the fullest life." "The fullest?" "An intense artistic life. The cleverest men in Paris talk over her work with her. The principal authors of plays discuss with her subjects and characters and questions of treatment. She lives in the world of art." "Ah, the world of art. How I envy her. And you offer me Dashwood." Sherringham rose in his emotion. "I offer you?" Miriam burst out laughing. "You look so droll. You offer me yourself, then, instead of all these things." "My dear child, I also am a very clever man," he said, trying to sink his consciousness of having for a moment stood gaping. "You are, you are. I delight in you. No ladies at all, no femmes comme il faut," she began again. "Ah, what do they matter? Your business is the artistic life," he broke out with inconsequence, irritated, moreover, at hearing her sound that trivial note again. "You're a dear. Your charming good sense comes back to you. What do you want of me, then?" "I want you for myself, not for others, and now in time, before anything's done." "Why then did you bring me here?" "Everything's done. I feel it tonight." "I know the way you should look at it, if you do look at it at all," Sherringham conceded. "That's so easy. I thought you liked the stage so," Miriam artfully added. "Don't you want me to be a great swell? And don't you want me to be?" "You will be. You'll share my glory." "So will you share mine?" "The husband of an actress? Yes, I see myself that," Peter cried with a frank ring of disgust. "It's a silly position, no doubt, but if you're too good for it, why talk about it?" "Don't you think I'm important?" she demanded. Her companion met her eyes and she suddenly said in a different tone, "Ah, why should we quarrel when you've been so kind, so generous? Can't we always be friends, the truest friends?" Her voice sank to the sweetest cadence and her eyes were grateful and good as they rested on him. She sometimes said things with such perfection that they seemed dishonest, but in this case he was stirred to an expressive response. Just as he was making it, however, he was moved to utter other words. "Take care, here's Dashwood." Mrs. Ruth Tried attendant was in the doorway. He had come back to say that they really must relieve him. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 22. Mrs. Dallow came up to London soon after the meeting of Parliament. She made no secret of the fact that she was fond of town and that in present conditions it would of course not have become less attractive to her. But she prepared to retreat again for the Easter vacation, not to go back to Harsh, but to pay a couple of country visits. She did not, however, depart with the crowd. She never did anything with the crowd, but waited till the Monday after Parliament rose, facing with composure in Great Stanhope Street the horrors, as she had been taught to consider them, of a Sunday out of the session. She had done what she could to mitigate them by asking a handful of stray men to dine with her that evening. Several members of this disconsolate class sought comfort in Great Stanhope Street in the afternoon, and them, for the most part, she also invited to return at 8 o'clock. There were accordingly almost too many people at dinner. There were even a couple of wives. Nick Dormer was then present, though he had not been in the afternoon. Each of the other persons had said on coming in, "So you've not gone? I'm awfully glad." Mrs. Dallow had replied, "No, I've not gone." But she had in no case added that she was glad, nor had she offered an explanation. She never offered explanations. She always assumed that no one could invent them so well as those who had the florid taste to desire them. And in this case she was right, since it was probable that few of her visitors failed to say to themselves that her not having gone would have had something to do with Dormer. That could pass for an explanation with many of Mrs. Dallow's friends, who, as a general thing, were not morbidly analytic, especially with those who met Nick as a matter of course at dinner. His figuring at this lady's entertainments, being in her house whenever a candle was lighted, was taken as a sign that there was something rather particular between them. Nick had said to her more than once that people would wonder why they didn't marry, but he was wrong in this, inasmuch as there were many of their friends to whom it wouldn't have occurred that his position could be improved. That they were cousins was a fact not so evident to others as to themselves, in consequence of which they appeared remarkably intimate. The person seeing clearest in the matter was Mrs. Gresham, who lived so much in the world that being left now and then to one's own company had become her idea of true sociability. She knew very well that if she had been privately engaged to a young man as amiable as Nick Dormer, she would have managed that publicity shouldn't play such a part in their intercourse, and she had her secret scorn for the stupidity of people whose conception of Nick's relation to Julia rested on the fact that he was always included in her parties. If he never was there they might talk, she said to herself. But Mrs. Gresham was supersubtle. To her it would have appeared natural that her friend should celebrate the parliamentary recess by going down to Harsh and securing the young man's presence there for a fortnight. She recognized Mrs. Dallow's actual plan as a comparatively poor substitute. The project of spending the holidays in other people's houses, to which Nick had also promised to come. Mrs. Gresham was romantic. She wondered what was the good of mere snippets and snatches, the chances that any one might have when large still days à deux were open to you, chances of which half the sanctity was in what they excluded. However, there were more unsettled matters between Mrs. Dallow and her queer kinsman than even Mrs. Gresham's fine insight could embrace. She was not on the Sunday evening before Easter among the guests in Great Stanhope Street, but if she had been, Julia's singular indifference to observation would have stopped short of encouraging her to remain in the drawing-room along with Nick after the others had gone. I may add that Mrs. Gresham's extreme curiosity would have emboldened her as little to do so. She would have taken for granted that the pair wished to be alone together, though she would have regarded this only as a snippet. The company had at all events stayed late, and it was nearly 12 o'clock when the last of them, standing before the fire in the room they had quitted, broke out to his companion. "See here, Julia, how long do you really expect me to endure this kind of thing?" Julia made him no answer. She only leaned back in her chair with her eyes upon his. He met her gaze a moment, then he turned round to the fire and for another moment looked into it. After this he faced his hostess again with the exclamation, "It's so foolish, it's so damnably foolish." She still said nothing, but at the end of a minute she spoke without answering him. "I shall expect you on Tuesday, and I hope you'll come by a decent train." "What do you mean by a decent train?" "I mean I hope you'll not leave it till the last thing before dinner, so that we can have a little walk or something." "What's a little walk or something?" "Why, if you make such a point of my coming to Griffin, do you want me to come at all?" She hesitated an instant. Then she returned, "I knew you hated it." "You provoke me so," said Nick. "You try to, I think." "And Severals is still worse. You'll get out of that if you can," Mrs. Dallow went on. "If I can, what's to prevent me?" "You promised Lady Whiteroy." "But of course that's nothing." "I don't care a straw for Lady Whiteroy." "And you promised me." "But that's less still." "It is foolish. It's quite idiotic," said Nick with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the ceiling. There was another silence, at the end of which Julia remarked, You might have answered Mr. McGeorge when he spoke to you." "Mr. McGeorge, what has he to do with it?" "He has to do with your getting on a little. If you think that's the way—" Nick broke into a laugh. "I like lessons in getting on. In other words, I suppose you mean in urbanity, from you, Julia." "Why not from me?" "Because you can do nothing base. You're incapable of putting on a flattering manner to get something by it. Therefore, why should you expect me to? You're unflattering, that is, you're austere in proportion as there may be something to be got." She sprang from her chair, coming toward him. "There's only one thing I want in the world, you know very well." "Yes, you want it so much that you won't even take it when it's pressed on you." "How long do you seriously expect me to bear it?" Nick repeated. "I never asked you to do anything base," she said as she stood in front of him. "If I'm not clever about throwing myself into things, it's all the more reason you should be." "If you're not clever, my dear Julia." Nick, close to her, placed his hands on her shoulders and shook her with a mixture of tenderness and passion. "You're clever enough to make me furious sometimes." She opened and closed her fan, looking down at it while she submitted to his mild violence. "All I want is that when a man like Mr. McGeorge talks to you, you shouldn't appear bored to death. You used to be so charming under those inflictions. Now you appear to take no interest in anything. At dinner tonight you scarcely opened your lips. You treated them all as if you only wished they'd go." "I did wish they'd go. Haven't I told you 100 times what I think of your salon?" "How then do you want me to live?" she asked. "Am I not to have a creature in the house?" "As many creatures as you like. Your freedom's complete, and as far as I'm concerned always will be. Only when you challenge me and overhaul me, not justly, I think, I must confess the simple truth that there are many of your friends I don't delight in." "Oh, your idea of pleasant people," Julia lamented. "I should like once for all to know what it really is." "I can tell you what it really isn't. It isn't Mr. McGeorge. He's a being almost grotesquely limited. He'll be where you'll never be unless you change. To be where Mr. McGeorge is not would be very much my desire. Therefore, why should I change?" Nick demanded. "However, I hadn't the least intention of being rude to him, and I don't think I was," he went on. "To the best of my ability I assume a virtue if I haven't it. But apparently I'm not enough of a comedian." "If you haven't it?" she echoed. "It's when you say things like that that you're so dreadfully tiresome, as if there were anything you haven't or mightn't have." Nick turned away from her. He took a few impatient steps in the room, looking at the carpet, his hands always in his pockets. Then he came back to the fire with the observation: "It's rather hard to be found so wanting when one has tried to play one's part so beautifully." He paused with his eyes on her own, and then went on with a vibration in his voice: "I've imperiled my immortal soul, or at least bemuddled my intelligence, by all the things I don't care for that I've tried to do, and all the things I detest that I've tried to be, and all the things I never can be that I've tried to look at as if I were, all the appearances and imitations, the pretenses and hypocrisies in which I have steeped myself to the eyes. And at the end of it, it serves me right. My reward is simply to learn that I'm still not half humbug enough." Julia looked away from him as soon as he had spoken these words. She attached her eyes to the clock behind him and observed irrelevantly: "I'm very sorry, but I think you had better go. I don't like you to stay after midnight." "Ah, what you like and what you don't like, and where one begins and the other ends, all that's an impenetrable mystery," the young man declared. But he took no further notice of her allusion to his departure, adding in a different tone: "A man like Mr. McGeorge! When you say a thing of that sort in a certain particular way, I should rather like to suffer you to perish." Mrs. Dallow stared. It might have seemed for an instant that she was trying to look stupid. "How can I help it if a few years hence he's certain to be at the head of any Liberal government?" "We can't help it, of course, but we can help talking about it," Nick smiled. "If we don't mention it, it mayn't be noticed." "You're trying to make me angry. You're in one of your vicious moods," she returned, blowing out on the chimney-piece a guttering candle. "That I'm exasperated I've already had the honour very positively to inform you. All the same I maintain that I was irreproachable at dinner. I don't want you to think I shall always be as good as that." "You looked so out of it. You were as gloomy as if every earthly hope had left you, and you didn't make a single contribution to any discussion that took place. Don't you think I observe you?" she asked with an irony tempered by a tenderness unsuccessfully concealed. "Ah, my darling, what you observe!" Nick cried with a certain bitterness of amusement, but he added the next moment more seriously, as if his tone had been disrespectful: "You probe me to the bottom, no doubt. You needn't come either to Griffin or to Severals if you don't want to. Give them up yourself. Stay here with me." She coloured quickly as he said this and broke out: "Lord, how you hate political houses!" "How can you say that when from February to August I spend every blessed night in one?" "Yes, and hate that worst of all." "So do half the people who are in it. You, my dear, must have so many things, so many people, so much mise en scène, and such a perpetual spectacle to live," Nick went on. "Perpetual motion, perpetual visits, perpetual crowds. If you go into the country you'll see 40 people every day and be mixed up with them all day. The idea of a quiet fortnight in town, when by a happy if idiotic superstition everybody goes out of it, disconcerts and frightens you. It's the very time, it's the very place to do a little work and possess one's soul." This vehement allocution found her evidently somewhat unprepared, but she was sagacious enough, instead of attempting for the moment a general rejoinder, to seize on a single phrase and say: "Work? What work can you do in London at such a moment as this?" Nick considered. "I might tell you I want to get up a lot of subjects, to sit at home and read blue books, but that wouldn't be quite what I mean." "Do you mean you want to paint?" "Yes, that's it, since you gouge it out of me." "Why do you make such a mystery about it? You're at perfect liberty," Julia said. She put out her hand to rest it on the mantel shelf, but her companion took it on the way and held it in both his own. "You're delightful, Julia, when you speak in that tone. Then I know why it is I love you. But I can't do anything if I go to Griffin, if I go to Severals." I see," she answered thoughtfully and kindly. "I've scarcely been inside of my studio for months, and I feel quite homesick for it. The idea of putting in a few quiet days there has taken hold of me. I rather cling to it." "It seems so odd your having a studio," Julia dropped, speaking so quickly that the words were almost incomprehensible. "Doesn't it sound absurd for all the good it does me, or I do in it? Of course one can produce nothing but rubbish on such terms, without continuity or persistence, with just a few days here and there. I ought to be ashamed of myself, no doubt, but even my rubbish interests me. Genille, si l'on veut, ma genille, mes chers. But I'll go down to Harsh with you in a moment, Julia," Nick pursued. "That would do as well if we could be quiet there, without people, without a creature, and I should really be perfectly content. You'd beautifully sit for me. It would be the occasion we've so often wanted and never found." She shook her head slowly and with a smile that had a meaning for him. "Thank you, my dear. Nothing would induce me to go to Harsh with you." He looked at her hard. "What's the matter whenever it's a question of anything of that sort? Are you afraid of me?" She pulled her hand from him quickly, turning away, but he went on: "Stay with me here then, when everything's so right for it. We shall do beautifully, have the whole place, have the whole day to ourselves. Hang your engagements. Telegraph you won't come. We'll live at the studio. You'll sit to me every day. Now or never's our chance. When shall we have so good a one? Think how charming it will be. I'll make you wish awfully that I may do something." "I can't get out of Griffin. It's impossible," Julia said, moving further away and with her back presented to him. "Then you are afraid of me, simply." She turned straight round, very pale. "Of course I am." "You're welcome to know it." He went toward her, and for a moment she seemed to make another slight movement of retreat. This, however, was scarcely perceptible, and there was nothing to alarm in the tone of reasonable entreaty in which he spoke as he stood there. "Put an end, Julia, to our absurd situation. It really can't go on. You've no right to expect a man to be happy or comfortable in so false a position. We're spoken of odiously, of that we may be sure, and yet what good have we of it?" "Spoken of? Do I care for that? Do you mean you're indifferent because there are no grounds? That's just why I hate it." "I don't know what you're talking about," she returned with sharp disdain. "Be my wife to-morrow. Be my wife next week. Let us have done with this fantastic probation and be happy. Leave me now. Come back to-morrow. I'll write to you." She had the air of pleading with him at present, pleading as he pleaded. "You can't resign yourself to the idea of one's looking out of it," Nick laughed. "Come to-morrow before lunch," she went on. "To be told I must wait 6 months more and then be sent about my business? Ah, Julia, Julia," the young man groaned. Something in this simple lament, it sounded natural and perfectly unstudied, seemed straightway to make a great impression on her. "You shall wait no longer," she said after a short silence. "What do you mean by no longer?" "Give me about 5 weeks. Say till the Whitsuntide recess." "5 weeks are a great deal," smiled Nick. "There are things to be done. You ought to understand." "I only understand how I love you." She let herself go. "Dearest Nick," and he caught her and kept her in his arms. "I've your promise, then, for 5 weeks hence to a day?" he demanded as she at last released herself. "We'll settle that, the exact day. There are things to consider and to arrange. Come to luncheon to-morrow." "I'll come early. I'll come at 1," he said, and for a moment they stood all deeply and intimately taking each other in. "Do you think I want to wait any more than you?" she asked in congruity with this. "I don't feel so much out of it now," he declared by way of answer. "You'll stay, of course, now. You'll give up your visits." She had hold of the lappet of his coat. She had kept it in her hand even while she detached herself from his embrace. There was a white flower in his buttonhole that she looked at and played with a moment before she said, "I've a better idea. You needn't come to Griffin. Stay in your studio. Do as you like. Paint dozens of pictures." "Dozens, barbarian!" Nick wailed. The epithet apparently had an endearing suggestion for her. It at any rate led her to let him possess himself of her head and so holding it kiss her, led her to say, "What on earth do I want but that you should do absolutely as you please and be as happy as you can?" He kissed her in another place at this, but he put it to her. "What dreadful proposition is coming now?" "I'll go off and do up my visits and come back." "And leave me alone?" "Don't be affected. You know you'll work much better without me. You'll live in your studio. I shall be well out of the way." "That's not what one wants of a sitter. How can I paint you?" "You can paint me all the rest of your life. I shall be a perpetual sitter." "I believe I could paint you without looking at you," and his lighted face shone down on her. "You do excuse me then from those dreary places." "How can I insist after what you said about the pleasure of keeping these days?" She admirably, it was so sincerely, asked. "You're the best woman on earth. Though it does seem odd you should rush away as soon as our little business is settled. We shall make it up. I know what I'm about. And now go." She ended by almost pushing him out of the room. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 23. It was certainly singular in the light of other matters that on sitting down in his studio after she had left town, Nick should not, as regards the effort to project plastically some beautiful form, have felt more chilled by the absence of a friend who was such an embodiment of beauty. She was away, and he missed her and longed for her, and yet without her the place was more filled with what he wanted to find in it. He turned into it with confused feelings, the strongest of which was a sense of release and recreation. It looked blighted and lonely and dusty, and his old studies, as he rummaged them out, struck him even as less inspired than the last time he had ventured to face them. But amid this neglected litter, in the colorless and obstructed light of a high north window which needed washing, he came nearer tasting the possibility of positive happiness. It appeared to him that, as he had said to Julia, he was more in possession of his soul. It was frivolity and folly, it was puerility to spend valuable hours pottering over the vain implements of an art he had relinquished, and a certain shame that he had felt in presenting his idea to Julia that Sunday night arose from the sense not of what he clung to, but of what he had given up. He had turned his back on serious work, so that pottering was now all he could aspire to. It couldn't be fruitful, it couldn't be anything but ridiculous, almost ignoble, but it soothed his nerves. It was in the nature of a secret dissipation. He had never suspected he should some day have nerves on his own part to count with, but this possibility had been revealed to him on the day it became clear that he was letting something precious go. He was glad he had not to justify himself to the critical, for this might have been a delicate business. The critical were mostly absent, and besides, shut up all day in the studio, how should he ever meet them? It was the place in the world where he felt furthest away from his constituents. That was a part of the pleasure, the consciousness that for the hour the coast was clear and his mind independent. His mother and sister had gone to Broadwood. Lady Agnes, the phrase sounds brutal but represents his state of mind, was well out of the way. He had written to her as soon as Julia left town. He had apprised her of the fact that his wedding day was fixed, a relief for poor Lady Agnes to a period of intolerable mystification, of dark, dumb wondering and watching. She had said her say the day of the poll at Harsh. She was too proud to ask and too discreet to nag, so she could only wait for something that didn't come. The unconditioned loan of Broadwood had of course been something of a bribe to patience. She had at first felt that on the day she should take possession of that capital house, Julia would indeed seem to have entered the family, but the gift had confirmed expectations just enough to make disappointment more bitter, and the discomfort was greater in proportion as she failed to discover what was the matter. Her daughter Grace was much occupied with this question, and brought it up for discussion in a manner irritating to her ladyship, who had a high theory of being silent about it, but who, however, in the long run was more happy when, in consequence of a reprimand, the girl suggested no reasons at all than when she suggested stupid ones. It eased Lady Agnes a little to advert to the mystery when she could have the air of not having begun. The letter Nick received from her the first day of Passion Week in reply to his important communication was the only one he read at that moment, not counting, of course, the several notes Mrs. Dallow addressed to him from Griffin. There were letters piled up, as he knew, in Calcutta Gardens, which his servant had strict orders not to bring to the studio. Nick slept now in the bedroom attached to this retreat, got things as he wanted them from Calcutta Gardens, and dined at his club, where a stray surviving friend or two, seeing him prowl about the library in the evening, was free to impute to such eccentricity some subtly political basis. When he thought of his neglected letters, he remembered Mr. Carteret's convictions on the subject of not getting behind. They made him laugh in a slightly sonorous painting room as he bent over one of the old canvases that he had ventured to turn to the light. He was fully determined, however, to master his correspondence before going down, the last thing before Parliament should reassemble, to spend another day at Beauclere. Mastering his correspondence meant, in Nick's mind, breaking open envelopes. Writing answers was scarcely involved in the idea. But Mr. Carteret would never guess that. Nick was not moved even to write to him that the affair with Julia was on the point of taking the form he had been so good as to desire. He reserved the pleasure of this announcement for a personal interview. The day before Good Friday in the morning his stillness was broken by a rat-a-tat-tat on the outer door of his studio, administered apparently by the knob of a walking stick. His servant was out, and he went to the door, wondering who his visitor could be at such a time, especially of the rather presuming class. The class was indicated by the visitor's failure to look for the bell, since there was a bell, though it required a little research. In a moment the mystery was solved. The gentleman who stood smiling at him from the threshold could only be Gabriel Nash. Nick had not seen this whimsical personage for several months, and had had no news of him beyond a general intimation that he was following his fancy in foreign parts. His old friend had sufficiently prepared him at the time of their reunion in Paris for the idea of the fitful intercourse, and he had not been ignorant on his return from Paris that he should have had an opportunity to miss him if he had not been too busy to take advantage of it. In London, after the episode at Harsh, Gabriel had not reappeared. He had redeemed none of the pledges given the night they walked together to Notre Dame and conversed on important matters. He was to have interposed in Nick's destiny, but he had not interposed. He was to have pulled him hard and in the opposite sense from Julia, but there had been no pulling. He was to have saved him, as he called it, and yet Nick was lost. The circumstance indeed formed his excuse. The member for Harsh had rushed so wantonly to perdition. Nick had for the hour seriously wished to keep hold of him. He valued him as a salutary influence. Yet on coming to his senses after his election, our young man had recognized that Nash might very well have reflected on the thanklessness of such a slippery subject, might have held himself released from his vows. Of course it had been particularly in the event of a Liberal triumph that he had threatened to make himself felt. The effect of a brand plucked from the burning would be so much greater if the flames were already high. Yet Nick had not kept him to the letter of this pledge, and had so fully admitted the right of a thorough connoisseur, let alone a faithful friend, to lose patience with him, that he was now far from greeting his visitor with a reproach. He felt much more thrown on his defence. Gabriel, however, forbore at first to attack him. He brought in only blandness and benevolence, and a great content at having obeyed the mystic voice. It was really a remarkable case of second sight, which had whispered him that the recreant comrade of his prime was in town. He had just come back from Sicily after a southern winter, according to a custom frequent with him, and had been moved by a miraculous prescience, unfavourable as the moment might seem, to go and ask for Nick in Calcutta Gardens, where he had extracted from his friend's servant an address not known to all the world. He showed Nick what a mistake it had been to fear a dull arraignment, and how he habitually ignored all lapses and kept up the standard only by taking 100 fine things for granted. He also abounded more than ever in his own sense, reminding his relieved listener how no recollection of him, no evocation of him in absence, could ever do him justice. You couldn't recall him without seeming to exaggerate him, and then acknowledged, when you saw him, that your exaggeration had fallen short. He emerged out of vagueness. His Sicily might have been the Sicily of A Winter's Tale, and would evidently be reabsorbed in it, but his presence was positive and pervasive enough. He was duly intense while he lasted. His connections were with beauty, urbanity, and conversation as usual, but they made up a circle you couldn't find in the court guide. Nick had a sense that he knew a lot of aesthetic people, but he dealt in ideas much more than in names and addresses. He was genial and jocose, sunburnt and romantically elusive. It was to be gathered that he had been living for many days in a Saracenic tower, where his principal occupation was to watch for the flushing of the West. He had retained all the serenity of his opinions, and made light, with a candour of which the only defect was apparently that it was not quite enough a conscious virtue, of many of the objects of common esteem. When Nick asked him what he had been doing, he replied, "Oh, living, you know," and the tone of the words offered them as the story of a great deed. He made a long visit, staying to luncheon and after luncheon, so that the little studio heard all at once a greater quantity of brave talk than in the several previous years of its history. With much of our tale left to tell, it is a pity that so little of this colloquy may be reported here, since, as affairs took their course, it marked really, if the question be of noting the exact point, a turn of the tide in Nick Dormer's personal situation. He was destined to remember the accent with which Nash exclaimed on his drawing forth sundry specimens of amateurish earnestness, "I say, I say, I say!" He glanced round with a heightened colour. "They're pretty bad, eh?" "Oh, you're a deep one," Nash went on. "What's the matter? Do you call your conduct that of a man of honour?" "Scarcely, perhaps, but when no one has seen them." "That's your villainy. C'est de l'acquis de pur exquis. Come, my dear fellow, this is very serious. It's a bad business," said Gabriel Nash. Then he added almost with austerity, "You'll be so good as to place before me every patch of paint, every sketch and scrap that this room contains." Nick complied in great good humour. He turned out his boxes and drawers, shovelled forth the contents of bulging portfolios, mounted on chairs to unhook old canvases that had been severely skied. He was modest and docile and patient and amused. Above all, he was quite thrilled with the idea of eliciting a note of appreciation so late in the day. It was the oddest thing how he at present, in fact, found himself imputing value to his visitor, attributing to him among attributions more confused the dignity of judgment, the authority of knowledge. Nash was an ambiguous character, but an excellent touchstone. The two said very little for a while, and they had almost half an hour's silence, during which, after our young man had hastily improvised an exhibition, there was only a puffing of cigarettes. Gabriel walked about, looking at this and that, taking up rough studies and laying them down, asking a question of fact, fishing with his umbrella on the floor amid a pile of unarranged sketches. Nick accepted jocosely the attitude of suspense, but there was even more of it in his heart than in his face. A few people had seen his young work, almost no one who counted. He had been ashamed of it, never showing it to bring on a conclusion, since a conclusion was precisely what he feared. He whistled now while he let his companion take time. He rubbed old panels with his sleeve and dabbed wet sponges on surfaces that had sunk. It was a long time since he had felt so gay, strange as such an assertion sounds in regard to a young man whose bridal day had at his urgent solicitation lately been fixed. He had stayed in town to be alone with his imagination, and suddenly, paradoxically, the sense of that result had arrived with poor Nash. "Nicholas Dormer," this personage remarked at last, "for grossness of immorality, I think I've never seen your equal." "That sounds so well," Nick returned, "that I hesitate to risk spoiling it by wishing it explained. Don't you recognize in any degree the grand idea of duty?" "If I don't grasp it with a certain firmness, I'm a deadly failure, for I was quite brought up on it," Nick said. "Then you're indeed the wretchedest failure I know. Life is ugly, after all. Do I gather that you yourself recognize obligations of the order you allude to?" "Do you gather?" Nash stared. "Why, aren't they the very flame of my faith, the burden of my song?" "My dear fellow, duty is doing, and I've inferred that you think rather poorly of doing, that it spoils one's style." "Doing wrong, assuredly. But what do you call right? What's your canon of certainty there?" Nick asked. "The conscience that's in us, that charming, conversible, infinite thing, the intensest thing we know. But you must treat the oracle civilly if you wish to make it speak. You mustn't stride into the temple in muddy jack-boots and with your hat on your head, as the Puritan troopers tramped into the dear old abbeys. One must do one's best to find out the right, and your criminality appears to be that you've not taken the commonest trouble." "I hadn't you to ask," smiled Nick, "but duty strikes me as doing something in particular. If you're too afraid it may be the wrong thing, you may let everything go. Being is doing, and if doing is duty, being is duty. Do you follow? At a very great distance. To be what one may be, really and efficaciously," Nash went on, "to feel it and understand it, to accept it, adopt it, embrace it, that's conduct, that's life. And suppose one's a brute or an ass, where's the efficacy?" "In one's very want of intelligence. In such cases one's out of it. The question doesn't exist. One simply becomes a part of the duty of others. The brute, the ass," Nick's visitor developed, "neither feels, nor understands, nor accepts, nor adopts. Those fine processes in themselves classify us. They educate, they exalt, they preserve, so that to profit by them we must be as perceptive as we can. We must recognize our particular form, the instrument that each of us who carries anything, carries in his being. Mastering this instrument, learning to play it in perfection, that's what I call duty, what I call conduct, what I call success. Nick listened with friendly attention, and the air of general assent was in his face as he said, "Every one has it then, this individual pipe?" "Every one, my dear fellow, is too much to say, for the world's full of the crudest remplissage. The book of life's padded, but padded, a deplorable want of editing. I speak of every one who's any one. Of course there are pipes and pipes, little quavering flutes for the concerted movements, and big cornets à piston for the great solos." I see, and what might your instrument be?" Nash hesitated not a moment. His answer was radiantly there. "To speak to people just as I'm speaking to you. To prevent, for instance, a great wrong being done." "A great wrong?" "Yes, to the human race. I talk. I say the things other people don't, the things they can't, the things they won't." Gabriel went on with his inimitable candor. "If it's a question of mastery and perfection, you certainly have them," his companion replied. "And you haven't, alas? That's the pity of it, that's the scandal, that's the wrong I want to set right before it becomes too public a shame. If I called you just now grossly immoral, it's on account of the spectacle you present, a spectacle to be hidden from the eye of ingenuous youth, that of a man neglecting his own fiddle, to blunder away on that of one of his fellows. We can't afford such mistakes, we can't tolerate such license." "You think then I have a fiddle?" And our young man, in spite of himself, attached to the question a quaver of suspense finer, doubtless, than any that had ever passed his lips. "A regular Stradivarius. All these things you've shown me are remarkably interesting. You've a talent of a wonderfully pure strain." I say," Nick exclaimed, hovering there with his hands in his pockets and a blush on his lighted face, while he repeated with a change of accent Nash's exclamation of half an hour before. "I like it, your talent. I measure it. I appreciate it. I insist upon it," that critic went on between the whiffs of his cigarette. "I have to be awfully wise and good to do so, but fortunately I am. In such a case that's my duty. I shall make you my business for a while. Therefore," he added piously, "don't say I'm unconscious of the moral law." "A Stradivarius?" said Nick interrogatively, and with his eyes wide open. The thought in his mind was of how different this seemed from his having gone to Griffin. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 24. His counselor had plenty of further opportunity to develop this and other figurative remarks, for he not only spent several of the middle hours of the day at the studio, but came back in the evening. The pair had dined together at a little foreign pothouse in Soho, revealed to Nick on this occasion, and discussed the great question far into the night. The great question was whether, on the showing of those examples of his ability with which the scene of their discourse was now densely bestrewn, Nick Dormer would be justified in really going in for the practice of pictorial art. This may strike many readers of his history as a limited and even trivial inquiry, with little of the heroic or the romantic in it, but it was none the less carried to the finest point by our impassioned young men. Nick suspected Nash of exaggerating his encouragement in order to play a malign trick on the political world, at whose expense it was his fond fancy to divert himself, without indeed making that organization perceptibly totter, and reminded him that his present accusation of immorality was strangely inconsistent with the wanton hope expressed by him in Paris, the hope that the Liberal candidate at Harsh would be returned. Nash replied first, "Oh, I hadn't been in this place then." But he defended himself later and more effectually by saying that it was not of Nick's having got elected he complained, it was of his visible hesitancy to throw up his seat. Nick begged that he wouldn't mention this, and his gallantry failed to render him incapable of saying, "The fact is, I haven't the nerve for it." They talked then for a while of what he could do, not of what he couldn't, of the mysteries and miracles of reproduction and representation, of the strong, sane joys of the artistic life. Nick made afresh, with more fullness, his great confession that his private ideal of happiness was the life of a great painter of portraits. He uttered his thought on that head so copiously and lucidly that Nash's own abundance was stilled, and he listened almost as if he had been listening to something new, difficult as it was to conceive a point of view for such a matter with which he was unacquainted. "There it is," said Nick at last. "There's the naked, preposterous truth, that if I were to do exactly as I liked, I should spend my years reproducing the more or less vacuous countenances of my fellow mortals. I should find peace and pleasure and wisdom and worth. I should find fascination and a measure of success in it, out of the dim and the dust and the scramble, the world of party labels, party cries, party bargains, and party treacheries, of humbuggery, hypocrisy, and cant. The cleanness and quietness of it, the independent effort to do something, to leave something which shall give joy to man long after the howling has died away to the last ghost of an echo. Such a vision solicits me in the watches of night with an almost irresistible force." As he dropped these remarks, he lolled on a big divan with one of his long legs folded up, while his visitor stopped in front of him after moving about the room vaguely and softly, almost on tiptoe, so as not to interrupt him. "You speak," Nash said, "with the special and dreadful eloquence that rises to a man's lips when he has practically, whatever his theory may be, renounced the right and dropped hideously into the wrong. Then his regret for the right, a certain exquisite appreciation of it, puts on an accent I know well how to recognize." Nick looked up at him a moment. "You've hit it if you mean by that I haven't resigned my seat and that I don't intend to." "I thought you took it only to give it up. Don't you remember our talk in Paris?" "I like to be a part of the spectacle that amuses you," Nick returned, "but I could scarcely have taken so much trouble as that for it." "Isn't it then an absurd comedy, the life you lead?" "Comedy or tragedy, I don't know which. Whatever it is, I appear to be capable of it to please 2 or 3 people." "Then you can take trouble," said Nash. "Yes, for the woman I'm to marry." "Oh, you're to marry?" "That's what has come on since we met in Paris," Nick explained, "and it makes just the difference." "Ah, my poor friend," smiled Gabriel, much arrested, "no wonder you've an eloquence, an accent. It's a pity I have them in the wrong place. I'm expected to have them in the House of Commons." "You will when you make your farewell speech there, to announce that you chuck it up. And may I venture to ask who's to be your wife?" the visitor pursued. "Mrs. Dallow has kindly consented to accept that yoke. I think you saw her in Paris." "Ah yes, you spoke of her to me, and I remember asking you even then if you were in love with her." "I wasn't then," said Nick. Nash had a grave pause. "And are you now?" "Oh dear, yes." "That would be better if it wasn't worse." "Nothing could be better," Nick declared. "It's the best thing that can happen to me." "Well," his friend continued, "you must let me very respectfully approach this lady. You must let me bring her round." "Bring her round to what?" "To everything. Talk her over." "Talk her under," Nick laughed. But making his joke a little as to gain time, he remembered the effect this adviser had produced on Julia, an effect that scantly ministered to the idea of another meeting. Julia had had no occasion to allude again to Nick's imperturbable friend. He had passed out of her life at once and forever. But there flickered up a quick memory of the contempt he had led her to express, together with a sense of how odd she would think it her intended should have thrown over 2 pleasant visits to cultivate such company. "Over to a proper pride in what you may do," Nash returned. "What you may do above all if she'll help you." "I scarcely see how she can help me," said Nick with an air of thinking. "She's extremely handsome, as I remember her. You could do great things with her." "Ah, there's the rub," Nick went on. "I wanted her to sit for me this week, but she wouldn't hear of it." Elle a bien tort. You should attack some fine strong type. Is Mrs. Dallow in London? Nash inquired. For what do you take her? She's paying visits. Then I've a model for you. Then you have? Nick stared. What has that to do with Mrs. Dallow's being away? Doesn't it give you more time? Oh, the time flies, sighed Nick with a spontaneity that made his companion again laugh out, a demonstration in which for a moment he himself rather ruefully joined. Does she like you to paint? That personage asked with one of his candid intonations. So she says. Well, do something fine to show her. I'd rather show it to you, Nick confessed. My dear fellow, I see it from here if you do your duty. Do you remember the Tragic Muse? Nash added for explanation. The Tragic Muse? That girl in Paris whom we heard at the Old Actresses and afterwards met at the charming entertainment given by your cousin. Isn't he, the Secretary of Embassy? Oh, Peter's girl. Of course I remember her. Don't call her Peter's. Call her rather mine, Nash said with easy rectification. I invented her. I introduced her. I revealed her. I thought you, on the contrary, ridiculed and repudiated her. As a fine, handsome young woman, surely not. I seemed to myself to have been all the while rendering her services. I said I disliked tea-party ranters, and so I do. But if my estimate of her powers was below the mark, she has more than punished me. What has she done? Nick asked. She has become interesting, as I suppose you know. How should I know? Well, you must see her. You must paint her, Nash returned. She tells me something was said about it that day at Madame Carré's. Oh, I remember, said by Peter. Then it will please Mr. Sherringham. You'll be glad to do that. I suppose you know all he has done for Miriam, Gabriel pursued. Not a bit. I know nothing about Peter's affairs, Nick said, unless it be in general that he goes in for mountebanks and mimes, and that it occurs to me I've heard one of my sisters mention, the rumour had come to her, that he has been backing Miss Ruth. Miss Ruth delights to talk of his kindness. She's charming when she speaks of it. It's to his good offices that she owes her appearance here. Here? Nick's interest rose. Is she in London? Du tombez-vous? I thought you people read the papers. What should I read when I sit sometimes through the stuff they put into them? Of course I see that your engagement at your own variety show with its interminable turns keeps you from going to the others. Learn then, said Gabriel Nash, that you've a great competitor and that you're distinctly not, much as you may suppose it, the rising comedian. The Tragic Muse is the great modern personage. Haven't you heard people speak of her? Haven't you been taken to see her? Nick bethought himself. I dare say I've heard of her, but with a good many other things on my mind I had forgotten it. Certainly I can imagine what has been on your mind. She remembers you at any rate. She repays neglect with sympathy. She wants, said Nash, to come and see you. See me? It was all for Nick now a wonder. To be seen by you. It comes to the same thing. She's really worth seeing. You must let me bring her. You'll find her very suggestive. That idea that you should paint her, she appears to consider it a sort of bargain. A bargain? Our young man entered, as he believed, into the humour of the thing. What will she give me? A splendid model. She is splendid. Oh, then bring her, said Nick. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 25. Nash brought her the great modern personage as he had described her the very next day, and it took his friend no long time to test his assurance that Miriam Ruth was now splendid. She had made an impression on him 10 months before, but it had haunted him only a day, soon overlaid as it had been with other images. Yet after Nash had talked of her a while he recalled her better, Some of her attitudes, some of her looks and tones began to hover before him. He was charmed in advance with the notion of painting her. When she stood there in fact, however, it seemed to him he had remembered her wrong. The brave, free, rather grand creature who instantly filled his studio with such an unexampled presence had so shaken off her clumsiness, the rudeness and crudeness that had made him pity her, a whole provincial and second-rate side. Miss Ruth was light and bright and direct to-day, direct without being stiff and bright without being garish. To Nick's perhaps inadequately sophisticated mind, the model, the actress, were figures of a vulgar setting, but it would have been impossible to show that taint less than this extremely natural yet extremely distinguished aspirant to distinction. She was more natural even than Gabriel Nash. Natur was still Nick's formula for his amusing old friend, and beside her he appeared almost commonplace. Nash recognized her superiority with a frankness honorable to both of them, testifying in this manner to his sense that they were all three serious beings, worthy to deal with fine realities. She attracted crowds to her theatre, but to his appreciation of such a fact as that, important doubtless in its way, there were the limits he had already expressed. What he now felt bound in all integrity to register was his perception that she had in general, and quite apart from the question of the box office, a remarkable, a very remarkable artistic nature. He allowed that she had surprised him here, knowing of her in other days mainly that she was hungry to adopt an overrated profession. He had not imputed to her the normal measure of intelligence. Now he saw, he had had some talks with her, that she was capable almost of a violent play of mind, so much so that he was sorry for the embarrassment it would be to her. Nick could imagine the discomfort of having anything in the nature of a mind to arrange for in such conditions. "She's a woman of the best intentions, really of the best," Nash explained kindly and lucidly, almost paternally. "And the quite rare head you can see for yourself." Miriam, smiling as she sat on an old Venetian chair held aloft with the noblest effect, that quarter of her person to which this patronage was extended, remarking to her host that, strange as it might appear, she had got quite to like poor Mr. Nash. She could make him go about with her. It was a relief to her mother. "When I take him she has perfect peace," the girl said. "Then she can stay at home and see the interviewers. She delights in that, and I hate it. So our friend here is a great comfort. Of course a femme de théâtre is supposed to be able to go out alone, but there's a kind of smartness, an added chic, in having some one. People think he's my companion. I'm sure they fancy I pay him. I'd pay him if he'd take it, and perhaps he will yet, rather than give him up. For it doesn't matter that he's not a lady. He is one in tact and sympathy, as you see. And base as he thinks the sort of thing I do, he can't keep away from the theatre. When you're celebrated, people will look at you who could never before find out for themselves why they should. When you're celebrated, you grow handsomer. At least that's what has happened to you, though you were pretty, too, of old," Gabriel placidly argued. "I go to the theatre to look at your head. It gives me the greatest pleasure. I take up anything of that sort as soon as I find it. One never knows how long it may last." "Are you attributing that uncertainty to my appearance?" Miriam beautifully asked. "Dear no, to my own pleasure, the first precious bloom of it," Nash went on. "Dormer, at least, let me tell you in justice to him, hasn't waited till you were celebrated to want to see you again. He stands there open-eyed for the simple reason that he hadn't the least idea of your renown. I had to announce it to him." "Haven't you seen me act?" Miriam put without reproach to her host. "I'll go to night," he handsomely declared. "You have your terrible house, haven't you? What do they call it? The demands of public life," Miriam continued, in answer to which Gabriel explained that he had the demands of private life as well, inasmuch as he was in love. He was on the point of being married. She listened to this with participation. Then she said, "Ah, then do bring your what do they call her in English? I'm always afraid of saying something improper. Your future. I'll send you a box, under the circumstances. You'll like that better." She added that if he were to paint her, he would have to see her often on the stage, wouldn't he, to profit by the optique de la scène. What did they call that in English? Studying her and fixing his impression. But before he had time to meet this proposition, she asked him if it disgusted him to hear her speak like that, as if she were always posing and thinking about herself, living only to be looked at, thrusting forward her person. She already often got sick of doing so, but à la guerre comme à la guerre. That's the fine artistic nature, you see, a sort of divine disgust breaking out in her, Nash expounded. If you want to paint me at all, of course. I'm struck with the way I'm taking that for granted, the girl decently continued. When Mr. Nash spoke of it to me, I jumped at the idea. I remembered our meeting in Paris and the kind things you said to me. But no doubt one oughtn't to jump at ideas when they represent serious sacrifices on the part of others. Doesn't she speak well? Nash demanded of Nick. Oh, she'll go far. It's a great privilege to me to paint you. What title in the world have I to pretend to such a model? Nick replied to Miriam. The sacrifice is yours, a sacrifice of time and good nature and credulity. You come in your bright beauty and your genius to this shabby place where I've nothing worth speaking of to show, not a guarantee to offer you, and I wonder what I've done to deserve such a gift of the gods. Doesn't he speak well? And Nash appealed with radiance to their companion. She took no notice of him, only repeating to Nick that she hadn't forgotten his friendly attitude in Paris. And when he answered that he surely had done very little, she broke out, first resting her eyes on him with a deep, reasonable smile, and then springing up quickly. Ah, well, if I must justify myself, I liked you. Fancy my appearing to challenge you, laughed Nick in deprecation. To see you again is to want tremendously to try something, but you must have an infinite patience because I'm an awful duffer. She looked round the walls. I see what you've done. Bien des choses. She understands, Gabriel dropped. And he added to their visitor, imagine when he might do something, his choosing a life of shams. At bottom he's like you, a wonderful artistic nature. I'll have patience, said the girl, smiling at Nick. Then, my children, I leave you. The peace of the Lord be with you. With which words Nash took his departure. The others chose a position for the young woman sitting after she had placed herself in many different attitudes and different lights. But an hour had elapsed before Nick got to work, began on a large canvas to knock her in, as he called it. He was hindered even by the fine element of agitation, the emotion of finding himself, out of a clear sky, confronted with such a subject and launched in such a task. What could the situation be but incongruous just after he had formally renounced all manner of art, the renunciation taking effect not a bit the less from the whim he had all consciously treated himself to as a whim, the last he should ever descend to, the freak of a fortnight's relapse into a fingering of old sketches for the purpose, as he might have said, of burning them up, of clearing out his studio and terminating his lease. They were both embarrassment and inspiration in the strange chance of snatching back for an hour a relinquished joy. The jump with which he found he could still rise to such an occasion took away his breath a little, at the same time that the idea of what one might make of such material, touched him with an irresistible wand. On the spot, to his inner vision, Miriam became a rich result, drawing 100 formative forces out of their troubled sleep, defying him where he privately felt strongest, and imposing herself triumphantly in her own strength. He had the good fortune, without striking matches, to see her as a subject in a vivid light, and his quick attempt was as exciting as a sudden gallop. He might have been astride in a boundless field of a runaway horse. She was in her way so fine that he could only think how to do her. That hard calculation soon flattened out the consciousness, lively in him at first, that she was a beautiful woman who had sought him out of his retirement. At the end of their first sitting, her having done so appeared the most natural thing in the world. He had a perfect right to entertain her there. Explanations and complications were engulfed in the productive mood. The business of knocking her in held up a lamp to her beauty, showed him how much there was of it, and that she was infinitely interesting. He didn't want to fall in love with her. That would be a sell, he said to himself, and she promptly became much too interesting for it. Nick might have reflected for simplification's sake, as his cousin Peter had done, but with more validity, that he was engaged with Miss Ruth in an undertaking which didn't in the least refer to themselves, that they were working together seriously, and that decent work quite gainsaid sensibility. The humbugging sorts alone had to help themselves out with it. But after her first sitting she came, poor girl, but twice. The need of such exorcisms passed from his spirit. He had so thoroughly, so practically taken her up. As to whether his visitor had the same bright and still sense of cooperation to a definite end, the sense of the distinctively technical nature of the answer to every question to which the occasion might give birth, that mystery would be lighted only were it open to us to regard this young lady through some other medium than the mind of her friends. We have chosen, as it happens, for some of the great advantages it carries with it, the indirect vision, and it fails as yet to tell us what Nick of course wondered about before he ceased to care, as indeed he intimated to her, why a budding celebrity should have dreamed of there being something for her in so blighted a spot. She should have gone to one of the regular people, the great people. They would have welcomed her with open arms. When Nick asked her if some of the R.A.'s hadn't expressed a wish for a crack at her, she replied, "Oh dear, no, only the tiresome photographers, and fancy them in the future. If mamma could only do that for me," and she added with the charming fellowship for which she was conspicuous at these hours, "You know, I don't think anyone yet has been quite so much struck with me as you." "Not even Peter Sherringham?" her host jested while he stepped back to judge of the effect of a line. "Oh, Mr. Sherringham's different. You're an artist." "For pity's sake don't say that," he cried. "And as regards your art, I thought Peter knew more than any one." "Ah, you're severe," said Miriam. "Severe?" "Because that's what the poor dear thinks. But he does know a lot. He has been a providence to me." "Then why hasn't he come over to see you act?" She had a pause. "How do you know he hasn't come?" "Because I'd take for granted he'd have called on me if he had." "Does he like you very much?" the girl asked. "I don't know. I like him." "He's a gentleman pour cela," she said. "Oh yes, for that," Nick went on absently, labouring hard. "But he's afraid of me, afraid to see me. Doesn't he think you good enough? On the contrary, he believes I shall carry him away, and he's in a terror of my doing it." "He ought to like that," said Nick with conscious folly. "That's what I mean when I say he's not an artist. However, he declares he does like it, only it appears to be not the right thing for him." "Oh, the right thing, he's ravenous for that. But it's not for me to blame him, since I am too. He's coming some night, however. Then," she added almost grimly, "he shall have a dose." "Poor Peter," Nick returned with a compassion none the less real because it was mirthful. The girl's tone was so expressive of easy, unscrupulous power. "He's such a curious mixture," she luxuriously went on. "Sometimes I quite lose patience with him. It isn't exactly trying to serve both God and Mammon, but it's muddling up the stage and the world. The world be hanged. The stage, or anything of that sort. I mean one's artistic conscience, one's true faith comes first." "Brava, brava, you do me good," Nick murmured, still amused, beguiled and at work. "But it's very kind of you, when I was in this absurd state of ignorance, to impute to me the honour of having been more struck with you than any one else," he continued after a moment. "Yes, I confess I don't quite see. When the shops were full of my photographs." "Oh, I'm so poor I don't go into shops," he explained. "Are you very poor?" "I live on alms." "And don't they pay you? The government, the ministry?" "Dear young lady, for what? For shutting myself up with beautiful women?" "Ah, you've others then," she extravagantly groaned. "They're not so kind as you, I confess." "I'll buy it from you, what you're doing. I'll pay you well when it's done," said the girl. "I've got money now. I make it, you know, a good lot of it. It's too delightful after scraping and starving. Try it and you'll see. Give up the base, bad world." "But isn't it supposed to be the base, bad world that pays?" Precisely. Make it pay, without mercy. Knock it silly. Squeeze it dry. That's what it's meant for. To pay for art. Ah, if it wasn't for that, I'll bring you a quantity of photographs tomorrow. You must let me come back tomorrow. It's so amusing to have them by the hundred, all for nothing, to give away. That's what takes Mamma most. She can't get over it. That's luxury and glory. Even at Castle Nugent they didn't do that. People used to sketch me, but not so much as Mamma. Veut bien le dire. In all my life I never had but one poor little carte de visite when I was 16, in a plaid frock, with the banks of a river, at 3 francs the dozen. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 26. It was success, the member for Harsh felt, that had made her finer, the full possession of her talent and the sense of the recognition of it. There was an intimation in her presence, if he had given his mind to it, that for him too the same cause would produce the same effect. That is, would show him how being launched in the practice of an art makes strange and prompt revelations. Nick felt clumsy beside a person who manifestly now had such an extraordinary familiarity with the aesthetic point of view. He remembered, too, the clumsiness that had been in his visitor, something silly and shabby, pert rather than proper, and of quite another value than her actual smartness, as London people would call it, her well-appointedness, and her evident command of more than one manner. Handsome as she had been the year before, she had suggested sordid lodgings, bread and butter, heavy tragedy and tears, and if then she was an ill-dressed girl with thick hair who wanted to be an actress, she was already in these few weeks a performer who could even produce an impression of not performing. She showed what a light hand she could have, forbore to startle, and looked as well for unprofessional life as Julia, which was only the perfection of her professional character. This function came out much in her talk, for there were many little bursts of confidence as well as many familiar pauses as she sat there, and she was ready to tell Nick the whole history of her début, the chance that had suddenly turned up and that she had caught with a fierce leap as it passed. He missed some of the details in his attention to his own task, and some of them he failed to understand, attached as they were to the name of Mr. Basil Dashwood, which he heard for the first time. It was through Mr. Dashwood's extraordinary exertions that a hearing, a morning performance at a London theatre, had been obtained for her. That had been the great step, for it had led to the putting on at night of the play at the same theatre, in place of a wretched thing they were trying, it was no use, to keep on its feet, and to her engagement for the principal part. She had made a hit in it. She couldn't pretend not to know that, but she was already tired of it. There were so many other things she wanted to do, and when she thought it would probably run a month or two more, she fell to cursing the odious conditions of artistic productions in such an age. The play was a more or less idiotized version of a new French piece, a thing that had taken in Paris at a third-rate theatre and was now proving itself in London good enough for houses mainly made up of 10-shilling stalls. It was Dashwood who had said it would go if they could get the rights and a fellow to make some changes. He had discovered it at a nasty little place she had never been to over the Seine. They had got the rights, and the fellow who had made the changes was practically Dashwood himself. There was another man in London, Mr. Gushmore. Miriam didn't know if Nick had heard of him. Nick hadn't, who had done some of it. It had been awfully chopped down to a mere bone, with the meat all gone, but that was what people in London seemed to like. They were very innocent, thousands of little dogs amusing themselves with a bone. At any rate, she had made something. She had made a figure of the woman, a dreadful stick with what Dashwood had muddled her into, and Miriam added in the complacency of her young expansion, "Oh, give me 50 words at any time and the ghost of a situation, and I'll set you up somebody. Besides, I mustn't abuse poor Yolande. She has saved us," she said. "Yolande?" "Our ridiculous play. That's the name of the impossible woman. She has put bread into our mouths, and she's a loaf on the shelf for the future. The rights are mine." "You're lucky to have them," said Nick, a little vaguely troubled about his sitter's nose, which was somehow Jewish without the convex arch. "Indeed I am. He gave them to me. Wasn't it charming?" "He gave them Mr. Dashwood?" "Dear me, no. Where should poor Dashwood have got them? He hasn't a penny in the world. Besides, if he had got them he'd have kept them. I mean your blessed cousin." "I see. They're a present from Peter." "Like many other things. Isn't he a dear? If it hadn't been for him the shelf would have remained bare. He bought the play for this country and America for £400, and on the chance. Fancy! There was no rush for it, and how could he tell? And then he gracefully pressed it on me. So I've my little capital. Isn't he a duck? You've nice cousins." Nick assented to the proposition, only inserting an amendment to the effect that surely Peter had nice cousins too, and making, as he went on with his work, a tacit, preoccupied reflection or two, such as that it must be pleasant to render little services like that to youth, beauty, and genius. He rather wondered how Peter could afford them, and that, duck as he was, Miss Ruth's benefactor was rather taken for granted. Sic vos non vobis softly sounded in his brain. This community of interests, or at least of relations, quickened the flight of time so that he was still fresh when the sitting came to an end. It was settled Miriam should come back on the morrow to enable her artist to make the most of the few days of the parliamentary recess, and just before she left him she asked, "Then you will come to night?" "Without fail. I hate to lose an hour of you." "Then I'll place you. It will be my affair." "You're very kind." He quite rose to it. "Isn't it a simple matter for me to take a stall? This week I suppose they're to be had." "I'll send you a box," said Miriam. "You shall do it well. There are plenty now." "Why should I be lost all alone in the grandeur of a box? Can't you bring your friend?" "My friend?" "The lady you're engaged to." "Unfortunately she's out of town." Miriam looked at him in the grand manner. "Does she leave you alone like that?" "She thought I should like it. I should be more free to paint. You see I am." "Yes, perhaps it's good for me." "Have you got her portrait?" Miriam asked. "She doesn't like me to paint her." "Really? Perhaps then she won't like you to paint me." "That's why I want to be quick," laughed Nick. "Before she knows it?" "She'll know it to morrow. I shall write to her." The girl faced him again portentously. "I see you're afraid of her." But she added, "Mention my name. They'll give you the box at the office." Whether or no Nick were afraid of Mrs. Dallow, he still waved away this bounty, protesting that he would rather take a stall according to his wont and pay for it, which led his guest to declare with a sudden flicker of passion that if he didn't do as she wished she would never sit to him again. "Ah, then you have me," he had to reply, "only I don't see why you should give me so many things." "What in the world have I given you?" "Why, an idea." And Nick looked at his picture rather ruefully. "I don't mean to say, though, that I haven't let it fall and smashed it." "Ah, an idea. That is a great thing for people in our line. But you'll see me much better from the box, and I'll send you Gabriel Nash." She got into the hansom her host's servant had fetched for her, and as Nick turned back into his studio after watching her drive away, he laughed at the conception that they were in the same line. He did share in the event, his box at the theatre with Nash, who talked during the entr'actes, not in the least about the performance or the performer, but about the possible greatness of the art of the portraitist, its reach, its range, its fascination, the magnificent examples it had left us in the past, Windows opened into history, into psychology, things that were among the most precious possessions of the human race. He insisted above all on the interest, the importance of this great peculiarity of it. Unlike most other forms, it was a revelation of two realities: the man whom it was the artist's conscious effort to reveal, and the man, the interpreter, expressed in the very quality and temper of that effort. It offered a double vision, the strongest dose of life that art could give, the strongest dose of art that life could give. Nick Dormer had already become aware of having two states of mind when listening to this philosopher, one in which he laughed, doubted, sometimes even reprobated, failed to follow or accept, and another in which his old friend seemed to take the words out of his mouth, to utter for him better and more completely the very things he was on the point of saying. Gabriel's saying them at such moments appeared to make them true, to set them up in the world, and tonight he said a good many, especially as to the happiness of cultivating one's own garden, growing there in stillness and freedom certain strong, pure flowers that would bloom forever, bloom long after the rank weeds of the hour were withered and blown away. It was to keep Miriam Rooth in his eye for his current work that Nick had come to the play, and she dwelt there all the evening, being constantly on the stage. He was so occupied in watching her face, for he now saw pretty clearly what he should attempt to make of it, that he was conscious only in a secondary degree of the story she illustrated, and had in regard to her acting a surprised sense that she was extraordinarily quiet. He remembered her loudness, her violence in Paris, at Peter Sheringham's, her wild wails the first time at Madame Carré's, compared with which her present manner was eminently temperate and modern. Nick Dormer was not critical at the theatre. He believed what he saw and had a pleasant sense of the inevitable. Therefore he wouldn't have guessed what Gabriel Nash had to tell him, that for this young woman, with her tragic cast and her peculiar attributes, her present performance full of actuality, of light, fine indications, and at moments of pointed touches of comedy, was a rare tour de force. It went on altogether in a register he hadn't supposed her to possess, and in which, as he said, she didn't touch her capital, doing it all with her wonderful little savings. It conveyed to him that she was capable of almost anything. In one of the intervals they went round to see her, but for Nick this purpose was partly defeated by the extravagant transports, as they struck him, of Mrs. Rooth, whom they found sitting with her daughter, and who attacked him with 100 questions about his dear mother and his charming sisters. She had volumes to say about the day in Paris when they had shown her the kindness she should never forget. She abounded also in admiration of the portrait he had so cleverly begun, declaring she was so eager to see it, however little he might as yet have accomplished, that she should do herself the honour to wait upon him in the morning when Miriam came to sit. "I'm acting for you tonight," the girl more effectively said before he returned to his place. "No, that's exactly what you're not doing," Nash interposed with one of his happy sagacities. "You've stopped acting. You've reduced it to the least that will do. You simply are. You're just the visible image, the picture on the wall. It keeps you wonderfully in focus. I've never seen you so beautiful." Miriam stared at this. Then it could be seen that she coloured. What a luxury in life to have everything explained. He's the great explainer, she herself explained to Nick. He shook hands with her for good night. "Well, then, we must give him lots to do." She came to his studio in the morning, but unaccompanied by her mother, in allusion to whom she simply said, "Mamma wished to come, but I wouldn't let her." They proceeded promptly to business. The girl divested herself of her hat and coat, taking the position already determined. After they had worked more than an hour, with much less talk than the day before, Nick being extremely absorbed, and Miriam wearing in silence an air of noble compunction for the burden imposed on him, at the end of this period of patience pervaded by a holy calm, our young lady suddenly got up and exclaimed, "I say, I must see it." With which, quickly, she stepped down from her place and came round to the canvas. She had, at Nick's request, not looked at his work the day before. He fell back, glad to rest, and put down his palette and brushes. "Ah, bien, c'est tapé," she cried, as she stood before the easel. Nick was pleased with her ejaculation. He was even pleased with what he had done. He had had a long, happy spurt and felt excited and sanctioned. Miriam, retreating also a little, sank into a high-backed, old-fashioned chair that stood 2 or 3 yards from the picture and reclined in it, her head on one side, looking at the rough resemblance. She made a remark or two about it, to which Nick replied, standing behind her, and after a moment leaning on the top of the chair. He was away from his work, and his eyes searched it with a shy fondness of hope. They rose, however, as he presently became conscious that the door of the large room opposite him had opened without making a sound, and that some one stood upon the threshold. The person on the threshold was Julia Dallow. As soon as he was aware, Nick wished he had posted a letter to her the night before. He had written only that morning. There was, nevertheless, genuine joy in the words with which he bounded toward her. "Ah, my dear Julia, what a jolly surprise!" For her unannounced descent spoke to him above all of an irresistible desire to see him again sooner than they had arranged. She had taken a step forward, but she had done no more, stopping short at the sight of the strange woman, so divested of visiting gear that she looked half undressed, who lounged familiarly in the middle of the room and over whom Nick had been still more familiarly hanging. Julia's eyes rested on this embodied unexpectedness, and as they did so she grew pale, so pale that Nick, observing it, instinctively looked back to see what Miriam had done to produce such an effect. She had done nothing at all, which was precisely what was embarrassing. She only stared at the intruder, motionless and superb. She seemed somehow in easy possession of the place, and even at that instant Nick noted how handsome she looked, so that he said to himself inaudibly, in some deeper depth of consciousness, "How I should like to paint her that way." Mrs. Dallow's eyes moved for a single moment to her friends, then they turned away from Miriam, ranging over the room. "I've got a sitter, but you mustn't mind that. We're taking a rest. I'm delighted to see you." He was all cordiality. He closed the door of the studio behind her. His servant was still at the outer door, which was open and through which he saw Julia's carriage drawn up. This made her advance a little further, but still she said nothing. She dropped no answer even when Nick went on with a sense of awkwardness. "When did you come back? I hope nothing has gone wrong. You come at a very interesting moment," he continued, aware as soon as he had spoken of something in his words that might have made her laugh. She was far from laughing, however. She only managed to look neither at him nor at Miriam, and to say after a little, when he had repeated his question about her return, "I came back this morning. I came straight here." "And nothing's wrong, I hope?" "Oh no, everything's all right," she returned very quickly and without expression. She vouchsafed no explanation of her premature descent and took no notice of the seat Nick offered her. Neither did she appear to hear him when he begged her not to look yet at the work on the easel. It was in such a dreadful state. He was conscious, as he phrased it, that this request gave to Miriam's position directly in front of his canvas an air of privilege which her neglect to recognize in any way Mrs. Dallow's entrance or her importance did nothing to correct. But that mattered less if the appeal failed to reach Julia's intelligence as he judged, seeing presently how deeply she was agitated. Nothing mattered in face of the sense of danger taking possession of him after she had been in the room a few moments. He wanted to say, "What's the difficulty? Has anything happened?" But he felt how little she would like him to utter words so intimate in presence of the person she had been rudely startled to find between them. He pronounced Miriam's name to her and her own to Miriam, but Julia's recognition of the ceremony was so slight as to be scarcely perceptible. Miriam had the air of waiting for something more before she herself made a sign, and as nothing more came, she continued to say nothing and not to budge. Nick added a remark to the effect that Julia would remember to have had the pleasure of meeting her the year before, in Paris, that day at old Peter's, to which Mrs. Dallow made answer, "Ah, yes," without any qualification, while she looked down at some rather rusty studies on panels ranged along the floor and resting against the base of the wall. Her discomposure was a clear pain to herself. She had had a shock of extreme violence, and Nick saw that as Miriam showed no symptom of offering to give up her sitting, her stay would be of the briefest. He wished that young woman would do something, say she would go, get up, move about. As it was, she had the appearance of watching, from her point of vantage, the others upset. He made a series of inquiries about Julia's doings in the country, to 2 or 3 of which she gave answers monosyllabic and scarcely comprehensible, only turning her eyes round and round the room as in search of something she couldn't find, of an escape, of something that was not Miriam. At last she said, it was at the end of a very few minutes, "I didn't come to stay when you're so busy. I only looked in to see if you were here. Good-bye." "It's charming of you to have come. I'm so glad you've seen for yourself how well I'm occupied," Nick replied, not unconscious of how red he was. This made Mrs. Dallow look at him while Miriam considered them both. Julia's eyes had a strange light he had never seen before, a flash of fear by which he was himself frightened. "Of course I'll see you later," he added in awkward and really misplaced gaiety, while she reached the door, which she opened herself, getting out with no further attention to Miriam. "I wrote to you this morning. You've missed my letter," he repeated behind her, having already given her this information. The door of the studio was very near that of the house, but before she had reached the street the visitor's bell was set ringing. The passage was narrow, and she kept in advance of Nick, anticipating his motion to open the street door. The bell was tinkling still when, by the action of her own hand, a gentleman on the step stood revealed. "Ah, my dear, don't go," Nick heard pronounced in quick, soft suasion and in the now familiar accents of Gabriel Nash. The rectification followed more quickly still, if that were a rectification which so little improved the matter. "I beg 1,000 pardons. I thought you were Miriam." Gabriel gave way, and Julia the more sharply pursued her retreat. Her carriage, a victoria with a pair of precious heated horses, had taken a turn up the street, but the coachman had already seen his mistress and was rapidly coming back. He drew near, not so fast, however, but that Gabriel Nash had time to accompany Mrs. Dallow to the edge of the pavement with an apology for the freedom into which he had blundered. Nick was at her other hand, waiting to put her into the carriage, and freshly disconcerted by the encounter with Nash, who somehow, as he stood making Julia an explanation that she didn't listen to, looked less eminent than usual, though not more conscious of difficulties. Our young man coloured deeper and watched the footman spring down as the victoria drove up. He heard Nash say something about the honour of having met Mrs. Dallow in Paris. Nick wanted him to go into the house. He damned inwardly his lack of delicacy. He desired a word with Julia alone, as much alone as the 2 annoying servants would allow. But Nash was not too much discouraged to say, "You came for a glimpse of the great model. Doesn't she sit? That's what I wanted too this morning, just a look, for a blessing on the day. Ah, but you, madam," Julia had sprung into her corner while he was still speaking and had flashed out to the coachman, "a home," which of itself set the horses in motion. The carriage went a few yards, but while Gabriel, with an undiscouraged bow, turned away, Nick Dormer, his hand on the edge of the hood, moved with it. "You don't like it, but I'll explain," he tried to say for its occupant alone. "Explain what?" she asked, still very pale and grave, but in a voice that showed nothing. She was thinking of the servants. She could think of them even then. "Oh, it's all right. I'll come in at 5," Nick returned, gallantly jocular, while she was whirled away. Gabriel had gone into the studio, and Nick found him standing in admiration before Miriam, who had resumed the position in which she was sitting. "Lord, she's good today. Isn't she good today?" he broke out, seizing their host by the arm to give him a particular view. Miriam looked indeed still handsomer than before, and she had taken up her attitude again with a splendid sphinx-like air of being capable of keeping it forever. Nick said nothing, but went back to work with a tingle of confusion which began to act, after he had resumed his palette, as a sharp, a delightful stimulus. Miriam spoke never a word, but she was doubly grand, and for more than an hour, till Nick, exhausted, declared he must stop, the industrial silence was broken only by the desultory discourse of their friend. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 27. Nick went to Great Stanhope Street at 5 o'clock and learned, rather to his surprise, that Julia was not at home. To his surprise, because he had told her he would come at that hour, and he attributed to her with a certain simplicity an eager state of mind in regard to his explanation. Apparently she was not eager. The eagerness was his own. He was eager to explain. He recognized, not without a certain consciousness of magnanimity in doing so, that there had been some reason for her quick withdrawal from his studio, or at any rate for her extreme discomposure there. He had a few days before put in a plea for a snatch of worship in that sanctuary, and she had accepted and approved it. But the worship, when the curtain happened to blow back, showed for that of a magnificent young woman, an actress with disordered hair, who wore in a singular degree the appearance of a person settled for many hours. The explanation was easy. It dwelt in the simple truth that when one was painting, even very badly and only for a moment, one had to have models. Nick was impatient to give it with frank, affectionate lips and a full, pleasant admission that it was natural Julia should have been startled. And he was the more impatient that, though he would not in the least have expected her to like finding a strange woman intimately installed with him, she had disliked it even more than would have seemed probable or natural. That was because, not having heard from him about the matter, the impression was for the moment irresistible with her that a trick had been played her. But 3 minutes with him alone would make the difference. They would indeed have a considerable difference to make, Nick reflected, as minutes much more numerous elapsed without bringing Mrs. Dallow home. For he had said to the butler that he would come in and wait, though it was odd she should not have left a message for him. She would doubtless return from one moment to the other. He had, of course, full license to wait anywhere he preferred, and he was ushered into Julia's particular sitting-room and supplied with tea and the evening papers. After a quarter of an hour, however, he gave little attention to these beguilements, thanks to his feeling still more acutely that since she definitely knew he was coming, she might have taken the trouble to be at home. He walked up and down and looked out of the window, took up her books and dropped them again, and then, as half an hour had elapsed, became aware he was really sore. What could she be about when, with London a thankless void, she was of course not paying visits? A footman came in to attend to the fire, whereupon Nick questioned him as to the manner in which she was possibly engaged. The man disclosed the fact that his mistress had gone out but a quarter of an hour before Nick's arrival, and, as if appreciating the opportunity for a little decorous conversation, gave him still more information than he invited. From this it appeared that, as Nick knew or could surmise, she had the evening before, from the country, wired for the Victoria to meet her in the morning at Paddington, and then gone straight from the station to the studio, while her maid, with her luggage, proceeded in a cab to Great Stanhope Street. On leaving the studio, however, she had not come directly home. She had chosen this unusual season for an hour's drive in the park. She had finally re-entered her house, but had remained upstairs all day, seeing no one and not coming down to luncheon. At 4 o'clock she had ordered the brougham for 4:45 and had got into it punctually, saying, "To the park," as she did so. Nick, after the footman had left him, made what he could of Julia's sudden passion for the banks of the Serpentine, forsaken and foggy now, inasmuch as the afternoon had come on grey and the light was waning. She usually hated the park and hated a closed carriage. He had a gruesome vision of her, shrunken into a corner of her brougham and veiled as if in consequence of tears, revolving round the solitude of the drive. She had of course been deeply displeased and was not herself. The motion of the carriage soothed her, had an effect on her nerves. Nick remembered that in the morning at his door she had appeared to be going home, so she had plunged into the drearier resort on second thoughts, and as she noted herself near it. He lingered another half hour, walked up and down the room many times, and thought of many things. Had she misunderstood him when he said he would come at 5? Couldn't she be sure, even if she had, that he would come early rather than late? And mightn't she have left a message for him on the chance? Going out that way a few minutes before he was to come had even a little the air of a thing done on purpose to offend him, as if she had been so displeased that she had taken the nearest occasion of giving him a sign she meant to break with him. But were these the things Julia did, and was that the way she did them? His fine, proud, delicate, generous Julia? When 6 o'clock came, poor Nick felt distinctly resentful, but he stayed 10 minutes longer on the possibility that she would in the morning have understood him to mention that hour. The April dusk began to gather, and the unsociability of her behaviour, especially if she were still rumbling round the park, became absurd. Anecdotes came back to him, vaguely remembered, heard he couldn't have said when or where, of poor artists for whom life had been rendered difficult by wives who wouldn't allow them the use of the living female model, and who made scenes if they encountered on the staircase such sources of inspiration. These ladies struck him as vulgar and odious persons, with whom it seemed grotesque that Julia should have anything in common. Of course she was not his wife yet, and of course if she were, he should have washed his hands of every form of activity requiring the services of the sitter. But even these qualifications left him with a power to wince at the way in which the woman he was so sure he loved just escaped ranking herself with the Philistines. At 6:15 he rang a bell and told the servant who answered it that he was going, and that Mrs. Dallow was to be informed as soon as she came in that he had expected to find her and had waited an hour and a quarter. But he had just reached the doorstep of departure when her brougham, emerging from the evening mist, stopped in front of the house. Nick stood there hanging back till she got out, allowing the servants only to help her. She saw him, she was less veiled than his mental vision of her, but this didn't prevent her pausing to give an order to the coachman, a matter apparently requiring some discussion. When she came to the door, her visitor remarked that he had been waiting an eternity, to which she replied that he must make no grievance of that, she was too unwell to do him justice. He immediately professed regret and sympathy, adding, however, that in that case she had much better not have gone out. She made no answer to this. There were 3 servants in the hall who looked as if they might understand at least what was not said to them. Only when he followed her in she asked if his idea had been to stay longer. "Certainly, if you're not too ill to see me." "Come in then," Julia said, turning back after having gone to the foot of the stairs. This struck him immediately as a further restriction of his visit. She wouldn't readmit him to the drawing room or to her boudoir. She would receive him in the impersonal apartment downstairs where she saw people on business. What did she want to do to him? He was prepared by this time for a scene of jealousy, since he was sure he had learned to read her character justly in feeling that if she had the appearance of a cold woman, a forked flame in her was liable on occasion to break out. She was very still, but from time to time she would fire off a pistol. As soon as he had closed the door, she said without sitting down, "I dare say you saw I didn't like that at all." "My having a sitter in that professional way? I was very much annoyed at it myself," Nick answered. "Why were you annoyed? She's very handsome," Mrs. Dallow perversely said. "I didn't know you had looked at her," Nick laughed. Julia had a pause. "Was I very rude?" "Oh, it was all right. It was only awkward for me because you didn't know," he replied. "I did know. That's why I came." "How do you mean? My letter couldn't have reached you." "I don't know anything about your letter." Julia cast about her for a chair and then seated herself on the edge of a sofa with her eyes on the floor. "She sat to me yesterday. She was there all the morning, but I didn't write to tell you. I went at her with great energy and, absurd as it may seem to you, found myself very tired afterwards. Besides, in the evening I went to see her act." "Does she act?" asked Mrs. Dallow. "She's an actress. It's her profession. Don't you remember her that day at Peter's in Paris? She's already a celebrity. She has great talent. She's engaged at a theatre here and is making a sensation. As I tell you, I saw her last night." "You needn't tell me," Julia returned, looking up at him with a face of which the intense, the tragic sadness startled him. He had been standing before her, but at this he instantly sat down close, taking her passive hand. "I want to, please. Otherwise it must seem so odd to you. I knew she was coming when I wrote to you the day before yesterday, but I didn't tell you then because I didn't know how it would turn out, and I didn't want to exult in advance over a poor little attempt that might come to nothing. Moreover, it was no use speaking of the matter at all unless I told you exactly how it had come about," Nick went on, explaining kindly and copiously. "It was the result of a visit unexpectedly paid me by Gabriel Nash. That man, the man who spoke to me," her memory of him shuddered into life. "He did what he thought would please you, but I dare say it didn't. You met him in Paris and didn't like him, so I judged best to hold my tongue about him. Do you like him?" "Very much." "Great heaven!" Julia ejaculated almost under her breath. "The reason I was annoyed was because somehow when you came in I suddenly had the air of having got out of those visits and shut myself up in town to do something that I had kept from you. And I have been very unhappy till I could explain." "You don't explain. You can't explain," Mrs. Dallow declared, turning on her companion eyes which, in spite of her studied stillness, expressed deep excitement. "I knew it. I knew everything. That's why I came." "It was a sort of second sight, what they call a brain wave," Nick smiled. "I felt uneasy. I felt a kind of call. It came suddenly yesterday. It was irresistible. Nothing could have kept me this morning." "That's very serious, but it's still more delightful. You mustn't go away again," said Nick. "We must stick together for ever and ever." He put his arm round her, but she detached herself as soon as she felt its pressure. She rose quickly, moving away, while, mystified, he sat looking up at her as she had looked a few moments before at him. "I've thought it all over. I've been thinking of it all day," she began. "That's why I didn't come in." "Don't think of it too much. It isn't worth it. You like it more than anything else. You do. You can't deny it," she went on. "My dear child, what are you talking about?" Nick asked gently. "That's what you like, doing what you were this morning, with women lolling with their things off to be painted and people like that man." Nick slowly got up, hesitating. "My dear Julia, apart from the surprise this morning, do you object to the living model?" "Not a bit, for you." "What's the inconvenience then, since in my studio they're only for me?" "You love it. You revel in it. That's what you want, the only thing you want," Julia broke out. "To have models, lolling, undressed women, do you mean?" "That's what I felt, what I knew," she went on, "what came over me and haunted me yesterday so that I couldn't throw it off. It seemed to me that if I could see it with my eyes and have the perfect proof I should feel better, I should be quiet. And now I am quiet. After a struggle of some hours, I confess, I have seen. The whole thing's before me, and I'm satisfied." "I'm not. To me neither the whole thing nor half of it is before me. What exactly are you talking about?" Nick demanded. "About what you were doing this morning. That's your innermost preference. That's your secret passion." "A feeble scratch at something serious. Yes, it was almost serious," he said, "but it was an accident, this morning and yesterday. I got on less wretchedly than I intended." "I'm sure you've immense talent," Julia returned with a dreariness that was almost droll. No, I might have had. I've plucked it up. It's too late for it to flower. My dear Julia, I'm perfectly incompetent and perfectly resigned." "Yes, you looked so this morning when you hung over her. Oh, she'll bring back your talent. She's an obliging and even an intelligent creature, and I've no doubt she would if she could," Nick conceded. "But I've received from you all the help any woman's destined to give me. No one can do for me again what you've done." "I shouldn't try it again. I acted in ignorance." "Oh, I've thought it all out," Julia declared. And then with a strange face of anguish resting on his own, "Before it's too late, before it's too late." "Too late for what?" "For you to be free, for you to be free. And for me to be free too. You hate everything I like," she flashed out. "Don't pretend, don't pretend," she went on as a sound of protest broke from him. "I thought you so awfully wanted me to paint," he gasped, flushed and staring. I do. That's why you must be free, why we must part." "Why we must part?" "Oh, I've turned it well over. I've faced the hard truth. It wouldn't do at all," Julia rang out. "I like the way you talk of it as if it were a trimming for your dress," Nick retorted with bitterness. "Won't it do for you to be loved and cherished as well as any woman in England?" She turned away from him, closing her eyes as not to see something dangerous. "You mustn't give anything up for me. I should feel it all the while and I should hate it. I'm not afraid of the truth, but you are." "The truth, dear Julia? I only want to know it," Nick insisted. "It seems to me in fact just what I've got hold of. When two persons are united by the tenderest affection, and are sane and generous and just, no difficulties that occur in the union their life makes for them are insurmountable, no problems are insoluble." She appeared for a moment to reflect upon this. It was spoken in a tone that might have touched her, yet at the end of the moment, lifting her eyes, she brought out, "I hate art, as you call it. I thought I did, I knew I did, but till this morning I didn't know how much." "Bless your dear soul, that wasn't art," Nick pleaded. "The real thing will be 1,000 miles away from us. It will never come into the house. Soyez tranquille. It knows where to look in and where to flee shrieking." "Why then should you worry?" "Because I want to understand. I want to know what I'm doing." "You're an artist." "You are, you are!" Julia cried, accusing him passionately. "My poor Julia, it isn't so easy as that. nor a character one can take on from one day to the other. There are all sorts of things. One must be caught young and put through the mill. One must see things as they are. There are very few professions that goes with. There would be sacrifices I never can make. Well, then, there are sacrifices for both of us, and I can't make them either. I dare say it's all right for you, but for me it would be a terrible mistake. When I think I'm doing a certain thing, I mustn't do just the opposite, she kept on as for true lucidity. There are things I've thought of, the things I like best, and they are not what you mean. It would be a great deception, and it's not the way I see my life, and it would be misery if we don't understand. He looked at her with eyes not lighted by her words. If we don't understand what? That we're utterly different, that you're doing it all for me. And is that an objection to me, what I do for you? He asked. You do too much. You're awfully good. You're generous. You're a dear. Oh, yes, a dear. But that doesn't make me believe in it. I didn't at bottom from the first. That's why I made you wait, why I gave you your freedom. Oh, I've suspected you, Julia continued. I had my ideas. It's all right for you, but it won't do for me. I'm different altogether. Why should it always be put upon me when I hate it? What have I done? I was drenched with it before. These last words, as they broke forth, were attended with a quick blush, so that Nick could as quickly discern in them the uncalculated betrayal of an old irritation, an old shame almost, her late husband's flat, inglorious taste for pretty things, his indifference to every chance to play a public part. This had been the humiliation of her youth, and it was indeed a perversity of fate that a new alliance should contain for her even an oblique demand for the same spirit of accommodation, impose on her the secret bitterness of the same concessions. As Nick stood there before her, struggling sincerely with the force that he now felt to be strong in her, the intense resolution to break with him, a force matured in a few hours, he read a riddle that hitherto had baffled him, saw a great mystery become simple. A personal passion for him had all but thrown her into his arms, the sort of thing that even a vain man, and Nick was not especially vain, might hesitate to recognize the strength of, held in check at moments with a strain of the cord that he could still feel vibrate by her deep, her rare ambition, and arrested at the last only just in time to save her calculations. His present glimpse of the immense extent of these calculations didn't make him think her cold or poor. There was in fact a positive strange heat in them, and they struck him rather as grand and high. The fact that she could drop him even while she longed for him, drop him because it was now fixed in her mind that he wouldn't after all serve her resolve to be associated, so far as a woman could, with great affairs, that she could postpone, and postpone to an uncertainty, the satisfaction of an aching tenderness and plan for the long run. This exhibition of will and courage of the larger scheme that possessed her commanded his admiration on the spot. He paid the heavy price of the man of imagination. He was capable of far excursions of the spirit, disloyalties to habit and even to faith. He was open to rare communications. He ached on his side for the moment to convince her that he would achieve what he wouldn't, for the vision of his future she had tried to entertain shone before him as a bribe and a challenge. It struck him there was nothing he couldn't work for enough with her to be so worked with by her. Presently he said, "You want to be sure the man you marry will be Prime Minister of England. But how can you be really sure with any one?" I can be really sure some men won't, Julia returned. The only safe thing, perhaps, would be to marry Mr. McGeorge, he suggested. Possibly not even him. You're a prime minister yourself, Nick made answer. To hold fast to you as I hold, to be determined to be of your party, isn't that political enough, since you're the incarnation of politics? Ah, how you hate them, she wailed again. I saw that when I saw you this morning. The whole place reeked of your aversion. My dear child, the greatest statesmen have had their distractions. What do you make of my hereditary talent? That's a tremendous force. It wouldn't carry you far. Then she terribly added, you must be a great artist. He tossed his head at the involuntary contempt of this, but she went on. It's beautiful of you to want to give up anything, and I like you for it. I shall always like you. We shall be friends, and I shall always take an interest. But he stopped her there, made a movement which interrupted her phrase, and she suffered him to hold her hand as if she were not afraid of him now. It isn't only for you, he argued gently. You're a great deal, but you're not everything. Innumerable vows and pledges repose upon my head. I'm inextricably committed and dedicated. I was brought up in the temple like an infant Samuel. My father was a high priest, and I'm a child of the Lord. And then the life itself, when you speak of it, I feel stirred to my depths. It's like a herald's trumpet. Fight with me, Julia, not against me. Be on my side, and we shall do everything. It is uplifting to be a great man before the people, to be loved by them, to be followed by them. An artist isn't. Never, never. Why should he be? Don't forget how clever I am. Oh, if it wasn't for that, she panted, pale with the effort to resist his tone. Then she put it to him. Do you pretend that if I were to die tomorrow, you'd stay in the house? If you were to die? God knows. But you do singularly little justice to my incentives, he pursued. My political career's everything to my mother. This but made her say after a moment, are you afraid of your mother? Yes, immensely, for she represents ever so many possibilities of disappointment and distress. She represents all my father's as well as all her own, and in them my father tragically lives again. On the other hand, I see him in bliss, as I see my mother, over our marriage and our life of common aspirations, though of course that's not a consideration that I can expect to have power with you. She shook her head slowly, even smiling with her recovered calmness and lucidity. You'll never hold high office. But why not take me as I am? Because I'm abominably keen about that sort of thing. I must recognize my keenness. I must face the ugly truth. I've been through the worst. It's all settled. The worst, I suppose, was when you found me this morning. Oh, that was all right for you. You're magnanimous, Julia, but evidently what's good enough for me isn't good enough for you. Nick spoke with bitterness. I don't like you enough. That's the obstacle. She held herself in hand to say. You did a year ago. You confessed to it. Well, a year ago was a year ago. Things are changed today. You're very fortunate to be able to throw away a real devotion, Nick returned. She had her pocket handkerchief in her hand, and at this she quickly pressed it to her lips as to check an exclamation. Then for an instant she appeared to be listening to some sound from outside. He interpreted her movement as an honorable impulse to repress the, "Do you mean the devotion I was witness of this morning?" But immediately afterward she said something very different. "I thought I heard a ring. I've telegraphed for Mrs. Gresham." He wondered, "Why did you do that?" "Oh, I want her." He walked to the window where the curtains had not been drawn and saw in the dusk a cab at the door. When he turned back he went on, "Why won't you trust me to make you like me, as you call it, better?" If I make you like me as well as I like you, it will be about enough, I think." "Oh, I like you enough for your happiness, and I don't throw away a devotion," Mrs. Dallow continued. "I shall be constantly kind to you. I shall be beautiful to you." "You'll make me lose a fortune," Nick after a moment said. It brought a slight convulsion, instantly repressed, into her face. "Ah, you may have all the money you want." "I don't mean yours," he answered with plenty of expression of his own. He had determined on the instant, since it might serve, to tell her what he had never breathed to her before. "Mr. Carteret last year promised me a pot of money on the day we should be man and wife. He has thoroughly set his heart on it." "I'm sorry to disappoint Mr. Carteret," said Julia. "I'll go and see him. I'll make it all right," she went on. "Then your work, you know, will bring you an income. The great men get 1,000 just for a head." "I'm only joking," Nick returned with sombre eyes that contradicted this profession. "But what things you deserve I should do." "Do you mean striking likenesses?" He watched her a moment. "You do hate it. Pushed to that point it's curious," he audibly mused. "Do you mean you're joking about Mr. Carteret's promise?" "No, the promise is real, but I don't seriously offer it as a reason." "I shall go to Beauclere," Julia said. "You're an hour late," she added in a different tone, for at that moment the door of the room was thrown open and Mrs. Gresham, the butler pronouncing her name, ushered in. "Ah, don't impugn my punctuality. It's my character," the useful lady protested, putting a sixpence from the cabman into her purse. Nick went off at this with a simplified farewell, went off foreseeing exactly what he found the next day, that the useful lady would have received orders not to budge from her hostess's side. He called on the morrow late in the afternoon, and Julia saw him liberally, in the spirit of her assurance that she would be beautiful to him, that she had not thrown away his devotion. But Mrs. Gresham remained, with whatever delicacies of deprecation, a spectator of her liberality. Julia looked at him kindly, but her companion was more benignant still, so that what Nick did with his own eyes was not to appeal to her to see him a moment alone, but to solicit in the name of this luxury the second occupant of the drawing-room. Mrs. Gresham seemed to say, while Julia said so little, "I understand my poor friend. I know everything. She has told me only her side, but I'm so competent that I know yours too, and I enter into the whole thing deeply. But it would be as much as my place is worth to accommodate you." Still, she didn't go so far as to give him an inkling of what he learned on the third day, and what he had not gone so far as to suspect, that the two ladies had made rapid arrangements for a scheme of foreign travel. These arrangements had already been carried out when, at the door of the house in Great Stanhope Street, the announcement was made him that the subtle creatures had started that morning for Paris. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 28. They spent on their way to Florence several days in Paris, where Peter Sherringham had as much free talk with his sister as it often befell one member of their family to have with another. He enjoyed, that is, on two different occasions, half an hour's gossip with her in her sitting-room at the hotel. On one of these he took the liberty of asking her whether or no, decidedly, she meant to marry Nick Dormer. Julia expressed to him that she appreciated his curiosity, but that Nick and she were nothing more than relations and good friends. "He tremendously wants it," Peter none the less observed, to which she simply made answer, "Well then, he may want." After this, for a while, they sat as silent as if the subject had been quite threshed out between them. Peter felt no impulse to penetrate further, for it was not a habit of the Sherringhams to talk with each other of their love affairs, and he was conscious of the particular deterrent that he and Julia entertained in general such different sentiments that they could never go far together in discussion. He liked her and was sorry for her, thought her life lonely, and wondered she didn't make a great marriage. Moreover, he pitied her for being without the interests and consolations he himself had found substantial, those of the intellectual, the studious order he considered these to be, not knowing how much she supposed she reflected and studied, and what an education she had found in her political aspirations, viewed by him as scarce more a personal part of her than the livery of her servants or the jewels George Dallow's money had bought. Her relations with Nick struck him as queer, but were fortunately none of his business. No business of Julia's was sufficiently his to justify him in an attempt to understand it. That there should have been a question of her marrying Nick was the funny thing, rather than that the question should have been dropped. He liked his clever cousin very well as he was, enough for a vague sense that he might be spoiled by alteration to a brother-in-law. Moreover, though not perhaps distinctly conscious of this, Peter pressed lightly on Julia's doings from a tacit understanding that in this case she would let him off as easily. He couldn't have said exactly what it was he judged it pertinent to be let off from, perhaps from irritating inquiry as to whether he had given any more tea parties for gross young women connected with the theatre. Peter's forbearance, however, brought him not quite all the security he prefigured. After an interval he indeed went so far as to ask Julia if Nick had been wanting in respect to her. But this was an appeal intended for sympathy, not for other intervention. She answered, "Dear, no, though he's very provoking." Thus Peter guessed that they had had a quarrel in which it didn't concern him to meddle. He added her epithet and her flight from England together, and they made up to his perception one of the little magnified embroilments which do duty for the real in superficial lives. It was worse to provoke Julia than not, and Peter thought Nick's doing so not particularly characteristic of his versatility for good. He might wonder why she didn't marry the member for Harsh if the subject had pressingly come up between them, but he wondered still more why Nick didn't marry that gentleman's great backer. Julia said nothing again, as if to give him a chance to address her some challenge that would save her from gushing. But as his impulse appeared to be to change the subject, and as he changed it only by silence, she was reduced to resuming presently, "I should have thought you'd have come over to see your friend the actress." "Which of my friends? I know so many actresses," Peter pleaded. "The woman you inflicted on us in this place a year ago. The one who's in London now." "Oh, Miriam Rooth. I should have liked to come over, but I've been tied fast. Have you seen her there?" "Yes, I've seen her." "Do you like her?" "Not at all." "She has a lovely voice," Peter hazarded after a moment. "I don't know anything about her voice. I haven't heard it." "But she doesn't act in pantomime, does she?" "I don't know anything about her acting. I saw her in private, at Nick Dormer's studio." "At Nick's?" He was interested now. "What was she doing there?" "She was sprawling over the room and, rather insolently, staring at me." If Mrs. Dallow had wished to draw her brother, she must at this point have suspected she succeeded, in spite of his care to divest his tone of all emotion. "Why, does he know her so well? I didn't know." "She's sitting to him for her portrait. At least she was then." "Oh yes, I remember. I put him up to that. I'm greatly interested. Is the portrait good?" "I haven't the least idea. I didn't look at it. I dare say it's like," Julia threw off. "But how in the world," and Peter's interest grew franker, "does Nick find time to paint?" "I don't know. That horrid man brought her." "Which horrid man?" He spoke as if they had their choice. "The one Nick thinks so clever, the vulgar little man who was at your place that day and tried to talk to me. I remember he abused theatrical people to me as if I cared anything about them. But he has apparently something to do with your girl." "Oh, I recollect him. I had a discussion with him," Peter patiently said. "How could you?" "I must go and dress," his sister went on more importantly. "He was clever, remarkably. Miss Ruth and her mother were old friends of his, and he was the first person to speak of them to me." "What a distinction! I thought him disgusting," cried Julia, who was pressed for time and who had now got up. "Oh, you're severe," said Peter, still bland. But when they separated she had given him something to think of. That Nick was painting a beautiful actress was no doubt in part at least the reason why he was provoking, and why his most intimate female friend had come abroad. The fact didn't render him provoking to his kinsman. Peter had on the contrary been quite sincere when he qualified it as interesting. It became indeed on reflection so interesting that it had perhaps almost as much to do with Sherringham's now prompt rush over to London as it had to do with Julia's coming away. Reflection taught him further that the matter was altogether a delicate one, and suggested that it was odd he should be mixed up with it in fact when, as Julia's own affair, he had but wished to keep out of it. It might after all be his affair a little as well. There was somehow a still more pointed implication of that in his sister's saying to him the next day that she wished immensely he would take a fancy to Biddy Dormer. She said more. She said there had been a time when she believed he had done so, believed too that the poor child herself had believed the same. Biddy was far away the nicest girl she knew, the dearest, sweetest, cleverest, best, and one of the prettiest creatures in England, which never spoiled anything. She would make as charming a wife as ever a man had, suited to any position, however high, and Julia didn't mind mentioning it, since her brother would believe it whether she mentioned it or no, was so predisposed in his favour that he would have no trouble at all. In short, she herself would see him through. She'd answer for it that he'd have but to speak. Biddy's life at home was horrid. She was very sorry for her. The child was worthy of a better fate. Peter wondered what constituted the horridness of Biddy's life, and gathered that it mainly arose from the fact of Julia's disliking Lady Agnes and Grace, and of her profiting comfortably by that freedom to do so which was a fruit of her having given them a house she had perhaps not felt the want of till they were in possession of it. He knew she had always liked Biddy, but he asked himself, this was the rest of his wonder, why she had taken to liking her so extraordinarily just now. He liked her himself, he even liked to be talked to about her, and could believe everything Julia said. The only thing that had mystified him was her motive for suddenly saying it. He had assured her he was perfectly sensible of her goodness in so plotting out his future, but was also sorry if he had put it into any one's head, most of all into the girl's own, that he had ever looked at Biddy with a covetous eye. He wasn't in the least sure she would make a good wife, but liked her quite too much to wish to put any such mystery to the test. She was certainly not offered them for cruel experiments. As it happened, really, he wasn't thinking of marrying any one. He had ever so many grounds for neglecting that. Of course, one was never safe against accidents, but one could at least take precautions, and he didn't mind telling her that there were several he had taken. "I don't know what you mean, but it seems to me quite the best precaution would be to care for a charming, steady girl like Biddy. Then you'd be quite in shelter. You'd know the worst that can happen to you, and it wouldn't be bad." The objection he had made to this plea is not important, especially as it was not quite candid. It need only be mentioned that before the pair parted, Julia said to him, still in reference to their young friend, "Do go and see her, and be nice to her. She'll save you disappointments." These last words reverberated for him. There was a shade of the portentous in them, and they seemed to proceed from a larger knowledge of the subject than he himself as yet possessed. They were not absent from his memory when, in the beginning of May, Availing himself to save time of the night service, he crossed from Paris to London. He arrived before the breakfast hour, and went to his sister's house in Great Stanhope Street, where he always found quarters, were she in town or not. When at home she welcomed him, and in her absence the relaxed servants hailed him for the chance he gave them to recover their form. In either case his allowance of space was large and his independence complete. He had obtained permission this year to take in scattered snatches rather than as a single draught the quantum of holiday to which he was entitled, and there was, moreover, a question of his being transferred to another capital, in which event he believed he might count on a month or two in England before proceeding to his new post. He waited, after breakfast, but a very few minutes, before jumping into a hansom and rattling away to the north. A part of his waiting, indeed, consisted of a fidgety walk up Bond Street, during which he looked at his watch 3 or 4 times, while he paused at shop windows for fear of being a little early. In the cab, as he rolled along, after having given an address, Balaclava Place, St. John's Wood, the fear he might be too early took curiously at moments the form of a fear that he should be too late, a symbol of the inconsistencies of which his spirit at present was full. Peter Sherringham was nervously formed, too nervously for a diplomatist, and haunted with inclinations, and indeed with designs, which contradicted each other. He wanted to be out of it, and yet dreaded not to be in it, and on this particular occasion the sense of exclusion was an ache. At the same time he was not unconscious of the impulse to stop his cab and make it turn round and drive due south. He saw himself launched in the breezy fact, while, morally speaking, he was hauled up on the hot sand of the principle, and he could easily note how little these two faces of the same idea had in common. However, as the consciousness of going helped him to reflect, a principle was a poor affair if it merely became a fact. Yet from the hour it did turn to action, the action had to be the particular one in which he was engaged, so that he was in the absurd position of thinking his conduct wiser for the reason that it was directly opposed to his intentions. He had kept away from London ever since Miriam Ruth came over, resisting curiosity, sympathy, importunate haunting passion, and considering that his resistance, found it to be salutary on a general scheme of life, was the greatest success he had yet achieved. He was deeply occupied with plucking up the feeling that attached him to her, and he had already by various little ingenuities loosened some of its roots. He had suffered her to make her first appearance on any stage without the comfort of his voice or the applause of his hand, saying to himself that the man who could do the more could do the less, and that such an act of fortitude was a proof he should keep straight. It was not exactly keeping straight to run over to London 3 months later and, the hour he arrived, scramble off to Balaclava Place. But after all, he pretended only to be human, and aimed in behaviour only at the heroic, never at the monstrous. The highest heroism was obviously 3 parts tact. He had not written to his young friend that he was coming to England, and would call upon her at 11 o'clock in the morning, because it was his secret pride that he had ceased to correspond with her. Sherringham took his prudence where he could find it, and in doing so was rather like a drunkard who should flatter himself he had forsworn liquor since he didn't touch lemonade. It is a sign of how far he was drawn in different directions at once that when, on reaching Balaclava Place, and alighting at the door of a small detached villa of the type of the retreat, he learned that Miss Ruth had but a quarter of an hour before quitted the spot with her mother. They had gone to the theatre to rehearsal, said the maid, who answered the bell he had set tinkling behind a stuccoed garden wall. When at the end of his pilgrimage he was greeted by a disappointment, he suddenly found himself relieved, and for the moment even saved. Providence was after all taking care of him, and he submitted to Providence. He would still be watched over, doubtless, even should he follow the 2 ladies to the theatre, send in his card, and obtain admission to the scene of their experiments. All his keen taste for these matters flamed up again, and he wondered what the girl was studying, was rehearsing, what she was to do next. He got back into his hansom and drove down the Edgware Road. By the time he reached the Marble Arch, he had changed his mind again, had determined to let Miriam alone for that day. It would be over at 8 in the evening, he hardly played fair, and then he should consider himself free. Instead of pursuing his friends, he directed himself upon a shop in Bond Street to take a place for their performance. On first coming out, he had tried at one of those establishments, strangely denominated libraries, to get a stall, but the people to whom he applied were unable to accommodate him. They hadn't a single seat left. His actual attempt at another library was more successful. There was no question of obtaining a stall, but he might by a miracle still have a box. There was a wantonness in paying for a box at a play on which he had already expended £400, but while he was mentally measuring this abyss, an idea came into his head which flushed the extravagance with the hue of persuasion. Peter came out of the shop with the voucher for the box in his pocket, turned into Piccadilly, noted that the day was growing warm and fine, felt glad that this time he had no other strict business than to leave a card or two on official people, and asked himself where he should go if he didn't go after Miriam. Then it was that he found himself attaching a lively desire and imputing a high importance to the possible view of Nick Dormer's portrait of her. He wondered which would be the natural place at that hour of the day to look for the artist. The House of Commons was perhaps the nearest one, but Nick, inconsequent and incalculable though so many of steps, probably didn't keep the picture there. And moreover, it was not generally characteristic of him to be in the natural place. The end of Peter's debate was that he again entered a hansom and drove to Calcutta Gardens. The hour was early for calling, but cousins with whom one's intercourse was mainly a conversational scuffle would accept it as a practical illustration of that method. And if Julia wanted him to be nice to Biddy, which was exactly, even if with a different view, what he wanted himself, how could he better testify than by a visit to Lady Agnes? He would have in decency to go to see her some time, at a friendly, fraternizing hour when they would all be likely to be at home. Unfortunately, as it turned out, they were none of them at home, so that he had to fall back on neutrality and the butler, who was, however, more luckily, an old friend. Her ladyship and Miss Dormer were absent from town paying a visit, and Mr. Dormer was also away or was on the point of going away for the day. Miss Bridget was in London, but was out. Peter's informant mentioned with earnest vagueness that he thought she had gone somewhere to take a lesson. On Peter's asking what sort of lesson he meant, he replied, "Oh, I think the sculpture, you know, sir." Peter knew but Biddy's lesson in a sculpture, it sounded on the butler's lips like a fashionable new art, struck him a little as a mockery of the helpful spirit in which he had come to look her up. The man had an air of participating respectfully in his disappointment, and to make up for it added that he might perhaps find Mr. Dormer at his other address. He had gone out early and had directed his servant to come to Rosedale Road in an hour or two with a portmanteau. He was going down to Beauclere in the course of the day, Mr. Carteret being ill. Perhaps Mr. Sherringham didn't know it. Perhaps, too, Mr. Sherringham would catch him in Rosedale Road before he took his train. He was to have been busy there for an hour. This was worth trying, and Peter immediately drove to Rosedale Road, where in answer to his ring the door was opened to him by Biddy Dormer. End of chapter 28.